Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European Technology Network. The crowd is already cheering for us. Thank you guys. Today is Wednesday, 19th of November, 2025, and we are live HQ in Helsinki.
Let's go.
We are joined today by the one and only Roman from OpenAI, Head of Developer Relations. How are we? How are we doing?
Great, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you
great
for being
to be back
here.
at Slush.
It's
How many times have you been at Slush?
It's my second time actually.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Which one's better? Have they leveled up?
I mean, we're just kicking off today, so I'm excited for today.
Nice.
Should be
What
good.
have you got planned today?
I have a talk at 2:21 p.m. on the builder stage to talk about how we are entering this new era for builders, how you can code so much faster with agentic coding, and how as a founder, the whole playbook has changed, right? Like now you can build a company so fast. How do you think about what matters in this world that's like increasingly noisy and where like building is so quick?
Yeah. I wanted to ask, so like your role, Head of Developer Experience, can you break down like what does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so as you know, like OpenAI creates like platform and APIs for developers. We expose our models so that founders here at Slush and everywhere in the world can integrate with the platform. We have more than 4 million developers building on this platform. So like the idea of us on my team is to kind of be the interface between our product, engineering, research teams, and all of these builders in the world building on the platform. And it started with an API, which actually was our first product before ChatGPT even existed. But now, recently, we also expanded for developers with Codex, our suite of coding tools, but also turning ChatGPT into an apps ecosystem. So all builders and founders will be able to have distribution directly within ChatGPT. So we're going to cover all of these surfaces and help builders integrate with OpenAI.
Nice. And like you guys being at Slush, for you personally, like with your role as well, obviously OpenAI has to be at Slush, but what do you get out of this event specifically?
I mean, it's a very high quality event in terms of like the talent density, the builder density. As you can hear from my French accent, I'm also European myself. I'm based in San Francisco for OpenAI, but it's great to see the European tech scene being vibrant and alive and making sure we are here to support the founders and the builders as they build their AI native companies.
Yeah, 100%. Have you met any specifically cracked founders while you've been here?
I mean, I had like already great conversations like last night after I arrived. Some speakers also actually on a few stages today, but I'm excited mostly for the 2 days ahead. And just like gathering as much feedback as we can from these founders and making sure we always build what they need to be successful.
Yeah, are you building how do you think about building like close to founders? Like, we've spoken to a ton of founders and they're building close to their customers, right? They're like living in the offices and all of that kind of stuff. What's kind of interesting in that space? Are you like thinking about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, for instance, we talked a lot about 2025 being the year of agents, and it's been true, right? Like, we've built our own agents, but first and foremost, we want developers and builders to create their own agents. And by spending time with them, I realized what was hard. And that's why we launched things like the Agent Builder, Agent Kit. We try to make sure that, like, when the technology enters contact with reality, we are there to support them and kind of take this feedback into insights for us to make it better. That really matters. You know, like your evals, like, you know, making sure your data sets are correctly like labeled and things like this. And for some companies that are even bigger than the Slush crowd, we also have like forward deployed engineers more and more that help larger companies integrate too. So we want to make sure we're there with the customers.
Nice. Does that mean you do spend a lot of time over here, or are you?
Well, we have offices now, like in London, Munich, like, you know, in Paris, obviously, and many cities now. So we have global presence on the ground. But I think it's also important for people like myself and some other leaders from HQ to spend time also on the ground to get that pulse with the founders and the developers, right? And that's why we will have Laura in a second. That also he's based here in Europe to like be that interface with the founders here.
Yeah. Can I ask, like Paris as well, especially, like you used to work at a French company. They're sort of like kind of remodeled the whole business as like an AI company now. It's Pigment, it's a great company. Like it seems, I had never heard, I wasn't too engrossed in the French ecosystem back then, especially the French AI ecosystem. There looks like there's some amazing stuff coming out of that space. Can you tell us more about like what's happening in Paris with AI in general, the startups coming out? I think we have the Dust founder on, it's a Parisian company. More about the ecosystem in Paris and what's happening over there.
Totally. I mean, funnily enough, like I started my career as a founder in Paris like 17 years ago, and Gabriel and Stan, the founders of Dust, were also building a company at the time.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
And
frankly,
we bumped into him in a bar.
Funnily enough, like back then, 17 years ago, when we were founders, there was just like a handful of us trying to will something into existence. when I was telling people I was doing a startup, they didn't even know what a startup was. That's how the ecosystem was. So fast forward now, I think what's been awesome is to see that like the curriculum of like French schools being very good at like math and physics, it spikes for AI specifically. And now we have access to capital, we have access to talent. Now, like I think that enabled this new wave of European companies that we didn't really have a decade ago. So yeah, there's lots of momentum, lots of energy in Paris, and for the first time, it looks like this AI wave is quite aligned with the skill set of a lot of people coming out of school.
This is maybe quite a hard question, but like, why do you think that is? Over the past 10 years, I feel like there's just a lot of noise about European tech and the fact that it's kind of like really having a bit of a spike at the moment. What do you like? What do you feel like the kind of main thing is that's driven that?
I think like when you there's multiple factors, right? Like we needed to have like some VCs to come, the capital to come, but also more experience from people having seen the growth, having seen a startup from the inside, right? I think when you roll back 15 years ago, like for most people trying to get to the startup world, this was their very first experience. And so I think it's interesting to see now that like with the dozens of companies you have in Paris, but also broadly like hundreds in Europe, like you have now this like next generation of founders that come out of these unicorns and kind of have seen the growth from the inside.
Yeah, it's like, like a spiral,
exactly,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talk a lot to people about the, when you see other people doing it, and like, so for example, Anton at Lovable is obviously a huge example for kind of Stockholm arena, and it's kind of, having that example to then use that as a playbook is like so useful. Do you feel like here as well, there's a ton of hackathons going on, there's things like that going on. Is that like probably the biggest thing that comes out of Slush is just this like viral loop of things going on? Yeah,
I think just people networking with each other, learning from each other. I think that's the big thing that Silicon Valley has always done very, very well, right? Like it's like people who are very tight-knit in communities, who are inspired by each other. And I think if you can create that magic in these moments, like Slush, for instance, for a few days, it really gets people inspired. And when they go back and start building, they have so much more learnings from their conversations with their fellow founders.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to introduce Laura to come on the show.
Yeah, do you want to join us now?
Should we get Laura coming on? We're just getting a mic on.
She's getting a mic on.
We're getting mic'd up as we speak.
Amazing.
It's a live show. It's a live show.
It's so good to have you on the show, Laura.
What a pleasure to be here.
Hi. How's it going?
Hello, Romain.
Hello.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Indeed.
So we were mid-conversation. We're talking about Slush. We're talking about how it's an inspiration for many young builders across the space to see good things happening. You take that home with you wherever country you go back to, whatever sort of city you go back to. Your focus is EMEA startup specifically.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you're getting out of this event and the role that OpenAI is playing in this regard?
Okay, two things.
Yeah.
First of all, can I wear a hat?
Hell yeah. Get it.
Yes.
We were going to give them to
you got
I can't be on and not wear a hat.
We're just one in the
First
US
of all,
now.
Second, this is my 7th Slush. So I get a huge, this is my 7th Slush. I'm a Slusher at heart. I absolutely love the event because, it's cold, it's dark, it's snowy. The best people are here, the best startups, the best founders from Europe, from the US. You're here, we're here. And it's one of the events that truly get you meaningful connections and conversations going. And I generally think that having an ecosystem that works, that brings people together, that has idea sharing, where people actually continue to interact with each other, not just audience looking at people on stage, actually makes a really big difference. Because I look at my career growth, and I think that actually Slush has been a pivotal part of my career growth, because so many people that I've met in the ecosystem I've actually met right here at dinners, at events, at drinks. So if you can ever take the opportunity to join a conference or an event, it does actually pay off in spades over time. So use your network, build your network.
I love to hear that. And like 7 years in, you sort of like walking down the street like, hey, what's up? What's up? Kind of like high fives going around.
Google Maps.
I know, do I?
Kinda. Yeah.
Like
you know everyone here.
Local celeb. That's awesome. Your role specifically at OpenAI, so startups, EMEA. What is that? What does that mean?
So first of all, I'm extremely lucky. I have the best job in the world. I get to work at OpenAI, based in London, but I can be found all over Europe. I work with VC investors, so from accelerators to funds and angel investors, sort of everything in between. I work with startups, from the founders to the engineering teams, the developers within the startups, making sure that we partner with them to make them successful. And truly, we look at it as a partnership. So we want to empower the startup ecosystem across Europe, Middle East, and Africa to build new use cases, new technologies, solve problems with AI, either new problems or old problems that have been around for a while that were not possible to solve without AI, and make our models continuously better to be able to bring in new use cases to life. And then we also, with Rama, his team, and my team, we work with the broader developer ecosystem. So from university students to hacker houses to anyone in the community that wants to go into the entrepreneurship route, either to found a company or to work in a startup. So yes, hackathons are very big right now, but we love seeing it. We love people trying to get their hands on tools and on models and really try to bring their ideas to life.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I think, like, from our perspective, looking like externally inwards to OpenAI, it's one of the better companies that do well in terms of comms, but from like also like a community building standpoint. Like that's like like you see them on X all the time. They're very, very in tune with the community. It's like they know the slang of how the community talks. It's very non-corporate. What you're saying, there's parallels to that in a way where it's like they're very community focused. Can you maybe touch a bit more into like how is OpenAI, you know, even at the scale that they're operating at the moment, able to still maintain this, like, I don't know, tight-knit community? You know, there's a sense of belonging there. I can feel it from you guys just talking about the company.
Again, I have the best job in the world, the best team in the world. We have expanded our startups team, so now we have people in London, in Munich. We've hired someone in Paris as well, so you were just talking about the Paris ecosystem. And I mean, I'm in Stockholm in the Nordics at least once a month. I'm going to Greece right after here, where I'm from, so shout out Greece.
Are you going to go to Panathenea, by the way?
I did speak in the inaugural Panathenea last year, and I'm
No
speaking at
way.
the Gen AI Summit on Monday.
No way.
So at OpenAI, we did OpenAI for Greece deal, and we have an accelerator we're running with Endeavor.
Yeah.
It's the first large-scale AI accelerator we're running in Greece. I'm personally super proud because, again, I was born and raised in Greece. And what I would say to your earlier question about what we're seeing in Europe is, I think there truly is a moment. So I often say this, that actually in Europe, there are more STEM graduates than the US or China. So we have so much technical talent here. We have people who are studying engineering, computer science, maths, physics, chemistry. And I think what is great about today's world is that in order to be a fantastic founder, you need to have an understanding of multiple things. And a lot of the tools that we bring to market actually allow you to iterate a lot faster with lower risk and at a lower cost than historically you would have before. So marrying the technical experience, knowledge, education that people have with the speed of the tools that we have, the LLMs, Codex, and other tools, means that you can iterate, you can ship faster, you can test with a smaller audience. You need a lot less people to work on problems because you can collaborate both with your colleagues as well as with the tools to work at speed. And so then the conversation you're having with your ideas, with your users, with your audience is then so much accelerated that we're seeing ideas come to bear much faster.
Yeah.
So as like a young founder and wanting to shift, and this is a question for both of you, like what's your kind of main piece of advice that you would give someone wanting to ship, and how you guys can help them? Like where can you kind of send them and give advice to them to kind of start their journey, right?
So first of all, I love that there are so many more young builders. I think this is a great thing that has no difference between Europe or anywhere else, though I'm super proud of our European younger community and sort of our rising adults, is that I think the younger generation is all digital native. So they grew up using tools, using computers, using cell phones, posting on TikTok or Instagram or whatever social media, Snap, whatever they're using. So there is a really good understanding of how to use technology for everyday problems. And we've had a lot of people who are either like gaming or coding from very young age. And I mean, I'm sure you have something to say about this, but I've seen so many founders who are in their teens who have told me, I started coding when I was like 12, 13, 14. And now I feel like I have superpowers because of Codex. I can ideate so quickly and I can have a prototype from like idea to actual prototype in days. And that is what we love to do.
Yeah, it used to take like so long to have like, maybe you had some ideas for a company or even like for a side project, but like, you know, the time would get in the way. You're like, I get to it at some point.
Was just so
Yeah.
hard.
But now with like tools like Codex, there's literally no excuse, right? Because like the time between like your idea to actually taking like life with this idea is like so short.
Yeah.
And you can iterate so much faster. And I think what matters is, to your question on like being a founder and what advice they may have, it's like, okay, in a world where like everybody can build so fast, how do you develop taste for what great looks like? And how do you,
Love to hear that.
you know, how do you make sure you have a point of view, and how do you make sure you actually do the work on the things that are not related to building, but in a world where like the code is basically worthless now because, you know, like anyone can create code fast.
Yeah.
But your taste, your point of view, and your obsession about a problem that keeps you up at night for years on end. I think only you will have that. And yeah, that vantage point is something that you should actually try to rely on the best you can and actually turn that into like a product and ultimately a company.
Yeah.
I think that's what matters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really cool. So
Romain always gives the best advice. Developers should listen to him.
we're very happy
You're
to
too
go
kind.
first. We have maybe just like a minute and a half left. What should people be excited for that's coming up? Maybe from both sides. What can we look out for?
So
What are you guys working on?
I won't say for us because Romain will talk about that, but I will say I'm excited to see European startups that are clearly starting as global first right now. They're starting out of Europe but have a really good understanding of what go-to-market looks like for technical products that are solving problems in industry for people, but using technology first in a way that I think is globally some of the best technical founders we have are right here in Europe, and I'm super proud to be working with them. This is why investors from around the world are coming and are looking at what's happening right here. And then and they're really taking their problems to market across the world right away. They're not just focusing locally, whether they're in Sweden, in France, or Greece, or anywhere else. And then on our side, what's coming up is always developer first tools, which Romain's going to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton, but like maybe two things to mention. One, I think if people have used coding tools like even 5 or 6 months ago, like that's already like so far outdated. Like you need to actually get back on the tools now, like actually learn how to use things like Codex. We have new models about agentic coding coming again very soon on top of GPT 5.1, who just launched a few days ago.
We're a company that ships a lot and often.
The pace of change is just insane, right?
Yeah.
And so I
people
think
should follow suit, just keep shipping.
and people like should develop that sense of curiosity for the tools. And sometimes the people at OpenAI who build the tools are not always the best masters of these tools. And these could be the founders here at Slush.
100%.
So that's one thing. And the second thing that I find very exciting too is that ChatGPT has been around for almost 3 years, which is very short in the grand scheme of things. But we're now opening the doors for ChatGPT and developers so that they can create their own applications by extended MCP, and they have like their own presence within ChatGPT that's coming up in the next few weeks. People can already start building today since Dev Day, but we're opening that very soon. So I think that's going to be very exciting for builders to have that opportunity to ship apps within ChatGPT.
Yeah,
That's so fun.
The one thing I'll say, and I'm super excited about the founders who do it, is we love feedback. So we continuously, as I said, ship a lot and often. And a lot of how we ship and how we decide what it is that we ship is based on the feedback and the requests that we get from developers, from founders. The one joy, like true love that I have about what we do is that we get to work so closely with founders and developers and the broader developer community. So every time I meet a founder who tells me, this is what I love, and this is what I want to build, but I can't yet because the models or the capabilities don't exist. Being able to take this back to OpenAI and build it is like the true magic of what it is that we get to do every day. So I always say, make sure you reach out. We're always here to listen. Make sure you give us feedback. Make sure you use us to your advantage, because our job is to make all of the founders successful, and make sure that new technology reaches people's hands.
Amazing.
You love to hear it.
Guys, thank you so much for coming on. Really
Thank you.
fun.
Such a pleasure.
Pleasure.
Thank you for the hat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
cap there as well.
Your
Good
cap.
stuff.
Thank you. I'll definitely wear it in SF.
Please do. Spread the
Please
good
do.
word.
Thank you,
Please
guys.
do.
Thank you, guys.
Amazing.
All the best.
Thanks.
Ciao.
See you later. 1, down.
Well, look
million to
at
go.
that.
Let's
You
go.
love to see it, guys. So we didn't manage to do our original intro because things started so quick. But why don't we just walk through a few of the guests?
Yeah.
Before we do that, I just want to tell you guys about Air Wallets and what I want you to do with them. I want you to leave outdated business banking behind. Leave it in the past. It's the all-in-one financial platform built for the pace of modern businesses. It's multi-currency accounts, high-speed international transfers, corporate cards, expense management, and online payments. And where is it, Luke? It's all in one platform, my friend.
Just one.
It's all in one platform.
All one platform. So amazing. We just had Laura and Rahman on from OpenAI. At 10:30 we have Sijel Wen. He is a Teal Fellow and the founder of Extraordinary.com. He is going to be a very, very good guest. We're very excited to have him. Bit of a
Sijel on next, actually.
Right?
Yeah.
He's on next.
Have we
He's on
announced
in
him?
5 minutes. We've announced him. Then we have a little break. We have half an hour. 11 a.m. we have Gabriel Hubert. He is the co-founder and CEO of Dust. We bumped into him yesterday, so we've already met him.
That was at the HV Capital.
We bumped into
Mixer.
him at the HV
We were hiding
Capital
at the
drinks.
back, sneaking a few drinks.
Yeah. And he saw one of our caps and he thought, I know those guys.
It was also it was in backwards mode as well. And like people talk a lot about backwards mode with caps. Usually it gets.
Is that what he said to you?
No. I call it backwards mode. But like,
no, but was he like, oh, why are you in backwards mode?
No, the cap was backwards and he saw it because he was behind me.
Oh, I see.
And he was like, I know this from the back
well,
of the cap.
Well, I mean, like,
so
the useful thing is there a cap here? Yeah, bang. So anyone can see where
No,
you
but as in
are,
like he
which
was
is
stood
amazing.
behind me.
Yeah.
So he could see like, although you can see there as well.
Well, it's just like, oh, I know ETN.
Yeah. You got
Easy.
the double there.
Just to quickly go, because we have like 5 minutes.
Yeah, we have 5
Nicholas
minutes till
Klopp,
our
he
next
is the
guest
CEO
joins.
and founder of Rillet. He's coming out at 11:20. Then we have at 12 p.m. the one and only, or the two and only, I guess, Ruben Dominguez Ibar and Guillermo Flor, the double act. They're the co-founders
Double
of the
Trouble
Compound podcast. They are very good friends of the show. We love them.
Are they
They're
both
awesome.
Spanish as well?
Yeah, they're both Spanish.
The Spaniards.
The Spaniards are on.
Spaniards are in
Then we
town.
have our good friends at Sequel at 12:20. Alberto Tencioni. His boss has given him $10 million to go and deploy at Slush. So if you ever bump into Alberto,
He's got 10 M's.
Go and go and give him a tap on the shoulder if you want some money. 12:45 we have Robin Renz. He's
Robin
the CEO
Renz.
of he's CEO and co-founder of Hyperdrives. Pretty cool startup, to be honest.
Some
Incredible
vehicle,
startup.
automotive type stuff. I think
Then
it's
another
very
friend of the
interesting.
show, 1 p.m, Andreas Klinger, co-founder of EU Inc, of course, but also the founder of Prototype. He's been on the show before. Everyone loves him.
I'm excited to see Andreas.
He's just awesome.
We've not seen him since the launch.
But yeah, hopefully he's going to be
party.
wearing the hat as well. It's all going to be good fun.
Yeah,
And then we got at 1:15 p.m, Kevin Costa. He's the GP at Belief Capital. He's raising a fund called Belief Capital. I've actually been wanting to talk to him for a while. He's on X like a lot.
Oh, really?
And I followed him on X maybe like 4 months ago, and I was like, kind of want to talk to this guy. He looks cool. So I'm actually super happy that we've got
Nice.
him, which is awesome. Then we have Tom Hubrickson, founder and CEO of Voltrack. And then at 1:45, Zeynep Yavuz,
Yavuz.
GP at General Catalyst. Big guest, very exciting. Then we have at 2 p.m.
We got like a triple
the
quad,
co-founder of
actually, there.
Slush, the co-founder of this place, Vil Vesterinen, which is going to be good.
Yeah, you got it. I was going to do it wrong. You got it right.
2:30 p.m. we have Lucy Liu. She is the co-founder of Air Wallets. They're our good friends.
Just leave outdated business banking
just
behind.
leave
We're
it
going to leave
behind.
outdated business banking.
We're going to get Lucy
Lucy
to say that live on the show.
Yeah.
And then we have our good friend at 2:50 p.m, Elias Torres. He's the founder of Agency. I believe they just released a round, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
So, very exciting. Penultimate guest at 3:10 p.m, Stephen Whitworth. He's the co-founder and CEO of Incident.io. We were introed to him by his founder's associate. Shout out to Zane. What a beast. I think he's actually here as well. And I told him to come and meet us.
come and crash the
he,
stream.
he flew out yesterday and WhatsApped me and was like, dude, I've just got a ticket. I'm coming to Slush. And I was, it was
No
good.
way.
I'm excited. And then to round off the show, we have the one and only at 3:30 p.m, Dr. Max Werner. He's the CEO and founder of Hades Mining.
They're doing some nut stuff.
They're mining into the earth.
They're
which is just
extracting
bananas.
raw earth elements.
Are
I'd love
we
to see it.
Are we ready to go?
Yes, we
I
are.
believe. 2 minutes
next
until
guest is
Sigil
coming on
joins
very,
us.
very shortly.
Is Sigil coming on which sides?
We're
He's
going to
coming
have
on
him
this side.
join you.
So
on the
are we
left.
shifting over this way?
Yeah, we can move up a little bit.
Let's
Let me
move up
just
a little
move
bit.
this.
Let's give a bit of space.
Become a
Let me
bit
get
more
one of the
inclusive.
hats on.
We've got our guest joining us right now.
Dude,
What's going on?
how's it
Ronan.
going? So
Great,
good to
how are
meet
you?
Pleasure. Thank you for coming on.
This
my
is,
first time in
this
Europe.
Is your ETN.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
the drip.
Oh, amazing.
Oh, you've got
Thank you
drinks
so
coming
much.
in. No
Drinks
way.
coming
so
in.
awesome.
It's just
I wish
amazing.
we had that.
Dude, how's it going?
It's going great. Oh my God, dude, your bottle caps, like they don't come off.
We got a lot of sticks for that actually when we launched. People were like, "Can
Wait,
you
it's so
find-"
genius. I'm like, holy cow, Europe's onto something.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I don't know. I'm trying to remember like why I think it's annoying.
It's the
And I
innovation.
actually can't remember why I think it's
I watched a
annoying.
video of someone and they were like, it was like a skit, and it was like before bottle caps didn't come off.
Yeah.
You know, it was like open the lid and you just chuck it. He just chucked it. I was like, yeah, that's just how it works.
Yeah.
That was just how it was. And now they're attached, and that's it.
I know,
There
yeah.
you go.
Like on the airplane, I feel anxious. I'm like, where's my bottle cap? Like, it's right here.
Yeah, when was that ever a problem, right? Like,
I don't know.
why did we solve for that? I thought you were going to say it was like it's like a photo of like pre-bottle cap, and it's like the BC era with like caveman talking.
Before bottle cap.
Yeah, but like after bottle cap, and it's
we
just like
we should have done a trade deal where we gave you a cap and you just gave us a bottle cap. That would have been
or some like
an
H1 visas,
extraordinary.com branded bottle cap or something would have been cool.
But that's so.
let's
Did you say it's
jump in.
first time in Europe?
First time in Europe.
That's
Never been
insane.
here.
So first time in Europe, and you're at Slush in Helsinki. Why?
What's the
why,
experience been like
Yeah,
first?
and why Slush for the first time in Europe?
Yeah.
Not that Slush isn't great. It's great.
I mean, it feels like the most concentrated talent event.
Yeah.
And I want to see what Europe has in it, you know.
What Europe has to offer.
I love
Yeah,
it.
this is my starting point, and then afterwards, I plan to visit like all the talent hubs of Europe.
Okay, that's really
Amazing.
cool.
Oh, so you're doing a bit of a European tour.
Yeah.
We're
plan-
meant to be doing.
So where are you going? Where are you going after this?
I want to go visit Sweden and
Nice.
the Lovable Boys. I got Anton Ozika his O1 visa. He went to America, raised a bunch of money, and now it's building a vibrant, ecosystem. And like, he's literally like Lovable's literally like I think spearheading the Swedish ecosystem. So I want to go see that.
Indeed.
Germany, I think.
Hold on,
Munich.
wait. You just to say you should go and see a ton of other companies.
Really?
We'll introduce you to a few companies.
Oh,
we've
I
had on
love
the show.
that.
The amount
Yeah, we
of
have to
stuff
help out
being
there.
built out of Stockholm is actually like insane.
There's so
Insane.
many geniuses coming out of
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
There's something in Stockholm. I don't know what.
It's
I don't
weird.
know.
Like, we've even seen
There's
it with
something
the
in the
guests,
water.
like the guest density, even the first 5 weeks into the show, has been dominated by like Stockholm and London. But London bias because obviously we're in London, most of
Yeah.
our network is in London, but like the next one is probably Stockholm.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's just such a vibrant community. So then you're going to Munich, did you say?
Yeah, Munich. I think Munich has a lot of very brilliant engineers. They're very smart, creating a lot of. I think they're supporting a lot of like some of the top technology companies. I heard like a lot of founders work out of Berghain and Sisyphus.
Yeah.
There in Germany somewhere. So
Bergen's a good place to be.
yeah, I'll go check it out.
If you can get in.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you can get into Berghain.
It's tough.
pretty
I
hard
tried.
to
I
get
tried
in.
before, and it didn't work.
And it's pretty tough.
Yeah, I heard they're
Whereas
pretty like
anything to-
elitist or something. Like you need to raise your series A or
Yeah,
something.
you
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
be a certain type to get in, and apparently it's
You have to
nuts
pass.
inside.
You have to pass the bar of some.
Yeah. I remember we
whatever.
went with a few guys, and one of our mates was wearing like a United like football shirt, and it's just like, dude, that's obviously not going to work to get into this like, high-end club.
Yeah, you have to be wearing certain clothes. It's pretty. Yeah.
It's like all black is like the theme that they do.
But look, if you get in, fair play. Like.
Yeah.
All right, I'll update
make,
the
make that a
timeline.
challenge.
Yeah. Messages like I'm in. Like, I'm in. But like, let's stop talking about Berghain. Let's talk about you and your company. It's fascinating. I've not seen anyone else like doing something similar. Like I guess maybe because we're in Europe, but like maybe Citizen X. But that was like buying passports and.
Yeah, a little bit different. Do
that's
you
how-
want to give the audience?
Yeah, can you give us like a
breakdown?
proper intro? Who are you? What is the company?
Yeah,
What do you
so my name is Sigil Wen. I'm the founder and CEO of Extraordinary.com. We help the world's best talent come and expand to America. We work with top technology companies like Ramp, Cognition, Lovable, investors like Founders Fund, A16Z, Paradigm, and crypto. And we're focused on just enabling the top companies across crypto, AI, consumer, biotech, deep tech defense, drones, like all sorts of like crazy cutting edge. Like if you're brilliant in the world and you want to go to the best talent hubs, we help you mobilize there.
That's good. And wait, just to add a caveat.
I have so many questions.
Obviously with the ETN show, European Technology Network, and some people say, but like, what if you have an American founder like wanting to come on ETN?
Yeah, that was like a weird point.
And we say, look, like, we're never excluding anyone going to build where the best place to go build your company is. Like, go and do it, right? And so, we're excited to have you on the show because we want this kind of global, like, we want to be part of that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the world is supposed to be interconnected, and it's very positive sum. I mean, as we've seen with Lovable and Anton, like, I think a lot of the investors in Lovable has been like American capital, because that's like, the reason to like get an O1 visa and go to America mostly is because it is the most capital dense world. Like anyone with a crazy idea who's bold, they're much more open to ideas, open to innovators and like funding them. But, I also believe that you should go to wherever is best for you, where you have the asymmetric advantage to build your company. Sometimes that is back in Europe, you're well funded, the talent there, you don't have to necessarily like compete in a foreign market where you don't know who to hire, right? But all your best buds from college or, from the companies you worked at, like it's like, them best. And I see like a lot of winning companies do that, So it's like, it's super positive sum. And like, I think as we've seen in like Sweden, there's a lot of vibrancy that I'm seeing.
100%. So we had Alex Racuso on. I don't know if you know him. He's founder and CEO of a company called CitizenX. Essentially, they allow people to buy citizenship in different companies. Maybe a good person to talk to be fair.
I'd love to talk to him.
He's
in I think he's in Switzerland. So maybe drop by. We can message him. He's a friend of the show. He came on 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that was a cool model that they were running.
And it's interesting. I want to ask about your like business model. What is the like? Do people just pay like almost like a surcharge on top of the O1 visa?
So how it works is so my story is like when I was 17. Well, first I was spawned in Toronto, Canada, and in high school I had like a side project that I think in its first month did like 80K in revenue. It was like a bridge between two blockchains.
Hold on, this is 17.
Yeah, so I paid one of my friends who now serves as my EA 1 Ethereum to finish high school for me, and I flew to Silicon Valley because I thought that all the cool kids.
You paid him 1 Ethereum.
Yeah.
When was that?
2021.
Oh, so that was. I can't remember that. Was that pre or before? There was like a crash around then, wasn't there?
I don't know.
There's been like
Vitalik, what are you doing, man?
But he's actually balling.
Yeah, but I arrived in America, and the only visa I could get. I realized I wanted to stay, but the only visa, if you don't have a college degree, is the O1 visa for extraordinary ability. All these other things like the H1B or the TN, like H1B is basically a lottery, but you need a degree, which I think is whatever. Who needs a degree these days? And so at the time, actually, it wasn't that well known of an O1. If you go to the government websites, like examples of people of like how to qualify, it's like Nobel Prize, a Grammy. I'm like, okay, clearly, like if you go here, like how the heck do I, as like an entrepreneur or someone who, I think I'm extraordinary and want to like kind of build the future, like come here. So I tracked down like everyone in Silicon Valley, like, hey, how'd you get your O1 visa? And I eventually applied and I got it. I was working for this guy named Naval Ravikant, and he sponsored my first O1.
You were working for Naval?
Yeah, we built this company called AirChat. Later, it was like acquired by the largest exchange on Solana. And after that process, after I got my O1, I made a video about the process, which became the number one video about like how the best talent can come to America and build. And the thing about the O1 visa is that you don't need a college degree. There's no cap, but it's pure merit. It's not really pay to play. It's just like, hey,
you actually have to just be.
Yeah, you just have to be extraordinary. And like when I submitted my case, my lawyer literally printed out 500 pages of documents and shipped it to the government. And I'm like,
yeah, you need this guy.
Yeah, I mean, and so I was like, wow, this process takes so long. A lot of it's just manual drafting by like lawyers and paralegals. Like, hey, can I use AI to like make the process faster? And I've just been naturally so obsessed, like meeting literally all the top talent who's come to America. as part of that YouTube video, as a joke, I made these hoodies that say "Alien of Extraordinary Ability." I started giving it to people, and then they started posting it. Like, I made merch, they post it, it gets tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, like millions of views on the internet. And I just realized, like, after like AirChat was bought, I was like, maybe I should start a company to help like the best people come to America, because I just been so like naturally obsessed about it. So that's when I started Extraordinary.com. And to your point, you know, the way it works is, you know, you pay the government some filing fee, and then the rest goes to, normally it goes to like lawyers and legal, but you know, we speed up the process, so it's like much faster. My original one took me like 8 months for a whole law firm to put together. You know, we can do it as fast as a week. On average, takes like a month. Usually, it's bottlenecked by the applicant.
With you guys to actually receiving your own
to like getting to submitting, and then approval. I mean,
is on them, right?
Yeah, but normally people pay like premium processing, so you get it guaranteed within 3-week result.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah.
I have like so many more questions now. What can we just go back to like working with Naval must have been an insane.
Yeah, this guy is like
opportunity,
fanboying.
right?
Dude, I was a fanboy. Like when I was 17, I emailed him. I'm like, yo, dude, like insert like 5 different Naval quotes. Here's what I learned. You know, embrace accountability, and society rewarded you with equity, leverage, all these different things. And I was just like spitballing what I learned from, you know, actually like being in the arena and like learning. I'm like, oh my god, like these concepts make so much sense, because like I worked with the wrong person that cost me like $80,000, you know, and like it's I mean, that lesson is like the people you associate yourself, like, you know, you should definitely, like, integrity is the most important thing. But you know, I emailed him, and he actually knew who I was, and he responded, and I just started like chatting with him. He was like he's the first investor in Extraordinary. I think like he's been just absolutely incredible to work with, and I think he's like he's so smart.
Yeah.
Decide.
And why do you think, like, what makes him him? Do you know what I mean? What's his differentiator?
I think Naval is one. If you read about him, he's read so much.
I think he blocks 2 hours out every day to read.
I don't know about that.
That's what I've heard.
But like, you know, he's read like so much, and I think that, you know, if you read like an hour a day, you're already in the top, like beyond like 1 percentile. Yeah. But for someone to like compound that since like a very young age, you know, you're just exposed to like such high density of like ideas, and I don't know, like people should read more. Like I try and read as much as I can.
Yeah.
That's good advice for the viewers at home.
Read on the plane, you know, just like
Dude,
anywhere you want.
Audible.
flying around. Yeah, true.
I was meant to read on the plane, but then end up sleeping instead.
Yeah, true. So when did you fly? When did you fly in here? Did you arrive today?
I arrived less than 12 hours ago.
Okay.
I flew in from
Oh, wow.
Argentina.
How are you in Argentina?
I was at DevConnect, meeting like the Ethereum Foundation and all the crypto people. We help a ton of crypto companies as well.
Yeah.
I mean, America now seems to be like very, you know, pro crypto.
Yeah, what happened with that? Was that when Trump just launched his meme coin? Like, it kinda
Maybe.
seemed
I
like
think I don't really know too much, but I think there's good and there's, you know, there's alternatives, but I think net crypto is great because of the fact that, one, you know, you can't really trust humans at a large scale, and you know, I trust cryptography more, and I think the mutability there's something very important to that, and we'll probably see its significance. And the younger generation, who I wasn't conscious during the 2008 financial crash, but you know, I think as we go on, like maybe we'll see like the significance of crypto.
Yeah.
Definitely. I want to like maybe like see, once you've had your trip, especially in like Helsinki, where you feel like the delta between Europe and kind of America is. Obviously, like there's that mindset kind of, you know, thing and difference. And I know you've only been here for 12 months, but what do you feel
12
like?
hours.
Sorry, 12 hours, 12 months. I feel like, what's the difference in the feel? I mean, this is obviously, you know, this is exciting, right? Being
Yeah, I mean, the energy here is great. The hotel is fantastic. Oh my god.
No, wait, where are you staying?
I'm here, this place is Solo Hotel.
I'm not sure.
It's like newly built, but it feels like, it feels like you're living in a sauna. I'm like, wow, like it's new, so I don't know. It feels like Canada, kind of. I'm from Canada.
Yeah, that's
Fair.
But we should run up like another episode once I'm done my European.
Yeah. We should get you on the
pilgrimage.
show in
Yeah,
a few
dude.
weeks.
We definitely
Yeah, and I'd be
should.
like, hey, like, what's the stark differences? What I think is like, contrasting the two places.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I'd love to ask. Two questions in one. One is like, who are the most extraordinary individuals that you've had come to? I saw a pinned tweet of yours earlier on the extraordinary page, which is nuts. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
And then I want to ask more specifically about like the processes for those people as well. Like, what was it like going through that with the meeting?
Oh my God, that's a very good question. I think that maybe I start with like traits I notice in truly like extraordinary people. I think they're anti-mimetic, and so there's always things that are hot right now, and those are lots of opportunities to capitalize. But often the most extraordinary people have like tuned that out, and have like so many iterations on something they're like deeply curious on. Human, who's another Theo fellow in my class, he's been working on helping like the West have its own sovereign like rare earth metal refinery, which as of like the past month has been very relevant as China has been like kind of nerfing the exports to the West, and that just requires like deep like material science background, and like you had to work on that before and thought that was really cool before like AI was while everyone else was doing AI.
Yeah.
A lot of the world's best talent I just noticed have that like deep curiosity and like definitely like technical vigor, right? Like you have to be able to tune out the noise or whatever's hot and just have conviction in terms of what you work on. And I think most importantly, they actually like think for themselves, which is so hard to do.
Yeah.
It's so hard to do when like you have all these media opinions, and often you have to, to think for yourself, and like to take the path that's less taken is very hard.
I have a question about that, like following on. So I agree with that, but then we also see like some people kind of almost really shoving things into people's faces that might not need, might need some iteration or whatever, and you might be tackling a problem that you need to go and attack it from a completely different angle.
Yeah, that's very important.
How do you feel like that kind of, and that's I guess taste, right? How do you feel like
It's taste, it's iterations. I mean, oftentimes like extraordinary people have failed a lot. Like I've built many things that didn't work. I built some things that's worked, and I think extraordinary is really working right now, right? And I've like a lot of people like early on or many times like expected to just like eat shit, to like completely fail. Your entire egos crumble. But I think really extraordinary successful people, they're able to like be like, okay, I'm not gonna wallow in the pain of like failing or whatever. My startup failed or whatever. I'm gonna just figure out what's next. What do I do?
Yeah.
And I think the most a very important trait is they're able to, after failure, pick themselves up again and like do better. And I think that's what really builds self-esteem over ego.
Yeah. That's a
good answer.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of it, right? That ego death is what blocks you, right? If you're failing, it's the thing stopping you from restarting. Right? There's nothing wrong with failing. There's
We
nothing wrong
talked to
with just
someone
going
yesterday,
again.
actually, I can't remember who it was, and they were like, whenever I've failed, I've always built it back 2 times bigger. Because you obviously know the problems and all of that kind of stuff, and therefore you're able to kind of tackle the things that are going to like 2x your kind of trajectory, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm like 22 right now, and I feel like I only get started. But like in the past, I started like 3 businesses, and I don't consider them like successes. I think they kind of failed in terms of like the terminology of a startup.
Yeah.
But I'm very glad that I didn't wallow so much, and I just moved on to the next thing. And
So cool. I want to ask about specifically now, going back to the process that you've gone through with some amazing people. There's one particular person, Anton, that you mentioned earlier that you got the one visa for. Anton, as you say, he is. He's becoming, if not already is, kind of like the poster head for European technology. Which is a great thing, right? We mentioned earlier on the stream, like a lot of people look up to him, especially a lot of people in the Nordics as well. Can you maybe talk us through what that process was like, meeting him? How early was it as well? And just that end to end.
Did you know him before Lovable?
I've heard of him because he signed different O1 recommendation letters. I think he signed one for my friend Gabriel Peterson, who's a high school dropout from Sweden, who self-taught himself machine learning and math with ChatGPT. now works as a research scientist at OpenAI. He got an O1 visa. I saw like Anton sign his thing because they worked together at a previous company. I'm like, oh, he started a new company. But I think like A16Z, who we worked very closely with, introduced us, and he's like, and they were like, okay, like I literally just like was looped into a WhatsApp call, and then they were like, hey, like Anton needs a visa to come and like fundraise in the US. I'm like, okay, bro, I got you. And we built like a whole platform to make it like really quick to put together and assemble a petition. Actually, we try as much as we can to do a lot of the work for you. So we do a lot of deep research, both from our legal team and also through our AI agents.
To find all the extraordinary things.
I mean, like
What counts as like extraordinary? Like, what are you looking for?
If you've like published research in like NeurIPS or like ICML, if you won like the IOI or the IMO, you have a medal at these Olympiads. If you've been like featured in like TechCrunch or Bloomberg or Business Insider for like your work in a field, like
if you've been on ETN.
Yeah, if you've been on ETN, like you guys should hop on ETN if you're building Europe.
Yeah, we can.
I'm starting to argue like TBPN. Like, it's like there's like legacy ways, and what I think we're very good at is I've just been obsessed with every permutation of, hey, like how do you get a piece of evidence that proves someone's extraordinary and like show it to like the boomers and bureaucrats at the U.S. government.
Yeah.
And that kind of just came from my natural curiosity of like I've physically met like almost 1,000 people who've been deemed extraordinary by the U.S. government, given them these hoodies, listed them on extraordinary.com, and just like I was just like curious, like autistically curious, like, hey, how'd you come to America? Like, how'd you do it? And they would just like literally within like 15 minutes of meeting, they'd like airdrop me, their like 500-page petition. I'll just read it. So I just read like 50,000 pages of these legal docs of like, how do extraordinary talent come to America?
Yeah.
And now I built a company around it.
And have you raised or just bootstrapped?
We have some backing.
Yeah.
But it's been great to build this up. I don't think I've touched anything that I've raised so far.
So crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's
That's
so
insane.
fun.
It's
That's
just
so
insane
fun.
to
Are you still in comms with Naval? Are you like checking in and?
Naval's like fully sending. Naval's like super serious, and I think one of the biggest learnings is like he's pro. Like you can tell he's pro. Like he roasted the shit out of me once. He was like, "Yo, Cjo, yo." Before I was 30, I never went to a party. I literally like slept underneath my desk. And like, dude, if you want to win, like you got to be serious. And like, he might be. I think he's older than my dad, but like he's back at building a company, and this guy is serious. Like he full sends whatever he sets his mind to, and I'm excited for like what he's building. I think it'll change the world. And it's a very hard problem he's working on.
Cool.
Right
And he's already he is already shaping the world and already done it.
He's motivated. Times, I think like even like a few years ago, like when I met him, he was like, I'm not a billionaire yet. Like, dude, he's like worth so much. And he's like financially free, but he's like, he still wants to like create and build things.
Yeah.
It's like that Kobe Bryant meme where it's like, game's not finished.
Game's not finished.
Yeah.
I have these like.
Is that what he says? Game's not.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or job's not done.
Job's not done. Yeah. He's like, job's not finished.
Job's not done. You raise your like Series F, like job's not done. Like you still gotta build. And
Yeah.
I heard that most your life doesn't really start until you're 40. So. I'm still pre-gaming.
Yeah, we're
still in the
compounding.
pre-game lobby, yeah?
Yeah, you're not spawned
I'm
in
still
yet.
training, but
So nuts, man. And like, sorry, I'm going over a bit, but I just want to ask more questions. But like, Naval's, like his famous tweet storm was the thing that kind of, I think when I first came across
same.
him. And he made a podcast of it, right? Like a 3.5.
Yeah.
I've listened to that genuinely.
The How to Get Rich one.
The one I picked like weeks ago.
Yeah.
For the last 3 years, probably like 20 something times on repeat, like just because it's
dude,
like I was here, like even the stuff you were saying
Super fan.
earlier with like the ability to accept failure and embrace it and not dive in ego death. I know like those are some of his teachings, right, from the thing, and it's like
I've listened to that so much. Everyone who knows me knows that I'm like one of the biggest Naval fans. I was like, I think I've maybe like top 5 in the world. I've like consumed that like just relentlessly since I was 15. It's been like the most influential, I think, resource as I grow.
without doubt. It was the
And it's
most
pretty
like
rare
density,
being able to work
like
with-
value density wise packed thing in the world.
It's rare being able to work with like your hero. eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty cool, right?
You know, people say you never meet your hero. You just realize they're really fucking extraordinary at certain things, and then they're just a human. They're human like you, and like you yourself. I think,
and therefore can be extraordinary.
Yeah, I believe if you truly love yourself, you have the ability to make a positive, significant dent on the universe.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I really started to learn over the past few years.
Dude, that's
cool.
that's an awesome way to end.
Yeah.
I love that.
We're running over.
Thank you so much for coming.
And we should
so
hang
good.
tomorrow as well.
I'll pull up. I heard there's a sauna.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm excited. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, you're up.
Sergio on ETN. We love it.
We love to see it. Wow, I'm sorry, but the Naval stuff is just the most insane.
Yeah,
you could
that
tell
is
I was
crazy.
kind of like,
Yeah, you're
I was
a
fanboy.
fangirl.
I was
You're a
fanboying you
fangirl.
now, but yeah, look,
Yeah,
looks fresh, man. Thank you so much, bro. Come on.
I'll see you.
Cheers.
See you in a bit. We'll see you tomorrow.
Damn, that was such a fun one, man. Like, I can't believe we got to work with Naval. I'm a little bit embarrassed because I'm kind of fanboying right
You feel
now.
like you should have. You feel like you should have known that. I feel like that was.
That's nuts.
Yeah, that is nuts. That is nuts.
So nuts. What are these things?
A Nocco.
That's,
I think it's a pretty Finnish drink, I believe. God, it's red. It's red.
It's delicious. Okay.
Yeah, we love that. So next on the show we have Gabriel Hubert. He is the CEO and co-founder of
delicious.
Dust. It's going to be good to have him on.
Before we jump in, let me just tell you about our friends over there at Fora. It's essentially the workspace to make your everyday extraordinary.
Indeed.
Premium flexible office spaces.
Here he
drive
is.
Performance, productivity and well-being. And we are live. Good
How's
to
it
see you
going?
again, my
Not too
friend.
bad, yeah.
How long did you stay out last night?
I did not stay out too late. I have a friend who I'm convinced is a spy. She's in my phone as Laura Finnish spy, but she officially works for the Department of State here in Finland. So I went out for a drink and then did not make it back out after catching up with her.
Okay.
So I think I was
Okay.
in bed
You're-
by midnight. Yeah,
Oh, that's pretty
Okay.
good. That's pretty good. So you're well rested.
I'm very well rested. I did
yeah.
start early this morning though.
How early?
Well, okay.
You're in
8
founder
o'clock.
mode.
But I was there at 8 o'clock sharp. The person I was meeting with was not there at 8 o'clock sharp.
No way.
His tardiness was my opportunity, and I talked to another investor that was also very.
Oh no way! Someone swooped in.
Well, it was the breakfast was hosted. No, it was all friendly. I got
Nice.
to catch up with him 10 minutes later. But yeah, it's a big day today. Everybody's like, all right, you got to pack it in, start 15-minute increments. And,
I mean, we've got, I don't know,
Yeah.
I can't even
We'll
show
send
you. It's just like
our calendar is
it's,
literally like ding 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 ding.
which
ding,
we're very
ding.
thankful
It's great.
for. by the way.
Jenga calendar.
Yeah,
Indeed,
which is
indeed.
good. It's good to have it.
Yeah. So we're happy that we've got you on the show so early because we've got the energy, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for our guests later. Are going to be like,
Yeah.
hopefully
Just tell
not.
us what you're building.
But why don't you introduce yourself to the stream, the company as well? Tell us what you're building, and we can go from there.
Gabriel, building Dust, a platform for fast-moving companies, Cursor, Vanta, Clay, others, to easily design, deploy, and maintain agents for internal workflows. So the stuff that every team, from the HR to the finance to the people to the business teams and engineering and product, are going to use to get better work done faster. And what that could look like very concretely is, hey, I'm sick and tired of answering the same question day in, day out on Slack. There's an agent that does that for me. Hey, I'm the chief of staff. I want to plan for the CEO's weekly meeting, and I'm getting detailed, granular information from the code base, but also from every team, packaged in a nice interactive dashboard that everybody can look at before the weekly team meeting. So the companies that we tend to work with well, a large number of employees will become daily active users, and not just users, but also builders. The conviction we have is that the companies that engage their employees to really sculpt the tools of the future are going to have a compounding competitive advantage in the workplace in the years to come.
100%.
And that is an interesting space. I hadn't heard of Dust until about 2 months ago, I think.
That's a ding on our marketing.
Yeah. Which
Already mugging Gabriel on this show.
My head's under the sand all the time. But it was my housemate that mentioned it.
Oh, there you go.
Actually, yeah.
Good things, I hope.
Yeah, brilliant things actually. Yeah, and
You heard
also
this like trash company.
yeah, awful things.
Never have them on.
But when I was researching, it was like you guys, you've already passed 6 million ARR back in June.
Yeah,
Right?
a little over that now.
So what?
Yeah.
And like raised 22 mil to date.
Yes,
is that right?
ish. That's probably in dollars. I think it was a little
Dollars,
less in euros at the time.
dollars. And like those stats, especially for like an agentic company.
Yep.
it's like I mean nowadays it's, you've got revenue, which is a great thing. But like those are like
Or if you're having Anton from Lovable and be like, oh, you got revenue.
yeah, revenue. Is that only 200 million now? But like those are great stats. And like what's the journey been like going from that to where you are today?
Yeah.
Like because.
Well, so the money raised is always the stat that you want to have the least of. I think it's lovely to fuel our dreams, and what we're excited by in having Sequoia as a partner is that it does help, in some ways, like raise the stakes on like how far you want to go. The stat that I'm most excited by is daily active users on high value use cases, because I think there's a lot that's going on and a lot that's changing fast. And if you start getting caught up in vanity metrics, like today's revenue might not be indicative of tomorrow's revenue. The only truth that I feel will hold the line is that people building valuable use cases with Dust that are not going to go away because the commoditization of models on devices means that your summaries and your translations happen on your phone or on your laptop directly. Or basic use cases that are like single player AI, like ChatGPT, like I could use Google. Yeah. Any of those usage patterns we're not too excited by. But when we start seeing complex agents that are programmatically called with multi-tool usage, where people are leaning into using us not just as a workflow replacement, but really as a co-worker and one of the people at the table that's going to share ideas and get stuff done. That to us is the shape. So it's been exciting. I get to work with a close friend and my co-founder. We started our last business in 2011 together. We were students together. A bit longer than that, I'll have to say. And so building again with somebody you trust is so nice. And really, I think an everyday boon, just a leg up in getting stuff done faster, not having to rediscuss everything, not having to be in the same room very often, which is sometimes a bit sad. Like, you guys get to work together all the time. It's part of the stick.
He slept on the floor last night, so curled up in the kitchen.
But yeah, working with Stan is amazing. And I think the journey's been interestingly stable in a fast-moving world. We wrote the memo at the end of 2022. We want to build specialized AI agents that are connected to internal data that make it easy for business users, people that might not be technical, to get better work done faster, but that connect to the broad context of the company, which includes the code base and includes sales calls and includes the Snowflake databases, because that's how we think the future of work should be. I'd say it was a little weird and a nerdy little corner of the internet in 2022. Slightly busier. We've welcomed others to the party.
I love that.
The whole time.
We warmed the dance floor. But it was
I feel even worse now about only family guys 2 months ago. You're very insulting.
Full on Mog. How do you think about integrating yourself into these like huge companies and like actually being, part of their every single day life that they're always using? There's a trust element, and obviously like the famous saying is like, it takes 1,000 days to kind of build trust, but 1 day to like lose it, right?
Absolutely.
How do you think
I'd say two things. One,
because you're moving super quickly as well, so you're wanting to iterate and try new things, and how do you marry that with doing the other side?
So my background is in products, and I think people often say, the user's always right, and I always like to qualify the right user's always right, and you need to be careful who you let in, because they're going to shape the way you think about your product, whether you like it or not. And we've been quite deliberate about having the right kinds of companies with us. I'd say that rather than a company size or a company industry, we're focused on 3 elements. One, the founders are absolutely convinced that this technology changes everything and they're excited to roll out quickly. Cool. 2, that there's a lot of growth and ambition in the company, so there's a lot of focus on upside maximizing scenarios rather than cost cutting here and there to save a dime. And 3, and maybe the most important one, is they trust their team. They've hired amazingly smart people and they do not want to fire them. They do not want to have them leave. They want to bring in the software that is going to keep these people around for the next phases of the company. So when you have those elements, we feel we can have a very positive conversation that is based on trust, but also based on the understanding that to keep those people excited, you're going to have to move fast. You're going to have to open the doors to them, really shaping the software around them. Because if you make it a 6-month POC or a centralized decision process where one consulting firm is going to build the agents for everybody else, you're not going to have the best talent around for very long.
Yeah, I think it's that's the key element, is not like coming in from a top-down perspective. It's like everyone use it and everyone like kind of build and integrate your own life into it, instead of the company going top down into the
and I think it's a dual motion. The top down mandate, the founders or the leadership team saying we are excited to see what we can do is an umbrella coverage. It's a mandate for people to explore, and I think it is an important part of the message. But I always give the analogy of spreadsheets. Like imagine if spreadsheets have been rolled out this way, like spreadsheets are really powerful. We're going to have a centralized department of spreadsheets. If you need a spreadsheet, you'll call the department of spreadsheets. They'll build you one in a couple of weeks. Some product is a really tricky formula. You don't want to get that one wrong. So we've decided to guardrail our spreadsheets with this single team. I don't think it would have worked. And I think that people are thinking about agents too much like aliens and not enough like spreadsheets. They are tools to do better work. The best thing you can do is train people up on them, get them excited about how they can automate their day, and let them rip, right, honestly.
I love that analogy.
Dude,
'Cause
what an analogy.
there's like a
That's
creative
great.
element to it, right? Like, there's YouTube videos online of, look what I do in this Excel sheet. It's like, kind of like, how the hell did you do that in Excel? And it's probably the same thing, like you have to get creative. And I imagine that's like, something that's probably really exciting for you guys maybe is when you do see that, like, you mentioned like the single maybe use cases that might have a big drop-off rate, or I could just use Google, blah, blah, blah. When you see that complex workflow happen for the first time with someone and they're like, oh wow, look at what we just,
The
look
amount
at this
of
thing that
purpose
just
and
happened.
pride, frankly, as like from a marketing standpoint, it's amazing to have people on LinkedIn still there to show off about the tools they use. So if you think about replacement versus augmentation, we've always believed that in augmenting humans, not just because it's a naive way to counterposition versus the big automation bot armies, but also because you need these people to then sing your praises to their flatmates or to people around them. And
I got to
there's
introduce you guys.
so much more creativity in a community of builders than there is going to be in the heads of one or two founders that are thinking about use cases day in, day out. So building alongside them and empowering them is one of the most fulfilling elements of Dust, frankly.
How do you think about the like commoditization of or democratization, I guess, of like not just technical people can kind of now build with agents? How do you kind of go about that workflow and kind of empowering the people in these companies who aren't necessarily technical? And they're like, whoa, I'm using an agent. Or like, I'm going to be building an agent. That's a big scary thing for them. How do you think about that? Is it like design? Is it how you onboard clients? And all that kind of stuff?
The no-code revolution is a set of missed connections over the last 15 years. Like it's been a promise that people have embarked on many times, and I think that we've fallen a little short of. Not necessarily because there aren't amazing tools that have lowered the barrier to entry for non-technical people, but because it's not because you've gone from programming boxes and arrows to vibing boxes and arrows that many people are excited about boxes and arrows. Like many people in the workplace do not think in the same systematic way that some engineers or some systems thinkers approach problems. So I think de-inhibiting people by saying like, just tell it what you want it to do, like you would tell your mum, and let's see what the first draft of that can look like. And let's then essentially go from the amazing capabilities these agents have to come up with a great first draft, and then shrink wrap around your actual use case with refinements that the technology can offer. So it's making that word less scary by just saying, just get started, just try a thing. It doesn't have to be, I'm replacing half of my team with this fully automated pipeline. It's like,
it's not
this
like
thing that was
one-shotting
painful,
your-
that took me 20 minutes every day is now gone, and I'm proud. And I think many people are realizing that automating tasks is not automating roles. It's actually the best way to get promoted if you've gotten rid of the mundane part of your work and have that time to focus on thinking about how to bring value to the company and thinking how you can best position your creative input to like serve the next phases of that growing team.
And that's like I remember so I used to work at Convergence before we started ETN, and that was like we were doing browser-based agents. And a big struggle when we were running design partner calls with enterprise companies, but then we kind of shifted to like more of a consumer agent. So we were running design calls with just like individual consumers, right? And it's funny that you say that, because one of the biggest things that we realized is even like native, at the start of these conversations, we'd be like, how often do you use AI? Like, what company do you work at? What's your role? And it was crazy how even like some native AI individuals, like you'd put our agent in front of them, and we just asked them an open-ended question. They're like, give it a try. Tell it to do something, and they couldn't. They kind of freeze a bit. I mean, we're on like a live call, so maybe it's a bit of like that there, but it's really hard to just think on the spot of like what it can do when you're kind of like, in a way, not forced to do it, but like there's pressure on you to do something.
And I don't think I want to sound naive in imagining that everybody is going to wake up wanting to be a builder. I think that you have to have a certain desire to make your day and your team's day better. But what I strongly believe in is that it can have very modest beginnings. Now, inspiring, having the product show you examples, guiding people with the sort of golden path UX that can be like, okay, you're on this team, okay, you've been at the company for this long, what are you trying to solve? What did your last performance review say? Questions that actually just open the mind on just understanding what their own impact is today and what it could be if they got rid of the stuff that machines should have been doing for us for decades.
100%. Where do you see because I feel like this is quite, in terms of like your market, it's very kind of wide in terms of the companies that can use and build. Where do you see the kind of biggest opportunity? Is it like making more of a legacy business, I say like insurance or something? Is that an opportunity to kind of get them into the 21st century type thing, or is it these very fast moving tech companies that kind of already know what the deal is and it's an easier sell, I guess, right?
Yeah. So we sold our last company to Stripe. And I think one of the things that was amazingly clear in the vision of the product at Stripe in 2014, 2015 was that the audience of developers was not because we were a developer tool. We were very much a business tool, but we understood that developers were going to be the best way to distribute the future into companies. And to, instead of having the long, lengthy theoretical conversation about how you might want to have a mobile app with payments, the mobile app with payments is there. Now let's see if people actually use it. And so I think there's an advantage to talking to companies with the right mindset. Now they might be legacy players, and we have customers surprisingly in the legacy space, but the founders are just convinced. I always give this example of a call I had with a butter company. They make butter. The guy has 150 people in his headquarters and 200 people in the factory. But the words of vocabulary he used on the initial call were the exact same as like some of the more advanced tech native companies that everybody would sort of cite as your first place. I want my people to like sculpt the tools around them. I want to keep the best people because I know they're going to be looking around for companies that give them the opportunity to express themselves. There's so much like BS, like day-to-day mundane work going on. We have to get rid of that. And I'm just so excited to have people try it out.
And you're just like, tick, tick, tick.
Exactly. And so then you have, you're going to have the conversation with one of the founders or the CEO in that like pretty inspirational, visionary realm. You still have a couple of bosses to beat, like, the legal team and security team, they're going to come with questions. But again, I think that how focused on enabling the business they are is not necessarily just correlated with how tech native the business is. I'll give an example of companies that are in the tech ecosystem, but not as risk, or that have a pretty conservative risk position. VCs. VCs tend to be companies where the team doesn't grow that much, which is a big difference versus most of our companies. The legal team is super highly powered. That is the sort of kernel of value of the company. And they have a very strict stance on security because they don't necessarily get to see the benefits of fundamentally changing workflows. They have partners sourcing the best deals and doing it better hasn't been explained to them in a way that's concrete enough. Some VCs have 20 engineers working on completely automating 90% of the workflows, and others do it in a very artisanal way. So I think there's, I love the late statistician Hans Rosling. You may have seen videos from him, but he's always famous for reminding people that there's more in common between the 1% of any two countries in the world than between the top 1% and the 50th percentile in one given country on any dimension. Wealth, tech forwardness, skepticism or optimism with like the government. It's like, it's not necessarily about people sharing the same geography or industry, but this mindset, which I really feel is favoring not just the bold, but the exploratory, people who get started and understand and learn as they go, rather than say, I want to wait for it to be perfect.
I also feel like it's knowing that like you might not be that great at the beginning. And I think it's Sean Puri, the guy that does like MFM, like My First Million Pod, very like smart guy, but he always talks about how if you want to start something even like as easy, not easy, but like, easy to start as like playing the saxophone, right? I want to be good at the saxophone. Going from zero, if you give yourself the time to be rubbish and say in 40 years, I'm going to be a great, player of the saxophone.
Absolutely.
That's like then therefore allowing you to have, 2 years of not being that great.
It's compounding. It's like, mortgages. It's the compounding value of starting, which I think is really a good conversation starter with leaders of companies to understand how excited they are about us versus the products. And like every day that we spend discussing the pilot, we're not actually trying the pilot. And I know for a fact that the builders that are going to most surprise you and most impress you are not going to be identified in the pilot. They're going to sit in teams where they have not been plucked out of the mass because of a fancy like title as engineer or product manager, but they have a true appreciation for what can be versus what just is, and the curiosity to just start, and the confidence to say if it doesn't work the first time around, then we'll just try again.
Yeah,
definitely.
So can I ask as well, like the founding story for the whole thing? Like, you mentioned that you and your co-founder, you had a company previously, you sold it to Stripe.
Yep.
Is that same co-founder now?
Absolutely, yeah. So
That's
Stan
awesome.
Stan and I left Stripe pretty much the same time, second half of 2019. And he then went to join a small research company that was trying to have machines compete with video games. And the company was OpenAI, and it wasn't very big at the time. And it wasn't taken seriously by everybody looking at how they were trying to just beat computers in video games. And so he was very lucky to work closer. Greg, one of the co-founders of OpenAI, was the CTO at Stripe when we joined. And so that's how they got to know each other. He was fortunate to join the reasoning team there and try and see if LLMs could be used to prove formal math theorems. Worked quite closely with Greg and Ilya there. And starting in 2021, 2022, it was just in my ear all the time, like, the models are going to get good, the models are going to get good, the models are going to get good. And I think what really broke through in 2022 was his conviction that the models are going to get good, but the layer that most people are going to interface with is not the model. It's just, there's so much product work for it to be useful. It needs to be understandable by people who do not have a PhD in AI.
Yeah.
It needs to be connected to internal data for it to actually bring like the edge, the alpha of the context that is going to make them very useful in concrete ways. And this is the most exciting part of our vision going forward, is like fundamentally for it to be a new piece in the story of collaboration in the workplace, we have to give them, the agents, ultimately more permissions than we have as humans. So there's a great trust barrier to be breached and a great chasm to be crossed on bringing software in that is non-deterministic in nature. It's probabilistic. You can punch the same keys and not get the same result, which is the exact opposite of every single machine we've had since World War II. So we're going to have to retrain everybody, but we're also going to have to be like proving to people that it can still be super useful. Now, mind you, traders have used non-deterministic software for 40 years and they've made a pretty penny on it. So it's not that it doesn't work. Many people are already convinced, but getting it to the workplace. And that was incredibly exciting. And so I was going to get married in 2022. Had a conversation over the summer with him saying, listen, I'd love to not get divorced before getting married, so can we just put this on the back burner for a few months? He was like, yeah, it's fine. I'll just maybe catch up with a couple of other potential co-founders, which was the best way for me to be like, all right, shit. So,
Where
are you going?
yeah. So starting the company, my wife will now call one of the biggest like clickbait stories of her life, because I was like working at a company when we got married, and then very much a founder a few months later. And for us, it was really the opportunity to do something that we'd always been. And I actually think Patrick, one of the founders of Stripe, really always pushed this quite centrally in how we were building the teams. Like, it's crazy that all the most ambitious company in the world seem to slow down. That there's this almost like unbreakable creep in of mediocrity and slowness and
like a
process.
plateau almost.
And so and if one company had cracked it, everybody would be copying that model. So it's still an unsolved problem to get a company to grow and move fast and still be attractive to the most creative, empowered team members. And so the promise for us and the mission is, can we be the layer of software that is the answer to an ambitious candidate's question when they ask their potential employer, what are you going to do for me for this company to be exciting? It's like, well, we run on Dust. And if that can be equated with like, okay, this company means business, I'd love it. Yeah.
Dude, that is, I'm
Awesome.
getting fired up just hearing about this, man.
Let's go, we're pumped up. Dude, so good to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. Have
thank
an
you.
awesome slush.
You
Do I
too,
get a
man.
cap? All right, I get a shot.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You can show off the
Don't worry.
ETM.
Because you have the logo on the front too.
Yeah,
so
we
I
have
thought-
we have the back.
You can see the dust coming under the thing as well.
There we go.
That's a beautiful
That's it. It's
setup.
designed for this. We
love to
did
see
rehearse
that.
this yesterday. So
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Well, awesome slush.
Dude, thank you so much
for
for
Yeah,
joining
yeah,
us.
thank you
Cheers,
so much.
Have a good time.
See you
Ciao,
later.
buddy. Oh, wow. Really
So
awesome
cool.
conversation.
So
Oh, wait,
cool.
can we grab we need to get the mic as well. You got it? Yeah. Wow, really cool conversation.
Yeah. So
Really,
cool. He's just like, what a character.
Yeah,
Just
really
what a great
cool.
character.
I love the
I'm just gonna go
charisma,
get
you
my
know.
my
He's
charger.
Hey, Oliver, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, you too.
How's it going?
We are. You can say hi to the stream, actually. Come say
Oh, we're
hi.
live.
Yeah. You can say hi to the camera here. Yeah. It's going well. This is the schedule for today. Ladies
We
and
are
gentlemen,
back.
welcome back. We are live again from Helsinki.
Just
We
a
are
quick
at
word from
Slush.
Airwallex. Should we say a quick word of Airwallex?
go-
Leave outdated business banking
Just
behind. The all-in-one financial platform built for the
it.
pace of modern business. Multi-currency accounts, high-speed international transfers, corporate cards, expense management, and online payments.
Where is it?
I think it's all in one platform.
It's all in one platform, baby.
Go to
All in
airwallex.com.
one platform.
Amazing chat with
Gabriel.
Mr. Dust.
Yeah.
Cool
CEO
cat.
and founder of
I like
Dust.
him. He's
very
he's awesome.
charismatic, very
Gabriel.
cool.
What a cool guy.
Dressed, like well dressed as well, you know?
Yeah,
Has
I
some
actually
swag.
have that exact jumper at home.
Interesting. You should
Yeah,
have
yeah.
told him that.
I should have.
Yeah, maybe you could have bonded over that.
I think we bonded pretty.
No, I think you did. I
pretty
think
nicely.
you did as well.
I mean, when you mogged him like live.
I mogged him
like-
so early. I know. I didn't mean to mog
Yeah,
him.
I've actually never heard of your
I
company.
didn't say that. It was two months ago. But no, yeah, amazing. Shout out to Gabriel. Thank you so much for coming on. For those just joining the stream now, we are live from Slush headquarters. We are in Helsinki. The temperature has been, I think today it's a high of 1 and a low of
Minus
-5, which is
It's rough.
which is super rough, you know.
rough. But look, it's nice
Poor
and warm in
Luke
here. We're
from
having a good
South
time.
London.
I know.
Can't handle it. Can't hack the.
Yeah, we thought London was cold, but
cold.
actually it's pretty nippy around here as well.
But up.
so-
Well, to say we got up next. I mean, they should be joining the show any minute. To be honest, we're not sure if they can find the booth. If they can't, we'll have to just.
well, that's fine. We have
Run
a
over.
bit of time after him anyway.
Yes, we do. That's true. But we
So-
have Nicholas Kopp, CEO and founder of Rillet. They are operating in the ERP space. So it's going to be quite fun to dive into how they're kind of taking on this very legacy environment that's kind of dominated by, I think, just kind of two main players. NetSuite being one, and I can't remember who the other one is. But it's kind of like in my mind, it's similar like Attio, like entering the CRM space and,
Indeed,
and like sort of eating
It's
a
like
bit of the pie.
taking that big beast on.
It's going
And
for
like-
legacy incumbents
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
own the whole realm.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Like, what do you think of the? Because I feel like we're seeing it more, and like there's almost like a because everything is democratized. Therefore, you can go and build things that actually match the products that these global companies are kind of shipping out.
Who were we chatting in the taxi? Was that taxi with Fergus yesterday on the way back from that event? I can't remember, but like, yeah, it was last night actually. I think it won, like working at Pigment. So like, I was cold calling people at Pigment. I was a BDR in the GTM team. Eventually moved into partnerships where thankfully did a bit less cold calling. But like, dude, when you are a new player, especially in the financial space. So obviously Nicholas is operating in ERP. We were in EPM, like financial planning and analysis, like enterprise performance management. Like finance teams would buy the product, and they'd replace Excel with it to all their financial planning. That was basically the gist of it. Like, there's a saying, it's like no one gets fired for buying Salesforce, because it's like everyone knows Salesforce. Like you've not made a risky error.
There's no bet there.
Yeah, it's like I'm going with Salesforce because they've spent, I don't know how long, I think 2 decades building up trust, and like you just see the word and you feel like, oh, I could roll that into a company and it'll be fine. With a startup that no one's heard of, like I'm cold calling these people, I'm like, hey, it's running from Pigment.
Yeah,
And
what's
no
Pigment?
one had ever heard of it. So you literally have to try and convince someone over the phone to come and have it. It's really, really, really hard. And that's just like a microcosmic example of like how hard, and then you have to like sell the product, like through a 6-month sales cycle it can be. At startups, when you are a startup, I've found that it's been a bit easier. They're more open to maybe explore, the risk appetite is a bit higher. Enterprise companies just don't want to take like a risk or a bet on that. But yeah, it's like, it's super hard to deal with, it's super hard to work with. I think we've got our next guest coming on.
Just getting mic'd up, ready to go.
I think coming fresh off the stage actually. I'm not sure if he's just been on or he's just got off, but I can see a
ready to
speaker
go.
tag.
It's ready to go.
On the card that he has.
We'll just be getting ready to get him on the show.
But why don't you tell you about our friends over there at Airwallex? What you've got to do with them is you've got to leave outdated business banking
Just do it. Just
behind.
leave outdated business
the
banking
all-in-one
behind.
financial platform built
needs
for the
to be-
pace of
it
modern
needs to happen.
businesses, multi-currency accounts, high-speed international transfers, corporate cards, expense management, and online payments. Where is it, Luke?
All in one platform.
It's all in one platform,
We've got it.
baby.
Is he
Coming
on?
up next,
You
we've
coming
got
on?
Nicholas
How's it going?
coming on. Nicholas Kopp,
Hey, lovely to meet you,
CEO
dude.
and founder
Yeah, yeah.
of Rillet. Nicholas, how you doing?
Hi.
Thank you for
How
joining
you guys
us.
doing?
Yeah,
thanks
very
for
well.
having me.
And we saw you have a speaker tag. Have you just come off stage?
You literally just come off stage.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
live interview, straight off stage. Dude, how was
We
it?
got the
Good,
exclusive.
good. Like this is a phenomenal event, so I'm excited to be here. First time.
First
First
time
time,
in Slush and in Helsinki, or
Both. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Same as us, which is
Yeah.
so we can bond over that, which is
Very
great. How are you finding Slush? How are you finding Helsinki?
Good. I mean, I just flew in yesterday night, so I haven't seen much of Helsinki. But the community is awesome. People from all over the world are here. I'm based in San Francisco, so there's a lot of people that I know from back home that are here as well. So it's been an awesome crowd so far.
That's so cool. And what have you got planned for the rest of the time here? What's the plan today? What's the plan tomorrow?
Yeah, so we had a session just this morning with one of our investors, Iconic, Seth Piermont from Iconic, which was awesome on stage. Then a bunch of meetings with founder friends that are sort of also here. We have 2 media interviews as well coming up later, which should be exciting, and then a bunch of dinners and events. I'm sure I'll see you guys as well.
We'll bump in hopefully.
Kind of similar. Yeah. We'd love to hear that. Can you maybe introduce yourself, who you are, your role, and then also Rillet as a company?
Yeah. So I'm Nicholas Kopp, the CEO and founder of Rillet. We are building a AI native ERP. So for your listeners, that's maybe not the most used part of their application, but it's built for accountants, controllers, finance professionals. We are replacing NetSuite. So Oracle has a product called NetSuite that you may be familiar with. Yeah. It's like 25, 30 years old, basically, type of a product. We're taking a fresh spin on it, better UX, UI, AI embedded all over the platform, and just also much better support and everything else. So
do you use that in pitches? Like, do you say where we are the new NetSuite almost? Like that's.
It's a good question. So, and your listeners are mostly founders here, or like who's
founders, VCs, anyone in tech.
anyone
They probably
that sits
should know who you guys are anyway. Right?
Yes, you should know. Check out Rillet.com.
That's where you can send them.
Yeah, exactly. To answer your question, so for sort of the founders listening or technologists, for us, we have a clear villain in our story, which is NetSuite. So we're sort of a fresh take on a very old, crusty industry, which means sometimes I literally will introduce ourselves as like a modern version of X, because X is so well known and quite universally disliked.
X
for
whatever.
It's obviously the customer value and stuff is a lot deeper, and to customers I would speak a little bit differently, like if we're in actually sales and demo conversations or customer support conversations.
Yes, for sure.
I'd love to ask. So, I used to work at Pigment, so that was operating in the EPM space, and a lot of them. I was BDR back then, and a lot of it was calling up, and I actually got quite annoyed at ERPs in general because every time I called them, and they'd be kind of keen to maybe have a meeting and maybe look at Pigment, they'd always be like, "Oh yeah, but we need to replace our ERP or even get an ERP in." And some of these companies are like 5,000 people, right? And they don't even have an ERP system. And that was always like, so give me a call in like a year, because some of those lifts are like really, really big. So when I see Rillet disrupt that space, I assume making it quicker, and it brings joy to my heart, and my friends over at Pigment, I'm sure, are happy as well.
That's awesome.
We were just talking before you came on about NetSuite kind of, I guess, owns the market really at the moment. We were sort of likening you guys in a way to, similar with Attio taking on the CRM market, like similar vibe maybe for you and the ERP market. Like, why choose a task that hard, right? Like why? Because it's David and Goliath. Less David now. Seem like the track record that you guys are on and the amazing work you've done so far. But early days, that's it's a daunting task.
So probability weighted, it makes no, I'm not going to swear here, like it makes no effing sense basically to start this company, because you really, the probability of success in the early days is so low. Right now it's like, cool, we've made it, it's a thing, like we created a whole local
there's momentum there.
Exactly. There's momentum there, there's a rebirth of a category, but back then when we started, it's like, why would you do this to yourself, to your question? So the 2 or 3 things that really drove us through, which was still we were in stealth for 2.5 years, so there's a long build. What drove us is number 1, domain interest. So I have an accounting and finance background. A good part of our team are like CPAs, auditors, everything else, from real users of NetSuite, Intact, all these applications before. So that really helps we're a very mission-driven team. I know accounting and mission-driven sometimes doesn't go together, but we're a very mission-driven team, so that helps. It's intellectually extremely interesting. Just again, how do you build an ERP system? Where do you start? It's such a puzzle that is really exciting to solve. And then the last thing is just you want to do stuff that's meaningful. So for us, it was clear, building any company is extremely hard. You may as well try a couple of percentage points harder, and one of the like hardest categories out there, and maybe it was a little more than a couple of percentage points, but like still, you want to go for something that has real impact, real meaning with success. And so for us, it was very clear that I'd rather build something hard that is hard to execute, but will have an impact with success versus something where you bet on a market that doesn't exist yet, or maybe it will be easier to build.
That's it's such an amazing answer. I looked, because like I think it was Jensen Huang, I heard him say once, like in an interview. I think I mentioned it on stream before.
Yeah,
but
this is cool. Yeah.
Someone asked him, like, you know, if you could go back to your younger self now before you started NVIDIA, like what advice would you give to like do it better? He's like, oh, if I go, I tell him not to do it. If I knew how hard it was, I never would have even started.
Yeah.
Which is cool, right? Because then the same thing what you say, right? Now that you have traction, now that it just keeps you going, it keeps you like. The goal's always just a few more in front of you, right?
Exactly. You need that founder naivete a little bit for this whole thing, where you're just like, okay, it's going to get better. It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
We say it's like strategic delusion. In a way, right?
Exactly.
It's a
you
good
can't just
level
like
of delusion.
run at things with no strategy, but also like you have to be naive, right? Otherwise you just won't, test yourself and run at problems that are hard to solve, right? Like it's just a simple thing. It's interesting.
It's really cool. I'd love to ask more about like your background and the founding journey towards this point. Like, what was the founding story like? Because we mentioned the early days and mentioning the really hard challenge ahead of you. Like, are you sort of in a room just thinking like, how do we get started with this thing? Like, what? I'd love to hear those early days.
Not a lot happens when you just think. So it was, for us, it was very much doing. So obviously there's a strategy component to it. If you do blindly or like without like direction, it's a recipe for disaster or failure. But we were always moving. I think that was so important in these early days. We were always building, always moving, always speaking to a customer, always trying to speak to a customer because nobody wanted to speak to us in the early day. Like, you're always doing things and trying. And so that's the best way to refine and iterate quickly on what you're doing. It's like as small as like, how do you send a message, or how do you position something? How do you ask a question? So it doesn't have to be like large scale doing something. It's just like you're always doing incremental improvements, so over a long enough period of time, 1% every day, like really aggressively compounds. And so that was, I think, our sort of secret recipe.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you do have those calls with potential customers in the early days, the value that you say that you want to provide is really hard to provide because maybe the product's not there and things. What's kind of advice for founders who are building in a space and solving a problem that is that large that it's really hard to build the solution? How are you talking to customers? Is that like, when you were in stealth, was that just you were talking to customers to get insight to know what to build? Is that how you do it, or is
a little bit? Yes. So your observation is really astute in a sense that there is no good MVP for an enterprise resource planning tool because the surface
there's so many things to go and solve, right?
Exactly. There's so much to go and solve, so much to go and do, and only then can you move to the starting line. Forget differentiation, forget like being better than status quo. Even just like being on par with status quo requires a ton of time. So how to do it is, number one, speak to customers. We were really deliberate and pretty aggressive at de-scoping scope. So some parts that traditionally people would see as part of the ERP, we've decided not to build with a strategic lens of the future. An example thereof is a Ramp, for example, is an AP expense management tool that has phenomenal traction, also iconic shared investor, where that AP market will be dominated by the Ramps of the world, basically, and so it's not part of our application, we just bring that information in. So de-scoping of certain areas, then making incremental sort of progress every day, speaking to customers. What else was there? And just optimism. Trying to
getting up every day and getting it done, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to talk about brand, and I want to talk about you mentioned Ramp, and obviously I think they've had a generational run with our US counterparts, I guess, TVPN, right?
Yeah.
And I think what they've done over the past year, especially in their marketing kind of department, is just incredible, and it is a playbook, right?
Yep.
I want to ask, like, how are you thinking about that in terms of Rillet, and what are you kind of, what do you feel like is that play for you guys?
Yep. So brand is obviously super important to everything we do, especially this AI age. It's actually funny how when you used to, I wonder whether all of us will look back at this era and think like that was the era where just like these billion-dollar companies launched with like a 2-minute video and like that kind
Yeah,
of looks
yeah,
snappy
yeah.
and cool,
Yeah.
or like
Like
wasn't-
10 years in the future, that's how we think
Exactly,
about
and
now.
it wasn't
Yeah,
that
agree.
kind of absurd type
Yeah,
of thing. And so I do think brand, especially in an area where with AI, where product is so fast moving, everything's so fast changing, is really important. So how we do it, for everybody needs to find their authentic story to the brand. I think that's sort of number one. And then number two, for us specifically, it's parts of the brand is happy customers. So we have very vocal customers that will proactively post on LinkedIn about us. They will proactively share the work that we're doing. So I think that's a core pillar to our brand and application. Product is the other one, just like it's a very product-led company. I've helped build with an awesome team together. We've kind of created a truly amazing product, so I think that's important. We have a clear villain in our story with NetSuite, and then I think we're just authentic. Like we tell our story. It's a quite exciting story for accountants. Like it's like, okay, cool. This is like truly generational change coming for our profession.
This can actually change my workflow like tomorrow. Yeah.
Exactly. We're a bit of a beacon of hope for the industry, basically. 100%. So like there is that element where we just genuinely narrate our story on how we built the product, the wins, the losses, and sort of the combination between good product, happy customers, authentic journey that people buy into on a human level has kind of gotten us here.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to talk about like the hurdle to get in. If like, let's say first customer ever, right? Like, there are similarities with enterprise companies want to adopt AI at the moment, but there's a lot of they're scared. They're letting into quite personal data. It's very like secure, especially in an ERP realm. That's probably even more secure than sales data or something like that. Like what? You're marrying to a highly secure environment with like what can be perceived maybe to the uneducated side sometimes as like quite a risky play, like AI, right?
Yeah.
What like even hard for a startup to get in when they're competing against, like we were saying earlier, like no one gets fired for implementing Salesforce, no one gets fired for like, and there's that we had that saying when we were at Pigment as well with the EPM market. How are you guys like? How do you build that trust early doors to get those first customers? Because again, it's like secure data set. Risk on in a way where
they have to pitch to their boss like, oh yeah, like we're gonna test the
New
waters.
random company. You will have never heard of, but they'll be fine.
Yeah. And it's like my job on the line kind of thing.
The founder's friend might just, WhatsApp, what ERP does everyone use? Oh, NetSuite. Oh, cool, I'll go with NetSuite. Like,
Exactly.
how do you break that? That's super
It is.
hard.
I mean, it's so hard. Like, let's start there. Like, if I had a magic formula, whatever else to replicate, that would be too easy. So for us, it was a mix between just like consistent hunt for customers, the network. Our first couple of customers were all network driven, where I was literally like, dude, I know like it's a big bet to take here, but like you know me, like you know us, we do good work. Can you pilots and everything else? To your point, nobody wants to buy an ERP from a startup. It's just not a thing. Like people would literally tell me like, dude, I love what you're doing, but I hate insert legacy incumbent. But I got verbatim. I have 2 kids to send to college. Like I'm not gonna
because like, the boss would fire them.
Exactly. I will literally get fired. So
Yeah.
long way of saying it's a mix between network, getting the first ones, again connecting at a human level, and then we did effing phenomenal work for these people. Like whatever didn't work, you made sure like someone on a weekend, late night would like help string things together. Like people could sense the intensity and improvements of the Langley that gets you the first. You just need the first 5 to 10, and then every incremental customer gets easier.
I guess it's like every call is a sales call in that sense, where it's like, every time you talk to a customer that you may not be able to provide that value yet, it's like you need to just get them excited all the time, and you want them to come off the calls like pumped about what you're building and like, oh, okay, I can't wait for 2 months time when they have this and they can be sold. I want to ask a question, just kind of going a little bit off tangent maybe. We had Nick at Asio on the show. I don't know if you know him, but he incredible founder. We were talking to him about hiring, and I want to ask a question about how you think about hiring. I think he's, he had 4 personas of people that he would look out for. and it was very, strategic.
Yep.
What do you think about it?
Also conscious that we are running over on
No,
the
not
calendar.
at all. I was just
so-
texting Nick actually with if he wants to grab a coffee.
Okay, nice.
That's so cool.
I reminded you that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Shit, I need to like.
You know,
awesome.
We
fast-
can tell him about this conversation.
Exactly, short attention span. You got to do it right then and there. So in terms of founder persona, so personas to hire for.
Yeah. Well, like, how do you think about it? Because he says like my job is just like getting good people in. That's my job. That's it. Yeah.
So 100% agree. It depends a little bit by stage. So yes, I would agree to that statement now. So we're 80
now,
people.
yeah.
Are you Series B?
Series B,
now?
correct.
And that's your Series B now as well, I think. Right? Or they,
Yeah.
Or B or A, maybe?
I think they're roughly similar stage
Yeah,
to us. I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
sure what letters they are.
Yeah.
And we share some mutual investors and things like that. So we have, so hiring right now is my number one job. I wouldn't have said, obviously you need to hire an early team, but a lot of that is network driven. So that's maybe marginally easier. Then my main job in the early days was get the first customers on platform and to engage with us. And then by now, yes, it is all about hiring and composition of team. Like you need to find who is it, Peter Thiel, or like the undiscovered talent. Like I think that part is real. We compete against OpenAI, Anthropic, all these top AI companies in the Bay Area. You need to find talent that is quirky, unique, has an attachment to your problem set. Just competing on money won't make it. We pay well, but like you will never be able to compete with I was going to say SoftBank's money, kind of true, with OpenAI. And so that's sort of that. So find an undiscovered talent. Network and really get to know these people. Again, these are like year-long processes. I just hired an AE that I first met a year ago, basically.
Yeah,
he finally joined, and we were just kept in touch. And like, he's awesome, and I'm so glad he's here.
So cool.
So
why was it a sell on your side to kind of get him? Like he was just like, I'm not too.
A sell on my side. He was like, I'm not sure. I'm happy where I'm at, and like. At the end of the day, you come back with results every 2 months or so. Like, dude, the company has whatever doubled again. Reminder: do you want to sell here, maybe versus there?
Nice.
And at some point, he came over. So, like, long-winded way of saying is, I think relationship building is really important as part of the hiring part.
Yeah, definitely.
That's so cool. Can we talk about maybe what do we have to look forward to from you guys coming up soon? Like, what are you most excited about at the moment?
I mean, I'm excited about our product. Again, highly biased as sort of the founder, obviously. But we have such a phenomenal product in such an old school market, and it's just like whatever, fire and ice. It's like a vacuum. It just pops, and there's a lot of demand into what we're doing. So very specifically, we're building an application that will, in a year from now, power the most prolific and prominent software companies and AI companies in the world to go list on Reddit and be basically publicly traded. So that's a big sort of audacious goal we're racing towards. AI is moving so quickly. We have these use cases that are true magic for our users of like something happens that used to take small anecdote, shifting gears quickly, small anecdote. We had a customer that came on board last month that now closes their books at 1:35 p.m. same day, basically, first day of the month. On a Monday, month end was over the weekend. Yeah. They closed their books halfway through. So with AI, you can like produce these experiences that are truly surreal.
And they're like, I did not realize that I could do that, and I've been doing it such a different way.
The case
for
studies
years.
you guys have must be, you know what I mean? It's like X person from X company. We close our books in like. You just see that right now.
Yeah.
Exactly, and usually they would have spent
like,
exactly. Yo, what's up? We joke, but it's true. Like, it's truly groundbreaking stuff. So
100%.
Dude, so cool. I'm checking our time. I know we are slightly over.
We don't want to go too.
So we don't want to
eat into your coffee time with Nick.
Dude, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for
it was
coming.
an absolute pleasure.
For having me.
Thank you
your
so much.
cap as well. Please take it with you.
Love it. Take care, guys.
And have a great slush, man.
Amazing.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. We have Enrico over here. What's going on, man? We're live. You want to come say hi?
Live?
Yeah.
You might have to use the mic like a.
Come on, you come
Hello,
chill.
boys.
Yeah. We got Enrico in the house. Shout out to Lakestar.
Lakestar for having us on. I think
in
this corner is that? I think it's in this corner. We have powered by Lakestar.
Yeah, we can get it up.
Somewhere, wait, you can get it up.
Can I point it like I'm pointing
There
at
we
the
go.
Point to your
Yeah,
right.
hold on. Point up.
Literally above you.
No. Point up. Point your hands up.
They're up.
No, there's a delay. There you go. So
Wait.
So if you can. That's great. Dude, how's your slush? This is hilarious.
It's super busy.
There we go.
Yeah,
There
you
we
having a
go.
good one?
Screenshot that.
We've got your drinks later today.
Yeah.
That's at
absolutely.
7:30.
Oh no. Okay, it's gone.
That's fantastic.
lost
How many views do we have?
Oh, we're early. Yeah.
we're early.
262
I mean, they're-
views
we're-
or
it's-
viewers.
Views, but like we're coming into 11:45, so the UK time. I'm not sure. What, we 2 hours ahead?
Yeah.
It's it's early days.
Yeah,
Hey,
most
how you
of
doing,
our.
boys?
Doing well. This is
Where's
the
my merch, by
lineup
the way?
for
I need a
today.
Oh,
You
dude.
need to can we hit Enrico up, please?
Hit him out.
Hit that guy out. Look
Here
at
we
that.
Yeah, here we go.
Hey, you
He's
wanna
got a
take
little
that
film
spin
in
out?
there, yeah.
Well, not with a sweaty forehead.
There you go. Now we're repping. You got to adjust it. But this is the lineup today.
Yeah.
We actually have a small break now where we don't have a guest on. So
Cool.
we'll just be talking about Slush, talking about what we're up to, talking about what's been going on.
Amazing.
But
How's your slush been? You enjoy it?
Man, incredibly busy. It's like I've had yesterday, I came Monday, meetings all evening. Then I started at 8 a.m. yesterday and I went until 1 a.m.
Oh yeah, let's just give you a mic for a bit. You got 5-10 minutes? You want to hang through it?
Of course,
Let's do
yeah.
it.
I'm here to oversee whether the sponsoring is going.
Yeah.
going well.
see if you spent your money well.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. And what do you want?
Oh, your tag.
Oh yeah. Don't you want to lose that?
We were trying to steal it, Nicholas. Have a good one,
Good
man.
stuff. We'll see you later.
All the best. Okay, dude, you're on. Tell us about Lakestar. Tell us about you. Tell us about what are you doing today?
So so I'm Enrico. I'm a partner at Lakestar. I take care of all things early on our end. We are a multi-stage fund that I think a lot of people know. We were lucky to invest in companies such as Revolut and Spotify and ESA Aerospace and a bunch of other really cool companies. Me personally, I led investments such as Fixer or ARX or SC3, Factus, and many, many more. I hope that none of my founders that I didn't mention now are watching this.
Yeah, they're coming like, what the hell, man?
I'll send the list around after.
Yeah.
We're helping you guys because I think that you guys are pulling an amazing thing out of the hat. I think tech coverage needs to be just not boring.
Yeah.
I think
we're
doing
trying
Make
our
it
best.
into the 21st century.
Yeah.
Get it,
Absolutely.
Well,
a legacy.
you guys agreed to sponsor this before we'd even done our launch, actually.
I think it was before launch.
It was before
you
our
guys-
launch.
Yeah. That was just
Um,
pure sales acumen from our side, I reckon.
Yeah.
Pure vision, yeah.
Dude, this is why he does early stage at Lakestar, man.
Yeah.
He can smell.
Yeah.
He could smell the
smell
impressions.
greatness.
He knew it would be a million impression launch day. But then we're internally grateful for that.
Of course, guys, so happy to have you here.
Yeah. Well, we'll see you tomorrow for drinks as well.
We'll have to catch up. Lakestar
tonight.
Sorry, tonight. Yeah. Sorry,
tonight.
I'm getting
Tonight's
mixed up.
7:30
There
Helsinki
it is,
time
7:30.
at a bar called aptly named Grotesque.
Nice.
Yeah.
We love it. We love
Literally
it.
what it's called.
Wait, what? So this going on till 11. What's the after party?
Me personally, I'm going to the Visionaries after party. There's also
isn't
the,
Backed on as well?
There's also the legendary back party.
So are they legendary? Why? Because people are telling us that they're legendary. We had it's Andres.
We cannot
and
talk about
Andre.
why they're legendary on a live stream.
Yeah. It's not even past 6 p.m. yet.
Absolutely can't.
It's still the morning.
No, so Slush, as always, incredibly busy. Yesterday went to, but I saw you guys just before I went to bed, and you were like still jumping around
the
like
Lovable
gummy bears.
party.
Yeah, the Lovable party.
Yeah. That was cool.
Yeah?
Yeah. We were nipping
Yeah,
out.
we're
actually.
always running on 3 hours sleep.
That was the
classic
Look
Slush,
fresh
I
though.
guess.
Look absolutely fresh.
It's the
We have our
Blazers,
makeup.
Is that makeup here?
Yeah, we have. Yeah. You guys can't see them. There's no makeup there.
We've actually got like layers of makeup on right now.
Fantastic, you're
Full
doing
team.
well.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude. We'll
We're gonna
see you
catch up
tonight.
with
We're
Lakestar,
gonna
so-
we're gonna have some fun tonight. I think.
That's gonna
we
be
don't
fantastic,
fly back till Thursday. So.
I'm flying back tomorrow as well. Yeah.
Oh no.
you flying back
To
tomorrow?
London.
No, to Berlin.
Okay.
Back to the grind.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
grind.
Wow.
Hungover flight. It's not going to be. It's going to be tough.
Yeah. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna-
We'll be fine. We'll party tonight.
I had
We
my
got
first
all
meeting
day.
today was at the sauna at 8 a.m.
Oh, is
No
that
way.
is this
Really?
a thing? Like
It
people
is
have said it's a thing
It is
where
a total thing.
Yeah.
but you do that thing where it's like you sort of because when someone I don't know if I'm just a weird person, but when I'm in the sauna at home and I'm the first to walk in, my immediate thought is like I have to be the last to leave. no matter how many people are in that sauna.
Oh, what? So when
So
you're
like,
having
are you
a,
like,
when you're having a
who's
meeting,
gonna
you're
ask for
literally
a
like,
break?
Competitive about your ability, how
To
long
sauna.
to sit in a
Yeah.
room? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But wait, when you're in the meeting, then are you thinking like, who's going to ask for a break first?
Oh, oh yeah, you're one of those.
He is
You're
now going to be
testing,
thinking that.
testing people. Let's see how long I can sit here until it gets uncomfortable.
Stay here the whole time, man. You've got the cap on. You can do the next interview with us if you want.
To bet you can get this guy out. You know, you can.
What, me tag out?
You can go.
Oh look, it's the homies.
It's the boys. It's the Spaniards, man. Yeah, they're
coming on next.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You're gonna have to give your chair up, man.
Dude.
Give your chair up.
Shout out to Guillermo and Ruben over there. They're coming on soon.
For the beast.
After the ad break. Have you guys heard about
You want
this?
to
Do you want to do an ad?
do you want to do an
an
ad break with us?
What's the ad break?
Read this one out.
Airwallex. So, Airwallex, you should leave outdated business banking behind, which I agree on. And it's the all-in-one financial platform built for the pace of modern business.
Yeah, right.
Multi-currency accounts, high-speed international transfers, corporate cards, expense management, and online payments, all in one platform.
Where
You
is
heard
it?
it
It's
here
all in
first.
one platform.
All in one platform.
Enrico with the ad read.
Ad read number one.
We love to see
Good
that.
stuff. We love that.
Amazing, yeah. And the other ones?
So ACI.dev. We normally do one, but do you want to just list?
I'm just checking
You're
how
on a roll right now.
Just checking how the game works.
Yeah, ACI.dev. Go.
My first time on TV. Shout out to my mom. There's a very low chance she's watching, but it's never zero, the chance.
Were you not sending the stream out to your whole family when we were live?
I didn't know that I was going to be live. I just walked by.
As soon as you gave us the money to come to Slush, I thought you would be like,
You should have been here. Guys, we got ETN coming to Slush.
Like if you hustle too much of friends and family into it, you don't know what the real demand is. So like you gotta make it grow organically.
feed it.
Our whole live stream feed is just like Enrico's family.
Dude, I'm half Italian. It could be like 260 people. That sounds about right. All my cousins. ACI.dev, the open source middleware to control, govern, and observe AI access to your tools and data. Well, so that's an absolutely fantastic product.
Shout out to William.
Thanks to the other sponsors.
For workspaces to make your everyday extraordinary. Premium flexible workplaces that drive performance, productivity, and well-being. Be surrounded by greatness and rub shoulders with some of the world's most exciting companies, my friend.
There I absolutely have to agree. For our workspaces are the fucking best.
They are good.
Can I say the F word on the?
We don't.
yeah, you got this.
I'm considered an artist. I could basically sit here and smoke and nobody could tell me.
If you wear a cap and you have a camera pointing at you lights, I think you can.
Brilliant.
You kind of jam, do whatever you want.
Well,
yeah, 4 are cool.
Mama's texting now. I have to run.
My mum is messaging. She's probably like, get this guy off the stream.
I'm going to listen to Mum.
Good to see you.
Thanks for the
Bye to all of us as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Amazing stuff.
We'll see you later.
We love it.
Coming up next on the European Technology Network. Thank you to Enrico for dropping in. Shout out to Lakestar as well for sponsoring our trip. Because of them, this has all been made possible. And that was agreed between us and Enrico and the Lakestar team really early. It was before our launch video. So, Enrico mentions that it's his job to spot early talent at Lakestar, but we're very grateful that that spanned into the new media realm. So shout out to Lakestar for helping us get here.
We are now jumping into interviewing some more new media moguls. Ruben and Guillermo, they're incredible. The Spaniards.
Two killers.
These guys genuinely Mr. Worldwide. Like they're just jumping around, doing this, that, and the other.
We were picking them
They're
up.
meeting some incredible founders.
We were
They're
like,
also getting some incredible deals, and I want to
let's get all up in there.
we have to
Angel.
understand how they're getting all the allocation into all of these things.
They've just got great distribution, right? Such a huge value at early stage. I want to also. When was it when we were messaging them? We were like, hey, can you guys? I don't know. We just put this post up or something. Like, can you have a look at it? And they were like, oh yeah, we're just interviewing Mark Cuban in Vegas.
Yeah, so they interviewed Mark Cuban last month. And yeah, we pinged them.
And like some other of the Shark Tank crew.
Yeah. They were like, oh, sorry guys, like we're just going into an interview with Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, okay, you guys go and do your thing.
I was like, ow, I'm sat in my
serious mog
room. Serious mog work, but also two of our angels. Back to early.
Indeed.
Love to see it. Also kind of sit at the intersection of tech and media. They run, Ruben's, they both run very successful newsletters. Ruben's newsletter is one of the biggest in LATAM for sure, around like tech and technology. They also run VC Corner in collaboration with Chris Tottenham. Shout out to Chris. And they've kind of introduced this new framing of like their launch video that did incredibly well.
Yeah.
Like, with a Cluely for investing, right? With a virality engine.
So these
that can
guys, these guys are A1 at going viral right now. They know how to play. I think Guillermo actually recently he posted a tweet about having a WhatsApp chat. The WhatsApp chat now has like, I think he had thousands of people wanting to join this WhatsApp chat. Founders and investors alike. He had, I think it was like 300,000 views on this tweet. We'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this WhatsApp community, if you want to join with some of the tier 1 funds, VCs everywhere in the world, hit him up.
Yeah.
He's at Guillermo Floor on Twitter, on X. Yeah.
I'm just chatting to Andreas. He's double booked for when he by
classic.
1 p.m. he's got to do a panel. So seeing if we can move him till late. I'm just going to send him a screenshot of the schedule.
All good.
That's Andreas Klinger, one of our favourite friends of the stream, and an absolute legend doing God's work over there with.
Should we get the boys on?
Yeah. Do you think it's time?
It's time. Let's do it.
Should we holler? We're ready if you guys
ready.
are.
Please.
Enrique, you've caused enough damage already. You gotta.
What did Mom say?
I've not opened the message. Oh, she said shout out to your mum. There she is. Yeah. Thank you, Mum. Very kind. Hello, boys. How are we? Good to see you. It's,
See you, dude.
How are you? Yeah,
So good to see you.
Please jump on.
man.
Hey, man, how's it going? So good to see you. Let's get some of these caps out.
Let's do it.
Are you guys mic'd up? See you later.
Sorry? Yeah, we're mic'd.
You're done.
Awesome, dude. I love the merch.
Yeah, I came for the cup.
Yeah.
We forget to give you these.
Wait, do you guys not have one yet? Is that the first time we've
It's the first one, yeah.
Yeah, it's the first one we get.
We didn't have them at,
But in time, it's okay.
Index when we saw each other then. We were just doing some intros for you guys, talking about all the wonderful stuff that you're doing across angel investing, the media stuff, Compound.
Guys, it's working.
It's so cool to see.
It's working.
It's really cool to see.
Times 2.
Maybe for the viewers at home and the listeners, intro on yourselves first, and then maybe explain a little bit about what you've been doing, what you are doing now, and all the cool shit you got going on.
Sure, yeah. So basically, like, I've done every job in the world. Like, I started my career as a lawyer, then built a startup, then ended up working in a VC. And I've always like been into building things, and I was writing like a newsletter for some time that nobody read. And then I saw like one of Ruben's posts get like 3,000 likes, and I called them right away, and I was like, dude, what the are you doing? What's going on here? And he told me like, yeah, I'm doing this thing on LinkedIn, whatever. So I started like writing on LinkedIn a lot and creating on other like social media, and then my newsletter blew out. And now like I'm investing full time as an angel, like, with the VC firm and helping founders with visibility.
Yeah, in my case, I'm Spanish. I studied engineering. I did like some internships. Then I went to venture capital. Like that was my first like full-time job. I worked there for 3 years, like in a VC fund. And 2 years ago, I started doing content. I think I started when I was an intern as a way of differentiating myself and having like a better response rate on LinkedIn when reaching out to founders. And very early when I started doing content, I got traction. So I went viral on LinkedIn, then I started a newsletter. And I've been growing that for the last 2 years. And now, like Guillermo, I'm investing full time in startups, helping them with distribution, like doing content about them and with their strategy. And yeah, I'm growing the newsletter. My biggest newsletter is the VC Corner, where I have more than 100,000 subscribers. And also with Guillermo, like traveling all the day, interviewing like amazing people like Mark Cuban that we did recently.
We just mentioned
We
that.
mentioned that. We'd love to dig into that a bit more. We've heard the story, but like maybe for everyone at home, like how
do you interview Mark Cuban?
how does that happen?
I mean, they emailed to you, and it was just like that. We've been doing like some interviews from time to time.
It's like people like Mark Cuban find you.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't reach out to them.
He's like, these guys
like
have
a hitman,
distribution. I want them to interview me.
Yeah. We originally like we don't even have a podcast. Like we name Compound Podcast like to have a brand, but we don't have a podcast. It's not, podcasting is not our thing, but we have like huge distribution. So we started like interviewing some people on the spot in San Francisco. So we met like the founder of Substack at a dinner, and we like told him, hey, we'd love to go to your offices. And right in his offices, we interviewed him. Like we told him, like, hey, let's do a podcast. And he was like, oh, okay.
You just sprung it on.
Yeah. And we put it in, like into a room, and we did a podcast, and that went kind of viral. And so we've done like a bunch like those, and people are seeing them. But it's not a podcast, we do them like whenever we can and as we can. And so like these guys from Clover, which is a startup that was bought by a public company from the US, we're doing like their annual gathering, and they reached out to us because they wanted us to interview all the people from Shark Tank. So it was just like that, like they cold emailed us. We thought it was like a joke at the beginning, like.
It's actually real.
It looked like fishing, no? Like, is this real?
Click here to interview Mark Cuban.
Yeah, but it was crazy because we reached out to a lot of founders and partners to interview, like, hey, we are in San Francisco, do you want to record some content? But in this case, they reached out to Guillermo, like, do you want to interview Mark Cuban and the rest of the sharks? And we were like, what?
No
Yeah, and it's happening more and more, like, because they're seeing the things that we're doing, they're seeing them. Like, we got 1 million views to the founder of Synthesia. We've got like some people from Perplexity. We've already like interviewed a lot of people, like from A16Z, NFX, WeWork, and so it's kind of compounding, and they see the value.
I mean, distribution is value, and we could talk about it for genuinely days. We're all operating in that world. I want to ask about your angel investing. Like, it's fairly new to you guys, but you're also getting allocation into some stuff that people who've been angel investing for years are like, can't get allocation into. So, is that the distribution play? Is that like the method that you guys are winning? Why are you winning?
I think that, like, we are investing in companies that don't need our money. Like, usually they are oversubscribed, they have a lot of investor demand. Like, most of the companies are doing a round with top tier funds, or are in YC or A16Z speed run. And it's like, in the end, you need to go to them with something new that you can add to the table that is enough differentiation, like, for you as an investor, and that they don't have already. So
you're not just pulling value from the company. You're giving them outsized value, even if they're giving you some of the company.
Yeah, exactly. And they tell us it's perfect that you do a small ticket because we don't want to get more diluted. And we don't promise anything. It's like, we are not going to promise you like doing like 10 posts and a newsletter, but for them it's about optionality.
It's just general, like, we will give you distribution when you need, when you need the most.
But obviously, like, tell us when you are going to launch something, or if you have like doubts about your content strategy, because we will be there to help you, and we have skin in the game.
Also, like, massive impact. We posted about one company on one of our newsletters, and I got a guy reach out to me telling me, hey, I want to invest 1 million in this company. Can you introduce me? And I introduced them.
And he did?
No, they didn't allow him. Because they were oversubscribed, like they had already raised. But this is like exactly
bringing
like
$1 million to his
It happened with us. So I think it was. I think
we can't say who it was, but we were.
We can't say who it was. But we went through we were close to signing someone, and the way they found us was your newsletter, which is kind of mental.
I think it was our.
And we forgot that you put us in the newsletter.
Because we were so surprised, because it was like a really big, I think we've told you who it was actually, but like...
it wasn't an article about you guys, it was a weekly recap that I do on the weekends,
it was a tiny little,
where there are like 20 links about the stuff that is happening, and you were there, but you never know who is going to watch it.
Exactly.
Maybe only 1,000 people see a piece of content, but if that's a potential investor, potential client, or your new hire, like, it can change your life.
And that's a really cool segue onto like another topic that I'd love to discuss a bit. Is like, we have this debate a lot what people are seeing in this new media world. Like, there's a lot of attention that's going to it, like, towards it, but it's attention that kind of sits in the bubble that we all kind of live in, like this tech, this venture bubble. And there's questions around like amount of views or amount of impressions on like some element, like and consistently. But like, what I see that the argument is, and it's kind of speaking to what you're talking about there, is that like the quality of the individual that's consuming that information, it's like I mean, probably on your newsletter, probably on like the videos that you guys put out. Like we've seen it a little bit on our LinkedIn and our X page. It's like they're all like decision makers at enterprise, Anthropic, OpenAI, like most venture firms across Europe and the US. Like it's the people that are hard to get to and hard to reach, right? Like, do you feel that's like, I mean, is that like a value prop that you guys push to people when you talk to them?
Well, for example, with sponsors, we both have sponsors in our newsletter, sometimes on LinkedIn. We try to do it like very organically because it's when it works better for sponsors too. But in the end, it's a B2B audience that is amazing because they are reaching founders, that are also decision makers and can buy a product like HubSpot or I don't know, Vanta, like companies like that. And obviously, like not everyone is a founder or not everyone is an investor in our audience, but there are founders, there are investors, or maybe it's the organizer of a Slush, reading us, you never know. And that's something valuable. And it also feels better when it comes from a creator that you follow. It's not as seeing a X or Facebook ad, where you see a sponsor and it's like, click here,
you're like personally pushing it, which is like, so much more valuable than just like seeing it on the side of an FT article or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so true. What are you guys like excited about? Obviously, your lives are incredibly busy. I don't know where you're going after this. Are you staying in Europe? Are you going back home?
Yeah, you must be going. You
spend some time at home for a little bit just to like cool down.
Like if you reply with like, we're just getting in a limo with Mark Cuban out of here, and actually, I probably believe you.
Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah, September was crazy. We spent
this whole
20
year
days
has
in
been
this.
crazy. I think we've been to the US like 6 times. We've been to LA, to New York, to Las Vegas, to San Francisco. Obviously, we've been to London, Stockholm, and now here, Helsinki. So yeah, it's been non-stop. I don't know if we're going to wind down anytime soon. Probably not.
Yeah, when do you slow down?
Yeah.
Well, when do you rest?
I mean, I guess you got Christmas, so you got a few days, here, there, and everywhere.
We try to do like sprints, So now I've been now like 10 days in Spain, and I've been like working a lot, like on my table doing some calls, but like putting out a lot of content, scheduling things, also like speaking with potential interviews, potential sponsors, but then you go to Helsinki for 5 days and you are all the day out, meeting people, meeting founders. I think working by sprints, I think that Naval says that, it can be really powerful. You focus on one thing and you do it the best you can.
But I think he also says like rest hard as well after it.
Take it seriously.
We try to do it.
That's for weak people.
We'll have time to rest in the future. No?
Yeah. That's not for Guillermo and Ruben.
For Ruben.
That's so good. Can we talk we'd love to hear, what have you been up to recently? Like you say you've been to the US like 6 or 7 times. What's the main thing that's like, I guess you can kind of marry the content creation stuff with whatever you're doing, because that's just really cool to see, whether it's behind the scenes. Like I've seen some stuff about the angel checks that you've written, that you're sat with the founders, you spend a few days with them, you're kind of filming some stuff with them. Like what's like the main point of these trips? Is it the angel stuff? Is it the content stuff? Is it like, what is it?
I think most of the times we go with an objective in mind. For the last couple of trips, it has been like, okay, interviewing Mark Cuban, that was like good enough for us to go. But it was also like demo day for Speedrun, so we wanted to invest in a couple of founders, and so we wanted to be there. Before that, we've been like to the last 2 demo days of YC, so it's also like a good excuse to meet a lot of founders in person and invest. So we try to like find good reasons to be there and make the most out of it. Like for example, YC demo day is now coming up. It's 3rd of December. I'll probably be there as well. And it's going to be like, we've already closed a bunch of investments of that batch, but it'll be like more meeting the founders in person, meeting people. I think like when you're meeting people in person, things go so much faster and build like better relationships, and it's important.
Yeah, definitely. Do you feel like you're, obviously, I want to know, you guys are obviously prolific on these, on X, on LinkedIn. A lot of founders are wanting to kind of, make their GTM like as almost like easy as that, right? Where they're able to go viral and all that kind of stuff. Do you have any advice for founders? And I'm sure you talk to a lot of the founders that you invest in. Like, okay, this is like, this could be a great angle for you guys or whatever. Is there any like general like advice that you can give? Like, instead of just start posting content, is it always like founder-led sales? Like, what's the what's the kind of method that you're seeing with the founders that are winning in that kind of go-to-market space?
I think for founders, it's important to feel natural maybe you don't need to write every piece of content, but try to make people feel like you are writing it, and think on who you want to read your stuff and how can you be interesting for that people and be useful for them, no? Because like we are seeing content everywhere, and like for you as a person, you want to see something that is interesting, no? or can be useful for you. So it's not only about, as a founder, it's not only about thinking about what I need and how can I sell this, is what does my customer want to see, or what do they need, no? How can I help them? But also it's like a funnel, no? Like try to put out interesting stuff and make things that are interesting and valuable, and in the end they will find your product and they will buy it if it's good, no? But you want to be top of mind thing. But don't try to sell in the first LinkedIn post that you do, because it's not going to work.
Yeah, that makes sense. With did you guys see the A16Z new media, like sort of fellowship type they put out? Are you like chatting to them about that? Have you seen it? Like, are you? Like,
well, we are like, we know some of the team.
Okay, yeah. So you connected.
We are close to the A16Z speedrun team.
Yeah.
We met like so Eric and Brent that are part of the new media team. We met them in SF like 3 weeks
Brent
ago.
It was Brent
First
at
into
TVPN. Head of growth there.
Yeah,
He's great.
He's like
know
super
him.
prolific.
We should introduce you guys to him.
He looks really cool. Yeah.
He's very smart. He's like a growth
Super
hacker.
smart,
He
yeah.
understands
He seems
very
like super
well
nice. Like,
Yeah.
such a
He's
nice
super
guy.
nice.
He looks like he kind of because he's partner of new media at A16Z, right? Like well, just from the optics looking in, it feels like him and Eric Turenberg have kind of like spearheaded that new media like vision and venture that they're doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
You can tell from the X profile alone, the way they format stuff, like the clips that they use, like the style of it. It's really, really cool. They're doing like absolute pioneers. What do you think of this new? Yeah, like the fellowship thing. It's kind of like we help founders create narratives, create stories. It's a lot of content. It's a lot of like very, very new media-esque. Like, have you guys spoken about that? What do you think about that?
What's your conversations with them like?
Yeah, like I think they are doing a lot of stuff and they do everything good. You know, like they are very good professionals, and they are being like pioneers on this like media stuff. They've always done it, no? Like Ben and Mark started doing a lot of content when they were not popular, and that's how they made a space for like the VC firm, no? And they were being like very, like, well, not very, but sometimes controversial, you know, saying out loud things. But now, for example, in the accelerator, we've seen that like all the founders are doing launch videos, and we know that the accelerator is helping them, like creating those videos. Like you as a founder maybe don't know what you should do on the video, no, or who you can get help from, no, and they help you with that. So it's like they're trying to structure some things around your company so that it's easier for you to get visibility, to find your tone, to find your voice, and to put out your company, no?
Yeah. That's a cool, like, because there is a meta for startups right now that does seem to be like high production quality. Like we did one, you guys did a great one that did like super well. It's like high production quality, like.
Yeah, your video got 1 million views on the launch.
Yeah, that one went quite well actually. We were pleasantly surprised by it, which is really fun. It didn't cost too much to make as well. It's quite small amount. But
I want to ask about the WhatsApp tweet that you put out. Like, obviously that's not like a video, right? Like that's different. But it
what did
also
that get?
did
That got
very
super
well.
well.
Like very, very. I think it did 500,000 views, didn't it? It went super viral.
More than that, because like, I posted on LinkedIn and on X, so it went viral on both.
It went viral on both. Oh man.
Yeah, that's why you work with these guys, because like his
Yeah.
WhatsApp group is getting more views than our launch video.
No, I mean, so
How many people have you got to like sift through? I bet like.
dude, I spent
Thousands.
2 days just like replying comments and filtering out people.
Oh my
so
God.
I filter out like maybe like 5,000 comments to 50 people. Yeah, so it's going to be just like a 50 people WhatsApp group.
Oh, damn.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
so it's going to be like super niche.
Yeah.
But in a really good way, because you know that, you know.
Yeah, like
you
I
can pick
wasn't
them out of, like-
I wasn't trying to do something big, you know. It was kind of like an idea that I had like 5 minutes before writing it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and it just went viral. But this is like my mentality and Ruben's mentality right now is kind of like the same as a startup, and it's like do.
Yeah, just
do
ship
a lot.
things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ship,
yeah.
launch every day. You know, the more that you can do, the better. and maybe you don't sleep a lot, but we're trying to give it as much scale as possible, and it's not, we're not in the game of doing things perfectly or even nice. We're in the game of doing things and trying to do something great, and so I just thought about this like 5 minutes, and then I posted about it. It worked. Okay, all in, and that's it.
That's such an interesting way to frame it, right? It's like launch. Like I don't care about doing things perfectly until something works from something I haven't really spent too much time on. Then you double down and sprint on what you were saying.
Yeah, and we tend to see what's the final chapter of a startup, no, or of a famous creator, but they started from the beginning without resources, without being popular, and you can see, for example, 11 Labs, they were launching every week new features, new products, and trying to put things out, and seeing what works, what not, and I'm sure they weren't ready for all the launches, but you need to do that. I think that Lovable also launched several times, and you cannot compare with Lovable right now, if you are doing a startup, but try to see what they did when they were starting, when they were like you, when they didn't have resources.
Yeah, definitely. What's the way that you think about, obviously you're shipping things so much and you want to get as many things out there as possible, right? But then you also have this strategic kind of thinking and you have to step back. When do you do that? When you go back home? Or do you go, hey, let's go on Do Not Disturb and let's just chat for an hour?
16 hours a day. It's a lot of time.
I mean, I don't think strategically ever.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, I don't think you can see the future. So I basically not do it. Fair. I just think about today. Ship as much as I can today. Every day, and that's it. Yeah. So if I can write 2 newsletters in a day, I will write them. Yeah. And if I can do 100 posts, I will do them. And if I can talk to 100 founders, I will do it. So it's just a matter of as much as I can do every day. Yeah. And I have we have some scale right now. How can we do a 10x and then another 10x? And so it's going to be about hiring some people or we don't know, opening other channels or it's all about that. But I don't ever think, in 10 years or in 5 years because I don't see the value in it.
It's true that some days ago we listened to a podcast that Harry Stebbings did. So he was interviewed and it was great because it was Harry speaking about some of his way of doing stuff, and how he managed the fund, the media, how he thinks about the future. It was great. And also about his mentality, and I really liked when he spoke about knowing what's your North Star. So for you guys, it's maybe getting more views or impacting more people, no? And what's the thing that you need to do today that is going to help you going to the North Star, no? And it can be getting the best guest or getting a sponsor for this so that you can have the material you need, no? And when you decide what to do or what to not do, prioritize thinking, is this going to help me with my North Star? No? Is this valuable? If not, you shouldn't do it, right?
Yeah, 100%.
I love that. It's a hard thing to marry at the same time. Two things, we are reacting a lot to what's happening to us right now. We're, with Slush, we was Slush pops up there, let's go and do that. Or big guest reaches out or something like that. It's very reactive. We're trying to work towards a balance of the two. Sometimes thinking okay, where do we want to go? What do we want to achieve? And is this thing helping us get to our goal? It helps us stay moving forward in a way where we're not just going which can be great sometimes when we are reacting. It's nice to have a lot of inbound and we've only been live for 4 weeks, but it's good to I think we need to get better at maybe at reminding ourselves we have this goal to reach in 3 months. How are we on track? How are we getting
but I think you guys are world class at that. Because that you have so many. You have a breadth of it's not just the newsletter, or it's not you have the podcast, you have the WhatsApp chat and all of that kind of stuff. And it's the breadth of stuff that you guys work on. That's what I'm asking is how do you not just wake up and be oh my god I can work on this thing and then this thing.
We know what our drivers are, our North Star metrics are, and all of them, all of the things that we do are focused on that, and so our view right now is we want to maximize our distribution to be the most valuable for our founders, possible. And so having a WhatsApp group can be valuable because you have like a bunch of interesting people that can help your founders. They can like your content. You can collaborate with them, and that's just like an asset for this distribution play that we're doing. So
100%.
Everything that we do is
all like funnels into one mission, I guess.
100%.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, guys, so good to have you on.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Awesome.
thank you so much.
You're crushing it, guys.
Thank you so
Nice
much.
to see you.
I think you're
With
doing
your
a
help,
great
my
job.
guys,
I love
everything.
what
I
you're doing.
appreciate it. I appreciate
I
it.
love
Take
the
care. See you
hats.
later.
What are you guys doing later? Are you around, or?
Podcast, like let's do it.
Next start drinks later.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll see you there.
We'll see you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see you
next
there.
time drinks.
See you
Ciao, boys.
See you guys.
We'll swap the mics and then
Yeah,
we'll get you
we'll
on.
switch the mics.
Get the mics on.
Ruben
We now
Guillermo,
have-
everybody. Yeah, love to see him. We're always
Just a
having
quick
a
word
blast
from our
with those
sponsor,
boys.
Airwallex. Leave outdated business banking behind. The
behind.
all-in-one financial platform
Gotta
built
go.
for the space of modern business, multi-currency accounts, high-speed international transfers, corporate cards, expense management, and online payments, all in one platform. Go to airwallex.com, please. That would be amazing. They're awesome. They are seriously awesome. Next guest on the show, we have Alberto. He is at Sequel. It's going to be very interesting to chat to him. Do you want to come on? You
Ready
to come
now?
on? Let's go.
Let's go.
We've had the guest
Yeah,
on
this is probably
side.
best to go here
Yeah.
because we've had it on there before.
Dude, so good to see you.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on? Absolute pleasure. How is?
Thanks for having me.
No, thank you for joining us. It's nice to see you not in wet, rainy London, but cold, freezing Helsinki.
I think,
Exactly.
wait, just to start, we should say thank you for letting us in the offices every time we come in. We feel so bad.
You're
that
welcome, you're
we still
welcome.
haven't given you any
was-
caps as well.
Today's
So
the day
it's
it
like-
changes.
Yeah, today.
Let's
Wow.
get one of these bad boys going.
Yeah, we need to give you guys some.
Well, we need to give you a ton
some
more of
sequel
these
stuff
but there
as
you
well.
go.
That is. There we
Yes,
go. Thank you.
dude. I think a first intro. We obviously, we know Alex very well, founder of
Yeah.
Sequel. He mentioned to us that you have £10 million or $10 million to distribute, and so any founders, this is your guy.
But let's break down your role first. And
Yeah,
what is
let's do it.
Sequel?
Yeah.
And then let's talk about the 10 M's that can get flung around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, you guys are getting a first here because even though we launched 2.5 years ago, this is the first bit of media we've ever done.
Wow,
So I'm
exclusive.
not going to pull the curtain fully, just a little bit. Alex will have a lot more to tell the world in just over a month's time. But very quickly, we're a digital family office helping over 200 of the world's best athletes invest in startups, learn and accelerate them. We invest from pre-seed to Series B, 100K, 200K checks pre-seed and early seed, and then 500K to 3 million late seed to Series B in companies advancing humanity, which is
Amazing.
yeah, it's an awesome. And then my role, chief of staff. As part of that, I run investments. But look, we're trying to build a generational company as well. The company's been founded by 5 experienced founders. We're still building team of operators, and I absolutely love it. Get to build something generational, and also get to invest in amazing
That's super
founders.
fun. That's super
Sick
fun.
role, man. That's
Yeah.
really cool.
What's your day-to-day look like?
Different every day.
Good.
Yeah. We have lots going on. We've just launched our social media, Sequel Originals.
Yes, love it.
telling the stories of high performers. So some time has been spent on that, coordinating the content team back at home. Have done an amazing job. We actually launched X today, so
There you
follow
go.
it.
What's the app?
Oh yeah, wait,
What's
we
the
had
app?
to change the app. We did the wrong app, I think, when we tweeted out. Alex pinged us.
Have we changed it?
No. We can do
Okay,
that.
we'll change it live.
We can change it live
Maybe say
right
the app now. So
Yes, the X is at Join Sequel.
Okay,
and
let's
we
change that.
we'll be dropping some amazing content. Our first
Some bangers.
Sequel Originals, telling the stories of our portfolio companies, high performers. The first one, Trillo Bio, will be going live shortly. So make sure you watch that.
It's so interesting because we've obviously talked a lot with Alex about this and the power of content and what's happening in the new media space.
Yeah.
And obviously we're bullish on it, but I want to kind of just say and discuss with you how content is helping both the investor side but also the company side that you're kind of working with. How do you what's the kind of main thing you're going for? Is it just distribution? You know, we had Guillermo and Ruben on. That's their kind of main shtick to get into these deals. Like, what's the?
Yeah, I think there's different layers. Content is king, and you know, within that, storytelling is the superpower. We think of it from two angles. First and foremost, educating our members, making sure that we are telling interesting stories, capturing their attention, whilst feeding in important lessons. And then on the outside, distribution is king. Having a differentiated approach, being able to not just reach people within venture, I think is very important. You know, I'm sure Alex will talk a lot more about this, but where, you know, one of our thesis is how storytelling advances humanity, and the best way to do that is through content.
100%. Should we talk about Slush? I feel like we haven't talked about it. We're obviously here live at Slush.
Yeah.
How's it been so far? When did you fly in?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I arrived. When was it? Time of Monday midday. Already had a sauna, had a cold plunge, so kind of got those things nice and early, and absolutely loving Slush. I mean, it's, I guess, to quote, you know, sports analogy, it feels like this is the World Cup of startups. So yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And I guess touch on, you know, why am I here?
Yeah.
We're looking to invest 30 million over the next 12 months, and I have 10 million, you know, in burning my pocket, keeping me warm.
That's a big pocket.
Exactly. Yeah, sent by Alex, who I guess is also chief butler for ECN.
Chief butler.
He does there as well.
Yeah, he does a lot of work for us. You know, I wouldn't say free. He's got the company, but he does an amazing job for us, and obviously, you know, Sequel, I think, is such a cool company. I'm bullish on you guys, and I think you're just doing something that's very, like, it's not being done around, especially in like Europe, but also London. Like, I don't see a company like Sequel anywhere. Where do you feel like your like main stamp on the ground here? It's like, what are you trying to do to kind of put that Sequel stamp like on the ground here? And what do you tell to founders? Like, are you like, you know, I'm from Sequel, this is who we are, and that's why we're different, kind of thing? Yeah,
so I would, you know, firstly, our superpower is storytelling, helping companies build their brands, amplify their message. We create amazing content for them, whether it's launch videos, testimonials, longer form Sequel originals. We literally fly to New York and San Fran, or if they're in London or wherever in the world, and spend a whole day with them, crafting a story of the Sequel originals, 8 to 10 minute videos. So that's, I would say, is a kind of a unique approach. Then there's obviously the athlete LPs. One common misconception is that we invest in sports tech and CPG and consumer. Yeah. So I guess I'll also take this moment to reinforce.
Share with the world.
We invest in broader tech. We've invested in over 30 companies, ranging from robotics, helping automate biology like Trillo Bio, to AI foundation models in psychology like Slingshot, all the way to B2B vertical SaaS like Understory, or fintech like Affinity. I mean, we've really done the whole range, and we co-invest with the best funds in the world. So Google Ventures, Anderson Horowitz, Goodwater, Concept Ventures, First Minute Capital. We've been very fortunate to get into those rounds, but I would say it's very much from how much value we can add and we feel we can add. Yeah. I guess, if there is, that's the only camera we have, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. If there's one message as founders you take away from what we do at Sequel, is we are the real value add to your round. We respond to your emails. We help you create your content, craft the brand, and you also get to have amazing athletes, top performers in the world, and come chat. I'll be at Slack. Where will I be? I'll be either around here, next to ETN. So there's a few tables here. Come find me and let's chat.
I would love to see like a live
pitch. What a
person.
pitch.
We could watch it on the mini screen here.
There you go. There's your pitch.
Yeah, you,
right there.
you can see it's delayed a little bit.
Oh, I missed the camera.
No, the angle was good at the start.
No,
Most of it was right there. It was beautiful. We'll watch it back.
We'll tell everyone where the location is once the interview.
Yeah. You can just hang around. Hopefully we bring some people
Exactly.
in.
As founders hover around ETN, right?
Yeah, we hope so.
Hopefully, that's the mission.
Yeah. And what's your plan for the rest of Slush? What's the So you're here all day, I guess.
Here all day, here tomorrow, fly out Friday first thing. So yeah, wanting to connect with amazing founders, tackling hard problems, who are incredibly disciplined, hungry, ferocious.
We love that.
That's it.
I have another question that I only know through. I think it was Alex did a tweet. It was like a thread about how focused he and the founders are around like health at SQL. Like, they're super like health conscious in terms of, I can't remember what he was listing, but there were some amazing health benefits, but like even like a competitive nature around biomarkers perhaps. Like I'm not sure if it was like Whoop or something, but like I think that's cool. I think that's really cool. Can you maybe talk to a little bit like culture there and like that as just a microcosmic example of like what it is like?
Yeah, I mean we're highly competitive. That's also something we look for in founders. One of our values is literally play to win, we've been able to attract incredibly healthy A-star players. We've got amazing benefits in the UK. We get Emerald to have bi-yearly checkups, and in the US Superpower. We're incredibly competitive. We have different activities throughout the year to keep the team entertained, whether it's bowling, whether it's clay pigeon shooting, it's always very competitive. I think it's something that you don't quite realize, when you are a professional athlete, how much of that lifestyle translates to entrepreneurship and founders. And when I'm speaking to founders on a day-to-day basis, it's very similar to when I'm speaking to athletes. Very, very transferable skills.
That's so cool. So the healthiest team.
Healthiest
team in Europe, maybe?
Yeah, let's go
in the world.
Well, maybe the world.
Let's go with the world.
Yeah, maybe the world.
I also want to ask about the leg of like
Come on.
I think we saw it when we were in the office.
Oh yeah, 100%. So the first tour we got of the office, which was maybe what?
It's
3
like
months
Pele
ago?
jersey. It's like Schumacher
but also
helmet.
just a bit of ham-on, just like sitting on
the beautiful leg of ham-on. What is the story between that?
Behind that, we had a period of high intensity called the Surge.
Oh, the Surge!
It was during the Surge.
I thought it was
during
just
that period.
Yeah, we were during that period.
It was just Friday office perks.
I thought that was just Alex doing the Surge, but it's actually everyone.
Yeah, everyone.
I love that.
Yeah, it was amazing. Look, the Surge always continues, but that was a particular
proper sprint.
A proper sprint. Yeah. But yeah, we've had now 2 ham-on legs. Hopefully they keep coming. I mean, it's
you got to do another Surge.
We recycled. That first one was specifically for the team. The other one was recycled from a team event.
We need to get a ham-on leg on the stream, I think. Point.
Just like
I'm not sure why we haven't done that yet.
Knife is very sharp.
Maybe bring someone in to do that. I don't trust myself or you to actually.
That's not me. Maybe one of you guys have had the experience of cutting the ham on. I want to ask about the kind of founders. Obviously, like you're working with amazing founders, but also you're working with amazing athletes.
Yes.
And you mentioned that you see, very like similarities in the way they work and stuff. Do you find the founders that you back, if they have ever been an athlete, do you find that instills more conviction in you? I think like a lot of people when they're hiring, like they look for, I don't know, like I used to be a rower, right? And that was like when I interviewed, that was a lot of my narrative was that I used to train 3 times a day and blah blah blah. And so is that like, a green light for you? Or they don't have to be an athlete, they could be like an amazing gamer, that kind of vibe.
Yeah, for sure.
They've got to win in some realm of life that might not be founding something.
Yeah, look, we speak to a lot of, not necessarily professional athletes, but athletes that have gone to university on scholarships, or have just grown up being professional amateurs, so to speak. Yeah, we speak to a lot. I'm trying to think if I'm sure there's a few in our portfolio, but they don't have to be. I think the common theme is just being highly competitive, wanting to win, having almost kind of like gone through that threshold of I can achieve anything, and you can push beyond anything you can achieve, and you can have that growing up within sports. You can have it in other things. One question that we really like to ask and hear more about is what are you world class at? Obviously, it might be easy. There are lots of different sports that you can do that, but it might be
Anything,
other things.
though,
It
right?
can be
That's the
anything,
thing,
right?
yeah,
It can be something super niche, and gaming is definitely also part of that. And I think it's just that competitiveness, that relentlessness, that discipline that it takes to become the best at something that is just incredibly transferable.
100%. Well, you heard it here first. If you want to meet the sequel team, come to us, and then you'll find our buttons.
Yes,
And maybe
I'll be
10
around
million.
these
as well.
tables.
Yeah. Dude, thanks so much
We have
for
some of
joining
the 10
us.
mil. We want to go splash it in the Helsinki bar.
We need
It's great.
Alex would be pissed if we did that.
Yeah, dude.
All right, guys.
Thank you
so
very much.
Yeah,
Absolute pleasure. Go
See you in London.
Yeah, you too.
Amazing
You love to hear it. You love to
stuff.
see it.
Just a quick word
London
from
gang
our
linking up.
sponsor, AirWallex. Leave outdated business banking behind. The all-in-one financial platform built for the pace of modern business. Multi-currency accounts, high-speed international transfers, corporate cards, expense management, and online payments, all in one platform. We
all in one.
love it.
I think we have a
we have a tiny
we have a
break.
little bit break. I think we're gonna be back in 10. We'll come back on stream. We're gonna love you and leave you just
be
for
back in 10? Oh, we are.
Not 10. It is 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10
back
minutes.
In 10. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Stay tuned. We have our good friend Robin Wren, CEO and co-founder of Hyperdrive, coming on shortly. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen,
Amazing.
welcome back to the European Technology Network. We're joined here by, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Jeanette. I'm GC.
Jeanette from GC.
Amazing. Have you just come off stage? Or
No,
have you
I'm
been?
actually going later.
You're going
I
on
just got
stage.
here, yeah.
So we get the
Okay, nice.
exclusive.
Yeah, we get the exclusive.
What are you going to be talking about on stage?
Talking about our strategy for Europe, how we work with founders, how we think about the transformation opportunity we have here, and a lot of other fun stuff. You should come and
Amazing.
listen.
Yeah, we
We
will.
will have to get there.
Yeah.
As soon as we're done streaming, we can run over to the
Yeah,
stage.
for sure. Well, tell us now. What's interesting about Europe? What's the kind of growth story that you can you foresee? I guess.
Yeah.
What's that?
One of the things we think a lot about is Europe is so challenged in so many dimensions, and these are dimensions that are hard to build technology for. So manufacturing, defense, these are like large markets, or energy. These are big markets, big problems, but they fundamentally require different framework. In the way that you engage with founders, how you think about capital that needs to be deployed into these markets, how you think about the right team build-up, how you think about the right distribution strategy, how you help them go fully verticalized in domains that are actually touching physical goods. So that's one. I think the second thing we're just really excited about and leaning in a lot is just the AI opportunity, because AI is essentially the biggest lever to European prosperity going forward. And I think what we're seeing, which is so interesting, is that for the first time you see European founders being able to go global from day one.
Yeah.
So you think about Ligora, they went, in 2 years into 50 countries, serving over 500 clients.
Yeah.
It's like amazing, right? So you're kind of seeing a very steep growth curve of European companies being able to conquer and go global. And I think that's an interesting opportunity, because what happened in prior technology waves is that you had founders who either started in one core European market and then they had to go to the US because it was the biggest sort of potential expansion opportunity. So we kind of had a lot of talent drain leaving that way. Second of all, I think founders that were ambitious felt like they could build bigger outcomes in the US. What's happening now is that you have ambitious founders sticking to Europe and actually pulling talent from the US back, right? Ligora is an example of that, Lovable is an example of that, Helsing is an example of that, Mistral. So you have a lot of these companies that are just becoming talent magnets. And then they're able to just conquer global markets, which is pretty insane. I think the real opportunity.
Yeah.
And so we're excited about that.
That's so.
We hear this so often where it's like,
Was it Martin Mignot that mentioned
build global from day one. Yeah.
That
That
is
was
that's his main thesis at Index. That is what he looks for, right?
Yeah. And Revolut was a great example that he gave of that. But what I wanted to say was this whole you can build in Europe. There's a talent discount essentially as well. There's you can build at a discount with amazing talent, and you can also sell to the US with a premium as well. Right? Ligora, when Max was on the show, we asked him a question I think it was you that asked him, what are you struggling with, growth-wise right now? And he answered, I don't want to sound cocky, but the only problem we have is that we can't get enough
hiring
AEs.
talent. 100%.
We can't move quick enough.
They're not suffering from anything. They're literally just killing it. And I think that's just so cool to see.
Yeah.
I think it just puts a different energy into the ecosystem as well.
100%.
We're just seeing European founders kick ass.
Yeah.
Right?
I was going to ask about
It must
that.
be awesome for you.
Yeah.
It must be awesome for you.
Yeah.
But also awesome
Listen,
with the founders
I
you
think
work
it's mostly
with.
awesome for founders, and I think what's interesting is, I think in Europe, one challenge we still have is companies don't self-combust from a talent perspective. So you need to kind of, especially at the ignition stage, so we always say it could be a creation hatch in our case, or it could be a seed, but these founders need the right talent around them early on.
Yeah.
And so this talent can be very distributed across Europe, right? And so Liv, who's our amazing head of talent here in Europe, she's spends all her time on the road meeting founders where they are, and that's really what GC is all about. We always say we meet founders where they are, and then we want to engineer outcomes with them, and we really want to help them scale. And I think every trajectory, every story of a founder looks different. Every company looks different, and I think given what I said earlier on these harder markets, these are very different playbooks that need to be invented now, and so we want to be there and just kind of co-create, co-conspire with this amazing talent we have here. And I think what's also cool is just to see the energy and the excitement of folks to come back here. Given the amount of venture capital that's flowing in the US right now, it's actually not to be taken for granted that these people feel like there's an equal, if not larger, opportunity relatively in Europe.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And let's talk about Slush. Let's talk about the function of Slush and why this is so important to do. Is this your first time at Slush?
No, I've of course been here many times, and I think first of all, I think that's remarkable is think about this as a student team putting this together every year. I mean, how amazing is that? Like, how many people, like
awesome.
20,000 people or something? Like, all of this, like, shaking that off your sleeve, I feel like just give yourself that and, like, entrusting a young group of people to just get this thing rolling in such an amazing way. I think that's great. Second of all, I feel like it's a great way to just, like, create serendipity, almost like forced serendipity, which I love.
I love that.
You know, and then I just feel like Helsinki has like it's obviously like a part of the Nordics, but like think about the density of entrepreneurial talent in this region of the world per capita. It's insane. And then one thing that actually few people know is out of the 5 million people living in Helsinki or in Finland, 1 people are they're reservists for the army. They're like fully trained, ready for combat people. So there's like a really strong sense of resiliency, and like we want to just own our destiny. And I think that's probably part of that entrepreneurial DNA. And I think when you meet founders here, you see a lot of that. I think you see a lot of this, like, hey, we're ready to build, we're ready to muscle through. We have actually a few portfolio companies out of Finland, and see so much great talent here. So it's exciting to meet these people.
I love what the serendipity piece. I agree with completely, and there's also like an inspiration element to it. Like you mentioned the really young crowd here at Slush. I was catching up with someone, one of the volunteers here at an event last night. They say it's like 350 days on, and then it kind of goes in a blink of an eye, and it works like it's in front of you, and then it's gone, it's poof, and it's back to drawing board. But a lot of the common themes that we're seeing is that like we have these amazing people like Max Unstrand, Lagora, like Anton over there at Lovable, and they're starting to become center points for the next up and coming generation to look up to, and it's a great thing.
Totally.
It must be amazing for you guys to be able to back these individuals, to work closely with them. I walked past Max earlier, just sat over there. I didn't say hi because he looked.
Max and I were actually asked last night. I don't know if you heard about our AI Champions announcements yesterday. So we started something in February called the European AI Champions Initiative, where basically it's the largest coalition of innovators and adopters of AI. So it's over 3 trillion in combined market capitalization. So I think anything from Stellantis, Siemens, SAP, Deutsche Telekom, Novo Nordisk, coming together with all the founders of the ecosystem, like all the innovators of AI. And so yesterday was 9 months after we launched, and we basically since then have combusted partnerships and investments with over 20 billion. And alone yesterday we announced partnerships, 18 partnerships between SAP and Mistral, between Mercedes and Black Forest Labs, and all these companies coming together to really talk about how they are jointly transforming the established industry and the European opportunity they're in, but also combust obviously these emerging companies. So I think that's something that's very much needed. And Max was there yesterday, we flew back last night, and we were just kind of talking through how Europe really has this awakening moment, and he's very much a part of that.
Yeah, he certainly is. I want to understand, I guess maybe potentially last question, what's the main thing that you feel like has shifted in the past kind of 5 years maybe that's kind of really brought this acceleration in you? Do you feel like there's that new energy? I don't know, we feel a lot of it. Do you feel it? Is that right?
So listen, when I started La Familia in 2014, 2015, when you spoke to investors like venture Europe, what are you talking about? There's no precedent. Nobody would want to give us money initially because what's the opportunity? And then our funds ended up doing really well. And I think since then, the ecosystem has come a long way. You see a lot more, seed firms, you see great managers that we're partnering with at the early stage, micro VCs that I think are doing a tremendous job just activating the bottom-up ecosystem. And so I think that's one. I think second of all, you see a lot more capital flowing into Europe. And we are one of them. I think we are probably the largest venture capital provider. Since we actually just mapped this figure, we deployed over 2 billion over the past 2 years.
Wow.
Into European technology companies, and making concentrated bets behind companies we feel can become global winners. And so we need to do that. We need to lean in, make sure the grassroots are working and the talent is flowing. And then, but you have to engineer and manufacture outliers. That comes with capital. That comes with ingesting the right, talent at the right stage, adding the right partners at the right stage. So for example, yesterday, Peloa, which was also a La Familia company that we doubled down on with GC, they announced a big partnership with Allianz. And Allianz said, listen, this is the company that's going to help us go fully agentic and make sure that we can meet our customers in their growing needs, and we can just create abundance in the way that we sell, in the way that we engage with them, right? And so all these frameworks are being developed as we speak, and that's kind of where I think it's really interesting to observe how European founders are playing a very, very crucial role in shaping that. That wasn't the case, like 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago. And I think AI is a big accelerant to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm conscious we're over time.
Yeah,
but,
and you, so you're going on stage in 10?
I actually don't know. Like,
Pretty soon?
soon. I'm gonna be on stage at some point.
You're actually meant to be on
Yeah.
stage right now. And
Exactly.
so nice to meet you, and
Meet
thank
you
you
too.
so much for coming on.
Thank you for coming
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
And we hope you
appreciate
like
it.
your cap. You don't
I
have
love
to
my
wear
cap.
it.
Yeah.
Just,
I'll
it goes
put
with
it
the
on.
outfit, though, I must say.
Right now. Amazing.
It looks pretty good.
Great to
It looks
meet
pretty
you guys.
good.
Hope we see you again
Amazing
soon.
to meet
Have
you.
a good one.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Awesome. Robin, how are we? Welcome to the show. It's going
oh,
well.
Mike.
Oh yeah, we
the
need
mic.
to. Oh, we need the mic.
Ola, we need the mic.
Oh, let's get the mic.
Run after. Run. Have you got a mic? How's it going?
Hey, good.
So,
How are you guys?
so sorry we're late.
Are you
Mate,
exhausted
how
already?
are you? We're
We're not exhausted.
We're trying to hang
I
in
mean,
there.
I've been looking at you like.
Let's get a cap on this table.
Yeah,
Let's get a cap up here.
Boom.
Perfect.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Hopefully everyone can hear.
Sure.
Amazing.
Thanks for
We've
having
got
me, guys.
we've got everything ready. We're good to go. All are we good? We're live. Love to hear
Yeah,
it.
we're good. Dude, how's it going?
Welcome to
Good,
the
good. How are you guys? Yeah,
Doing
it's
very well.
always my third time at Slush, and the first 1 and 2 hours is always overwhelming. But yeah,
we're
it's very
trying to
good.
keep up with the pace. It's our first Slush. It's our first time in Helsinki.
Yeah.
Loving it so far. We've done
Great
some-
format
some
though. I mean,
solos.
I have a feeling it's very like easygoing. I really like that. Yeah, pretty
people
cool.
are coming in. People
Mate,
are
you're
coming out.
literally here for the most casual chat ever.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We just want
That's
to have
awesome.
fun. We want to know, well, maybe for the viewers, introduce yourself.
Sure.
Who are you? What is the company?
Sure.
And just break it down.
Of course. So my name is Robin. I'm one of 3 co-founders and the CEO of Hyperdrives. And what we do is basically we build the turbocharger for electric motors. Yeah? So we try to solve a problem that a lot of people solve or try to solve, but very differently. Right? So what we do is we build not one specific electric motor for one specific purpose or application, but we have a technology, a special cooling technology, in fact, that helps an electric motor across all applications to achieve a much higher power density and a better efficiency. So what we can do is we can basically extract twice the power out of the same package of a normal given electric motor, or we can take that potential and downsize it, right? If you, for example, don't need a Volkswagen Golf with 400 horsepower, you just keep the power and you can downsize the motor and then save a lot of material cost, because we don't get the power through special materials or anything that's actually expensive, but we only get it through a very clever cooling. I always say this, and my technical co-founders roll their eyes when I say this. It's a turbocharger for electric motors because it's very different physics. But as a business person, I'm allowed to do that, right?
It might not be physically right.
Yeah, right. So it's very different physics.
And then
but-
your technical co-founder's like,
what's this guy doing again? Yeah, but no, I mean, we achieve the same effect, right?
Yeah.
We don't change much about the motor. We take a motor, we apply our cooling magic to it, and only by doing so, everything else stays the same. Also very important, because we don't do this only for, let's say, niche applications, performance applications, but we do this for the high volume mass market. And there it's very important that you can actually industrialize and that you have the manufacturing processes in place that you can industrialize, because it's a very different, whether you want to produce 1,000 motors or 100, 200, 300,000 motors on one production line. And this is exactly where our secret sauce is. And this is basically what we do for cars, for trucks, for eVTOLs, for heavy drones, but also for marine applications, everywhere where you have an electric motor, where it needs to be either more powerful, lighter, or basically cheaper, right? We thrive for making electric mobility, especially in the car, but also beyond the car, available not only for millionaires but for millions, right? By reducing the cost for the OEMs, but at the end of the day also for the end customer.
Interesting. So awesome. It's one of the more like physical.
It's hardware,
super
right?
cool. Yeah.
It's interesting, man.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask some questions about drones first.
Sure.
Or second, but I want to ask about the recent Porsche news going from their electric kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And they kind of have stopped the EV, right? What's that? Is that a thing? What's your take on it? I guess.
Well, it's inevitable that, especially, I mean, first of all, I think that's a kind of a Western world kind of let's say, issue that we're seeing. It's very different when you look into Southeast Asia or Asia in general. There, I think the penetration
Is that
of
what you're
electric
selling
is still
more into?
Actually not. So right now, just because of the proximity of the markets, we're trying to focus on Europe and North America, to be honest. So there, yeah, especially with the big players, you have kind of a little bit of a downturn.
Yeah.
However, my personal opinion, and I think it from first principles, I don't think that there's any chance that you can stop electrification through all kinds of transportation, whether you transport people in a car, whether you transport cargo. And why I'm saying this is not so much coming from the, let's say, CO2 footprint discussion. I don't want to start this. You can look at it more severely, maybe not so severely. That's not where I'm coming from. I'm coming to two things. First of all, our conviction is that electricity from renewables and next-gen nuclear will be just so cheap that propulsion based on electricity makes so much commercial sense that propulsion based on fuels, right, doesn't make any sense anymore. So it's just it's so cheap that you will run everything except rockets. Elon, you have to be careful with what Elon says right now, right? But he once said all transport will be electric except rockets, and I think that's very true because of that fact. And second of all, I think the product, when you look at a car, the product of an electric car, it's so much better than a gasoline-powered car, honestly. I know no one that has driven an electric car for an extended period of time, let's say 2-3 weeks, that wants to change back to a combustion engine car. No one wants it because it's so much. It's just better. It's a better product.
I went in one when I was in SF. I was in I can't remember. It was like a taxi or something, but it was like one of the newer Tesla models. And the guy, we were really impressed by like the interior. And then we asked the guy to like, he was telling us like it's 0 to 60 speed. I can't remember what it was. We were like, oh, can we see it out? And he was like, oh, I'll maybe show you in a bit. But then he just did it straight away. And so we didn't realize that he was going to do it. And it was literally, we kind of like,
you're like in shock.
But to like a crazy amount that I did not comprehend. And like they are really, my family have one now. They're really good cars.
Yeah.
They're really good cars. They're comfortable. I don't know.
It's fast. It's comfortable. It's
like you basically say like it's only a matter of time. Basically,
honestly, I think
education.
So. I think so. So there will be an S curve. I think the S curve is going to be pushed out a little bit, and I guess from a European, German industry standpoint, that makes sense because we're very successful with ICE motors, internal combustion motors. But at the end of the day, the customer will decide. And I think, again, from those two aspects, first of all, electric is just, it's going to be so cheap. And the second of all, the product is just very, very good. And you see this with European cars, but especially with the Chinese ones, right? I mean, Chinese, it's shocking. And I say this as a German car nerd, it's shocking how good those cars are. Both from a feel, but also from a technology perspective.
I'd love to get your take then on like the argument, the narrative. It's been around for a little bit, but like Chinese EV, like Asian sort of EV push is threatening the German sort of like broad economic standpoint, right? Because a lot of the GDP is based off like the automotive industry. It's traditionally like non-EV.
Yeah, true.
There's been arguments that like defense is helping kind of save some of that when like old factories are getting turned into now we can make like still like old school manufacturing stuff, but now it's the money's going into defense, but we're using the old using the old buildings. There's maybe hope there that this can we can pick that up and just put it in there, defense for the old automotive industry. Why are they not adjusting to the EV realm, right?
I feel like you guys are like directly solving that problem, though. Like that,
we're trying to solve it. We can solve it by our own, but we're trying to solve it not by competing with the OEMs, but actually by partnering. So maybe just the Hyperdrive, we do two things. We sell our motors to project customers who want to build, I don't know, a sports car or a drone or whatever. We sell hardware to the customer, but with OEMs in tier one, automotive tier ones, we license the technology to them. So we want to partner with them. We want to enable them to use this technology and to industrialize it by licensing the manufacturing technology and to use it for their platforms to make a better product. And I think that goes exactly down your alley. I think it's true. I think as I said, the Chinese competition, Asian competition is extremely good. It's very good product. And the only way you can counter that is, personally, through innovation. Right? You won't counter that just on a basis of cost. that's not going to be possible. You have to build a better product.
Yeah.
We want to help build that better product. It's better for the OEM because he can increase his margin. That's already right now a big problem, that you have cars that are too expensive. Yeah, you have an electric car is like 50% more expensive than an internal combustion one in the same class. You need to change that in order to be successful in the market. In China, that already happens. They already also have a big competition now in China. They're competing very much on price. I personally think there's going to be a consolidation happening in China. There's a lot of Chinese brands. They will consolidate in a couple of big ones. Yeah. But then it's even tougher to compete with them because they have all the scale. And the only way out is innovation, is technological innovation on the software side, but also, frankly, it's a hardware. When we look at the car, it's a hardware product, so you need to innovate on the hardware. And the electric motor, few people know that, but the electric motor is even older than the internal combustion motor, right? It's a very old technology. It's like over 100 years old. But still, there's so much technological innovation to be had in that product. It's kind of insane. Yeah. So we're operating in a pretty busy space. We're not the only ones doing high power dense electric motors. We do it differently, yes, but a lot of people working on this because there's so much innovation to be had. And back to your question, my personal experience is also, especially the European ones, they are like very risk averse, and that is, I think, a society kind of thing in Europe, especially Germany. Let's talk about Germany, where we see new technology. We tend to see it as a risk, right? We look at it and say, oh well, but this problem and this problem. Same. It's not only with us, but it's also with AI, right? We look at it, oh, it could be a problem, data security, blah blah blah. The US mind comprehends this very differently. They look at it from an opportunity standpoint. What can I do with that? What problem can I solve? Yes, there might be some issues, but can I overcome them? And it's the same with us. And back to your question, the only way forward is innovation. And you have to be courageous to do innovation. You have to do something that no one has done, yeah, in order to advance. And that's what we're trying to do. And that's why we are talking also to the big guys and trying to convince them that this is a product that it helps them to deliver a better product. Again, we're not competing with them. We want to join forces at the end of the day.
It just sounds like a matter of time, right, before those world.
I hope so. Yeah.
And what would you say is like about the issues there? Like, I think it's very well known. It's not like a German problem. It's kind of like a European problem. Maybe people might not call it a problem, but I personally maybe feel it is kind of a problem. That it seems to be a model of like, okay, this is cool, but maybe let's like figure out how we can like mitigate like safety measures and risk concerns.
Take a year, another year.
And by that time, it's like everyone else in Asia and the US are too far ahead. It's more like understand the risks first and the damage they can have, and then we can go ahead and like try and instead of like this is cool, let's run with it while we can. If some stuff happens,
and just like test and iterate and kind of get better at every now and again.
It's the opportunity cost, right?
We spoke to them today, but we've spoken to a lot of people today. But it's like they were saying nothing that they do is perfect. Like they just get it out, and it's it's obviously very different working in hardware, but it's.
There's a difference, indeed.
100%, but I think
an engine would be like, oh, it's not valid.
Just get it out. But
you have to validate, of course.
For sure, but still. I think there's an element to that. Yeah. The way you work, I think, is probably the biggest thing that you can kind of put on that, I guess. So it's interesting. I want to ask about Slush. I want to completely change the narrative.
Sure.
How are you enjoying it? What's your purpose for being here? Are you wanting to meet potential customers? Are you wanting to meet? Are you hiring? What's the
honestly,
the main focus at Slush?
Honestly, frankly speaking, Slush is the only, let's say, startup VC technology conference I actually go to.
Okay.
I know there are conferences in Germany, big ones as well. I don't like them at all. Honestly, I'm just not.
Slush is one
not my cup of tea. It's just not my cup of tea. It's for me. It's
what is it? The sauce?
Fair enough.
Nah, it's like
Maybe you should just
honestly, it's the energy, it's the people, it's the focus really. I think with all the other ones, there's a lot of blah blah, and There's one in Munich where you go and you meet coming from Munich, you go to Munich, you meet Munich people and you network with Munich people, which is not what I like to do.
Yeah.
It's very
This is
international
global.
here. It's global. It's very international.
We've had a few people say that. Which is cool.
And it's I feel it's very focused. So it gives me, back to your point, I'm here for talking primarily to investors, getting to know investors. The side events help, but also I think the entire organization with the tool, which in my opinion works very well when you compare it to other events. It's very focused. Everyone's very focused, wants to have one-on-one connections and not just do a little bit standing together and only drinking beer.
It feels different, right? We were at the HV Capital
really
Drinks
like
last night, and then then we were at the Lovable thing from that was 10 till 2, but like the vibe definitely isn't like hello, like what do you do? Like, there's obviously a bit of that, but the side events, I think I've read somewhere there's like 142.
Yeah, I mean,
like over the
you can go to Slush and not even go to the conference and only do
We've met a lot of people. Some founders, right, wanted to come on the show, and we were like, oh, great, just like come by in the main event area, and they were like, don't have a ticket.
You're like, lost already.
I'm either working outside, like in a co-working space or their apartment or whatever, or going to the side events. That's it. And to be honest, the side events are like super useful as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I think it's part of Slush anyway.
I think they're one of the most useful things here, right?
And the entire city is full.
For, right?
Yeah, true. The entire city is full.
Yeah. Every flight you're in.
I just wanted to say that. Like me flying in from Munich, the entire plane is full of either founders or VCs.
I remember.
Don't try to get a cup of sleep on the plane. It doesn't happen. You have
to this guy.
I was out cold. I was embarrassing.
That's hilarious, dude. I think we've run out of time.
Yeah, we
thank you so much.
That was fun. Thanks so much for having me.
Really
Can I take this?
Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah, it's yours.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy your day. Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Ciao. Get well.
Here we go. What's
Kevin Costa?
No, not Kevin.
Andreas. We missed Andreas. He couldn't come on. He pinged me.
Okay.
He couldn't do it. How are we, man? What's going on? Are you well?
How's it going?
Good.
Which one are you sitting at?
I'll join over here.
This is Thomas, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Thomas, amazing.
Yeah, Andreas was on a different stage at the moment, so
all good. Yeah, he pinged us anyway. It was like, I can't come down. Thomas, it's so good to meet you. Thank you for coming on to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Do you want to maybe introduce yourself, introduce the company, and then we can get into some questions as well?
Yeah, sounds good. So my name is Thomas. I'm building autonomous vehicles. They're rugged. They're able to drive over very rough terrain. We can carry up to 4,000 kilograms. And there's no need for human involvement, or at least not too much. And with this we can tackle use cases both in agriculture as well as in defense.
Amazing.
Okay, those are two parallels that I do not hear get put together. And I'm thinking right now, are you backed by Food Labs?
Yeah, Food
in
Labs,
Berlin?
exactly, Extantia, Andreas as well.
I think I just saw your raise like a year. I remember them announcing their investment actually, I'm just realising now live, because I remember because it was the first time that I'd seen defence and agriculture together in a phrase, and then you saying that, I was just like unlock that memory in my brain.
Yeah, I think it's also, you kind of need to see the vehicle on the website in order to understand it.
It's like 4 wheels, like larger kind of rugged tyres.
Yeah, exactly, no cabin, just a flatbed on top.
I've seen, okay, I have so many questions. First of all, like those two, I mean, defence and agriculture, quite untypical, but I guess if you're talking about terrain and vehicles driving over rugged terrain, then we find like the variable between the two that matches. How do you even start building in that space? What's your background?
Yeah, so I would say the background is just as non-linear as combining these two fields. Okay. So I started this company together with Francisco Infante. My background is accelerating machine learning. I worked on TPUs, GPUs, quantum computers. I co-founded Extropic, building thermodynamic computers. But for me, now the time was right to actually start using machine learning for something. Yeah. And I wanted to look into the physical embodiment of AI. And then my co-founder is coming from the hardware side. He used to work on supersonic, hydrogen-powered planes, as well as electrified heavy lifting drones. So hardware, software, and the two combined, we have the autonomous vehicles. Amazing. So that is kind of how we entered into the space. And especially for him, agriculture is very natural. His family has been in this area for quite a while. His grandfather started a company building agricultural implements, anything in front or behind the tractor, and they're selling it in 25 countries worldwide. Wow. So that's why we're in Spain. We can work together with them. And then secondly, they used to have agricultural land, but when their tractor driver retired, they couldn't find anybody. And that's when he discovered how much of a gap there was, a problem there was. Basically, there used to be 17 million agricultural workers in 2020. There's going to be 7 million in 2030. There's quite a bit of a problem there. We all want to keep on eating. So he experienced it firsthand and came up with the idea to address this with autonomous vehicles.
Interesting. I want to ask about going like autonomous, right? It's a huge, it's a heavy lift, right?
Yes.
It's very hard to be able to do and build for, especially in like the terrains that you're building and the weight that's needed to pull from these vehicles. You saw the 1X Neo robot, and there was a lot of backlash about how that was meant to be autonomous, and then it was actually tele kind of operated. Did you guys start teleoperated, or how have you tackled that problem of making it autonomous?
How do you train? Or is it teleoperated now?
Yeah. So first of all, one thing to realize is that we're not going out on the streets yet. We're in a very confined environment, such as a vineyard, where they are in very straight rows. There might be a cow or a deer coming into the way, but life is a little bit easier than out on the road, so to say. We primarily do first of teleoperated, but with autonomous capability. So there's one person that can supervise multiple vehicles at the same time.
Okay, so you do start semi-teleoperated.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
like the way you start to kind of get the ball rolling, essentially, and then.
Also because it's not just the driving, but you also need to control the implements, such as the plow, the seed drill. All of these vehicles need to be controlled. So it's good to have one human around that can configure the settings a little bit while the systems are entering the fields and need to be tweaked.
That journey to going from, again, I have no idea how you go from 0 to 1 for building an autonomous vehicle. In my brain, it kind of looks
very
like...
little sleep. That's one part.
I can imagine. I can imagine like no sleep. But in my brain, I kind of imagine like, you have like, you're sort of mapping up, it sounds like a film in my head, but like you're mapping up like schematics and blueprints kind of, and then you're kind of, you're going through and then you're actually manufacturing this thing. It's a V1 and it's kind of scrappy, and then it's a V2 and a V3 and it just gets better and better and better. Is that how the process works, or like how do you do it?
Yeah, so basically we looked at the traditional systems that are out there, and all of them, if they do go electric, they retrofit it. At the core of it is the traditional drivetrain, which we completely kicked out. So we reduced the number of components in the vehicle by 70%. We're electric. It's nice that we're electric for the environment, but the main reason for it is that it's 70% less components. Life becomes so much easier, both in terms of bill of material cost, but also in terms of building it. So it's a frame with a couple of components integrated into it that we do all in-house in our facilities.
Yeah. Okay. Have you spoken to Robin? We literally just haved him on. He hyperdrives. Do you know?
Yeah, I just heard it. We need to talk later on. Very interesting.
That's what ETN does. We're connecting these people 24/7. We asked Robin this question. What's your what's the focus being at Slush? Did you mention you've been here before? I can't remember.
No, this is the first time that I'm attending.
Okay, what's your focus? What
we were originally planning to actually do our fundraise in about a month or so. So that's why we registered for Slush and thought we would be meeting a lot of investors, but we kind of got preempted and we announced round closure yesterday.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Congrats, my friend.
Yeah, so we raised 7 million.
Nice,
and that will allow us to scale to 100 vehicles.
Yeah.
So it's nice being here and laying some connections, but it's more now about stuff like this and meeting other founders.
And telling everyone that you've raised.
It means you can kind of hit the sauna a bit,
Exactly.
You've done the raise, but you get to enjoy Slush. That's so cool. Wait, so what is the plan with this? You mentioned just then like a few elements of it, like it's mainly scale.
Yeah.
What is the plan? Yeah, how is that cash going to get deployed? Is it like a few more team members? Is it just like working on getting this thing into production? Like,
well, 100. How many vehicles do you have now?
1.5.
You have 1.5 vehicles.
We're still building it.
That's great. That's so good. Well, maybe Robin's chat will actually be unbelievably useful to help you build it. That's so funny. So what's the timescale from going from 1.5 to 100?
Yeah, so just a little bit also about the history. We incorporated a year and a half ago.
Okay.
We did our pre-seed last year, 2 million. With that,
That was the one I saw.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We did build a prototype with it. We did testing with it, and we're now aiming for first deliveries early next year.
Amazing.
And we're gonna gradually ramp up 1 a month at the start, 8 a month at the end of the year, which equals 100 units a year.
Yeah, okay.
That's phase one of the scaling that we're going to do with this current budget. After that, it's going to be in the thousands. That's going to be semi-robotic. Currently, it's more by hand, because as you're saying, you need to iterate through a couple of steps, and we have tested it quite a bit, but with the first customers, we do promise 2 things. It is going to break, and we are going to replace it instantly when it breaks. And as long as they're upfront about that, they seem to be okay with it so far, and they're very excited to
them, right? To get to play around with such a high-tech piece of kit. And like the ask about the tele operations element to the whole thing, is that done to kind of train the model in a way? Like, is it kind of like learning visually or whatever? I'm not technical, as you can tell. But like, why is that the first step? Like, do you have to kind of teach it in a way? Like,
yeah, so there's a couple of components to it. The first part is that if you want to do autonomous driving, you have very much a tail end of use cases that are not going to exist in your training data, and that the system is going to be incapable of handling. So as long as you can do 80-90%, you're already quite good in terms of being able to operate 5 to 10 vehicles at once with one person. So it catches the tail end a lot. And then secondly, whatever the human sees to control the device, the algorithm also sees. So you have direct access to all the information that the human is using in order to make decisions, as opposed to if they were on the device. It always captures a little bit more than the system does.
Yeah.
So this is the perfect training data, not just for driving, but also for everything that they're doing with the implements in front and behind.
That's so interesting. Okay, so that's like, because it's controlled, you'll have like an input of what control they hit. And
Exactly.
That's it's like human it's the vehicle, but the human sees like this random bit of debris, so goes left, then right, like that's...
Exactly. And we rebuilt the hardware side, but also the software side. We did everything ourselves. We're logging around 4,000 signals on a sub-second interval. And yeah, we keep that all around. We can in live stream see what's happening, we can retroactively see it, and we can feed it into our algorithms.
Oh, that's so cool. How much do these things cost?
So it's actually very competitive. That's one of the things that we really wanted to do. So a traditional system that is not even autonomous costs about 70 to 120,000. Our vehicle comes in at 80,000. And that's also because we reduce so many of the components, our bill of material is a lot lower than the competition.
Okay, well, but we need to sign some more sponsors, and then we can buy ourselves one of these robots.
We'll try and buy one and put it on our desk. My desk at home is a little bit bigger than this.
Yeah,
so,
I've seen it. I don't think it would fit still. I think it's quite.
Okay, well, we'll put it next to us. That's fine.
Yeah, we can.
I saw you guys have a shelf that you're still looking for input.
Yes.
It wouldn't fit, but maybe like a small scale model.
Yeah,
we would love one of those. We can have it
awesome.
on the shelf.
Amazing.
Give us some prime real estate.
Thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
My friend.
Have a great day.
Have a good chat with Robin as well.
Have a good one. Have a good one.
Is he on? If you just swap your mic with that guy there, Kevin. Sorry. Amazing. Just a quick word from our sponsor, Fora Workspaces, to make your everyday extraordinary, premium flexible office spaces that drive performance, productivity and well-being. Be surrounded by greatness and rub shoulders with some of the world's most exciting companies.
You love to hear it.
We're about to rub shoulders with this guy.
Let's
get him
go.
on.
Let's go. We're reloading.
Kevin, how's it going?
Hey guys.
Mr. Kevin Costa, how are you?
How you doing?
Absolute pleasure to have you on the stream.
Thank you so much for taking the time.
So we're trying to get our schedules right. We've got a few overlaps, but we're
a few minutes over, but that's fine.
This one is now. I'm not sure what you've got after, but we do have a little bit more time than we have booked in here. So yeah, we're all good. We're all good on time. But it's so good to have you on the stream. Welcome to the European Technology Network. What brings you to Slush in particular? What have you been doing here? When did you get here? Give us all the details.
I got here last evening, came to a few events. What brought me here is I actually backed a few teams, young technical teams out of Oxford. I think talent out of technical universities, out of Imperial, Oxford, Cambridge is completely mispriced. And so I've been spending a lot more time in London and in those ecosystems, which I think are absolutely fantastic. And some of the talent compares to some of the best sort of people I talk to out of MIT, Stanford, etc. And so, yeah.
It's
Amazing.
good to know that they're repping
What do
the
you
flag.
so what do you mean they're mispriced? Like
Well, maybe we should intro you first and the company.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
We need to get better at doing that.
Sure. So my name's Kevin. I run Belief, concentrated fund where we back young technical founders all over the globe, mostly US and a bit of Europe. We invest at the inception stage, so at the Belief stage. I know you guys had Ricardo at Point 9 come over, who's a good friend. He talked a lot about Belief culture, which is we really want to be there before anyone else and provide this sort of first belief capital. We think that provides us the right, founders never forget their first check. I think that gives you the right to sort of concentrate more capital into the best founders. And so that's where we invest, and then we sort of act as this layer of trust between these young technical founders who are not in the Silicon Valley mold and some of the best venture firms on the planet, both in US and some in Europe. So that's what we do.
Amazing. So you want to have that first check. You want to like give them the belief, I guess, in themselves to go and leave college, uni, and go and build or.
Yeah, mostly that tends to be it. So it's like pre-seed seed, and I've backed some teams out of Oxford where none of the local funds could underwrite it, but you could see that the founders are fantastic, and they actually incorporate their companies, on Stripe Atlas. So it's a US company, but it's like European talent. And then we introduce them to some funds, and they raise from Andreessen and other, top tier funds, and they're there and they're building the companies. But I don't think it matters where they build the companies. I think there's just amazing talent all over, and you just need to provide the first belief into them, and then help them get to some of the best sort of like people for sort of their next round.
And how do you do that? Because we speak to a few people who have kind of like spun up their own funds and done this, that, and the other, and there's a lot of ways to do it. I spoke to someone yesterday actually at an event, and he was saying that he started with supper clubs, and that's how he kind of started. It's not really a fund; it's more of a syndicate. But that's like one way to start. Like, what was your way to start? To collating these people, getting your name out there, I guess. Being able to have access to these founders as well, like being able to go into Cambridge and Oxford and say, hey, like I'm Kevin, I'm at Belief. Like, what is?
Look, I started at the young age of 19. I stumbled into startups when startups weren't cool, and poured all my savings into startups since the age of 19, for better or for worse. Backed over 40 plus teams, and then got lucky to partner with some companies that you guys might know, like 11x, Superpower, Bland, a few others. And I think excellence attracts excellence. A lot of young technical founders tend to spend a lot of their time with young technical kids. And those often come to me. And then the other one is I grew up also where Ricardo grew up, which is in Lisbon in Portugal, which is there was not much of an ecosystem there, so I was quite bored in my youth. So I had to resort to the internet to quickly find my people. And I think that we always talk about locations, where are you based? I think some of the best talent is just like Belief's HQ is on the cloud. We find some of the best talent on this one street on the internet where everyone lives. There is this one street on the internet where everyone lives. It's often on X. It's often on these weird parts of the internet where I still find some of my best founders there. And I think if you're like HQ native on the internet, you can find some of the best people there, be it for talent, be it for investing. And so that's where I spend most of my time.
On the internet, you're just like chronically online.
It's so true.
No one's really talked about it. No one's
true.
really said like it like that before. It was a really nice way of saying it.
The one street analogy is really cool. Everyone is kind of in one place. What I think that I honestly was like, X early days, but then like we just didn't have it for so long. I don't know how long, but recently got it back when I was working at Convergence, and like part of the strategy was like someone was saying was like, if you're an AI consumer company, like you have to be on X. You can't not be an X. At the time, I was like, well, we can just be on LinkedIn. Like, obviously was completely and utterly wrong. Like 100% of our customer acquisition was through X, like 100%.
Yeah, how many like Cambridge and Oxford grads are on X? Like, are they...
There's actually quite a lot of them. Now, I think there's also this perverse incentives where, now sort of like, a lot of people post on LinkedIn and sort of like less alpha there because it's everyone virtue signaling and trying to also, for young individuals, trying to self-externalize or self-actualize by external reasons, sort of like the Forbes 30 under 30 or whatever it is. I would say those are like more negative signals.
People say that's like a negative signal now. If you
Well, it's mostly like, what do you actually look for? Do you look for substance? Is it like the deep, weird paper that no one reads, which is this weird PDF that everyone's sort of like looking at, very technical, a lot of substance? Or are you just looking for sort of like some logo to fill some insecurity? But yeah.
Interesting.
No, it's a good parallel between the two, especially like, I feel like X is, it's kind of like the town square, but it's a lot more real. Like I feel like there's like biasness and like you have an agenda on LinkedIn, and I think Europeans are generous as we've discussed on the show before. Like I think the US do X a lot better. Like in our ecosystem in tech, they do it a lot better. I think a lot of people in Europe are kind of cemented into LinkedIn, and I don't know why that is. Maybe there are reasons. I'm not sure. I've never looked into it. But they're part of like, I mean, we're trying to bring more people in our circle on from LinkedIn to X. We're trying really hard. So I'm going off on a tangent, but there was a question I wanted to ask you straight away as soon as you sat down. With the first thing you mentioned about the comparison between talent levels with mainly UK-based universities, what you mentioned, like the Oxfords, the Imperials, the Cambridges. And there were similarities between what you see at MIT and Harvard, right? They're almost on the same level, if not the same level.
Yeah.
What else do you see? Like, what are other? I mean, you're probably well more poised to talk about this than most. What are the other trends or like differences that you're seeing at that age group between US folk and European folk? Because they're all operating at the top tier of their,
I think so.
their ecosystem, right? Like, are they that different? Like,
I think the best ones, to be honest, no. I do think there's like some cultural differences, to be quite honest, right? Like, again, I backed a few, especially the teams like out of Oxford. Some of them, just went to the US, they're building there, but they're just incredible, and they could be building anywhere. And one is a team called Canopy Labs, which you guys might know. Elias is now a Teal Fellow, and like these guys are just incredible. The Teal Fellowship looks for people everywhere. They don't care, right? You should just have the best people and want global domination for your company. It doesn't matter where. And so I think the main differences are around cultural parts. Like I backed this one company out of the Ukraine. Founder had broken English, wasn't that good at like pitching or selling. But once you dig into the why, sometimes the founders here have a bit more substance than sometimes maybe some kids out of Stanford or MIT, where they're really good at selling. They have all the pitch, they have all the charisma, they show all that sort of belief. But once you drill down a bit, there's less substance. So I do think often there is substance, but some of the European founders tend to be bad at like just communicating. I always say that like the US is really good with the one-liners. Make America great again. Like just keep it very short, succinct, and keep it sticky. Like what's the one-liner for your company? Why are you talking for 20 minutes about what your company does? It should be a one-liner. And I think that's sort of the things that I think some of them should learn, which is essentially just communication.
You see that even at like it sounds weird to parallel it between this, but you've seen that even with like the landing page copy of some like super
or
large
like the ads in like if you go in London versus like New York. Like I actually wrote a tweet about this like 2 months ago maybe. I was like, the ad copy in New York is just like worlds apart from the ad copy in like on the tube in London.
I think that's mainly because of competition. US is so competitive. Everyone. Like in the US, you just get called all the time. Like I have a US line. I get called all the time. People trying to sell me stuff. Like everyone's trying to grab your attention. If you go to the football game, there's just interruptions all the time. It's like cheerleaders, rockets coming above. It's like
I never got that. Like when I first ever sat down to watch one, I was just like it's like 30 seconds and it's like 50 ads, and then like the rockets fly over. Like, which is
but it forces you to be very succinct and really clear and capture attention in a short time span. So it forces substance, which I think is good. And so clarity and being succinct.
That's a really cool take. Yeah, it's weird when I first spotted, I just started seeing it everywhere.
I mean, I love ads. I love watching ads. And, I think it's like one of my favorite things to do because it's like it just shows how they portray the company in the shortest way possible. And it's what you were saying, right? It's like you need to create these like one-liners. And they don't have to just be one line, but like, it's like that's a saying for all kind of ads. Like, you need something kind of, I guess, catchy, which is, it sounds pretty obvious, but it does work. Like, it really, really works. And I think the US is so good at that. And, European founders should definitely just kind of like step up their game.
This is a complete tangent, but like, I'm now so good at that, but when we watch like the Ryder Cup chants, and all that. Whenever it's like a sport
see,
chant,
we've got
of,
it.
like,
We've got it, like,
the
in the
US
locker.
versus Europeans. The US chants like, "Oh, his team kind of dead," and like the European ones are a bit more imaginative, a bit more creative. And I wonder why that is, because it's like it's probably the only realm in which the creative side is actually, and it's a very small realm. Right? I'm talking about a stand in the Ryder Cup, but like. Yeah, that's interesting. I never thought. I just came to my head just now.
Exactly. What do you what do you look for in founders? You know, if you're going from inception stage, it's very personal based. What are you looking for? Tell the audience and see if they want to come up to you and pitch you. I guess.
Give away all my alpha. Look, I think we live in an age where like it's cool to build an AI company, and so there's a lot of people who want to build a company because it's the new cool thing to do. As tech becomes a larger percentage of GDP, I do think that a lot of companies, if you just ask them, is this company around in 30 years? Like, do the founders really want to build something for 30 years? And sort of, to use Elon's analogy, chew glass and stare into the abyss. I think not many do, and that's absolutely fine. We're really finding the founders who have like endurance, and one thing I look for is like disagreeability is one of the traits. I think you have to be massively sort of like disagreeable, have a very strong worldview. Even in SF, I see a lot of companies building agents for financial analysis, and you ask founders like, what is your sort of 10-year vision, what's the worldview, and how does your company fit into that? And they're like, we're going to build the OS for financial agents. It's like, well, you don't really have a strong worldview of how the world is going to change and how your company is going to fit into that. So really a very long-term vision, but also this endurance of like not wanting to build just a feature is one of the things I look for. And the best founders tend to be very stubborn and very disagreeable, so I look for that. But I won't reveal all my alpha.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Well, look, we're out of time, dude. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much. Man, really appreciate it.
We need to get your hat.
Yes.
Please.
You can wear that when you spread your alpha.
There you go.
In those dark rooms.
Wear that in Oxford and Cambridge, and everyone will be like, no way.
See you guys.
Good stuff. See you in a bit.
Oh, the mic as well. We'll have to grab the.
Oh yeah, the mic. Dude, I think I'm just gonna nip to the loo.
You go. We've got Andreas joining us.
Yeah. Andreas can join. He can take the hot seat.
Andreas, we got time. You're good. You can take it chill. We are. Yeah. Ruth, how are you? Ruth, grab one of these before they all go. We're live right now. You want to say hi? No? You'll steal the show. She's going to steal the show, folks. You want to give one wave? Andreas, are you joining me? Amazing news. Luke's just gone to the toilet, but please join in. Oh yeah, this side actually for you. I've just seen your tweet. Let's go.
Does he have his microphone on in the toilet?
Oh, he probably will. Can you mute him? Dude, he probably will. I didn't even think about
I like your face.
Yeah. This is all live as well. Yeah. Dude, how?
I don't have a mic right now.
Oh wait, you have a mic?
No, I don't have one.
You do? Look. This is.
Oh wow! Why did you put this there?
No, so did you put it on?
Holy shit!
That's how good
she's like a ninja.
That's how good all of us. She's just like, you get mic'd up, you don't even know you're mic'd up. This is Luke's mic, I've just realised. He left his mic
Okay, we're good.
He's a smart
good.
guy. You were on stage, you couldn't come to your
I messed up. I had like a thing at 1 that I booked in my calendar at 2.
Yeah.
Because time zones, they're hard, you know?
Yeah. We messed up at the start when we were booking people in. And there was a moment where me and Luke were like, oh, we've done everyone on UK time, and that's just like ruined the whole thing. So we had to like quickly, oh, here he is. Maybe we were just joking around. We thought that you brought your mic to the toilet.
I have something for you.
I'm a professional.
Well, let's get these on right away. Let's get these bad boys on.
Love this.
This is going to look great on the lapel.
Exactly.
But tell us, what have you been up to, man? So you're on the stage, what were you talking about?
Guess.
Yeah,
Ewing, yeah.
Are we cooks or are we?
No, it's good. Well? I'm having my main thing tomorrow. I'm speaking with Henna Vekunen,
yes,
like the VP of Europe,
which
is our JD Vance, but don't tell her. I don't think she likes the comparison.
I'm pretty sure you put on Twitter like we need a JD.
Oh yeah, who was that? Was that you? Who was like, we need a European JD Vance?
No. This was somebody else. This was Ville of Slush.
Yes, he's on at some point today.
I was like, holy shit, is this me? No, please not.
That's so
But
good.
tomorrow I speak with Henna Vikunen and Miki of Volt, like nowadays DoorDash. And they booked me as a moderator, which is hilarious. I don't shut up.
Yeah.
I don't
not a
shut up.
moderator.
I have a strong opinion than you. Like pick me as a moderator. Great idea.
You're gonna have to just like.
So this is tomorrow. Like I'm very curious. I'm very curious how this
You should
goes.
just take up the whole show.
Like after tomorrow, I'm banned in Brussels.
So good.
Yeah. Never being invited again.
We have so much to discuss. Where should we start? Can you give us an update on how are things with EU?
Yeah.
What's new? What's like the
Okay.
latest thing?
So for the people in the audience who don't know, EU Inc. basically the idea is create a pan-European standard for founders to start a company and raise money. Think Stripe Atlas meets Delaware Inc. meets YC Safe Notes. And while we're doing this, we also fix stock options across Europe. What we basically did is like a full legal proposal, and we're now trying to convince Brussels to do it in a way that startups want and not in a way that they came up with. It's the number one item they have on their agenda for startups by now, thanks to all the support, like 19,000 or 18,000 plus people, including you guys, Patrick Collison as well, and like a few others. And so it's like the number one item. They want to have something to vote on early next year, so Q1 next year. So basically now is the hot phase. And in the last few months, we played essentially Groundhog Day, so like always repeat the same stuff, you know. And we convinced them now that if you do a European standard, don't make it different in every country. Which you would be surprised how long that took to convince somebody. And now they agree on that. The main challenge we have now is the way they think of it is to allow innovative SMBs to scale across Europe, which in their language means open up offices everywhere. Number one, startups are not SMBs. If my startups I invest in are staying SMBs, I failed as an investor. The whole point is build massive companies that drive GDP and employ a ton of people. Number two, most startups don't want to open an office in every state. Like most of my San Francisco offices, they stay in San Francisco, right? They don't. Exactly. Their goal is to raise money, right? So we need to convince them that this is wrong. And the third one is innovative, which in code language in Brussels means let's not give this to everybody, because the member states won't want their biggest taxpayers to be managed by Brussels. They don't want their biggest employers to be managed by Brussels. So let's niche this down somehow. In reality, this means like niche to oblivion, you know, or niche whatever is good in PR.
Just like shut it up. Just
Here's your thing. Here's a pile of paper. Fill it out. Maybe you'll get accepted, kind of thing. So what we are trying to convince them is, look, if the member states care about employment and taxes, don't put them on Brussels level. Keep them on national level. And if you just standardize corporate law, but keep employment and taxation local. So that these companies become local taxpayers, local employers, you know? And if you want for some niches to still do it, like early, young companies, like easier procurement, easier taxes, or some special companies, industries you care about, do regulatory sandboxes for those where it's defined who gets in, what happens when you drop out, and all this stuff. But you don't have to reincorporate. You don't have to have Brussels deciding if you are able to fundraise, you know, like none of that. So keep it separate. This is our pitch right now, and we are now playing Groundhog Day of repeating that.
Okay, and so just to reiterate, the next thing to sign is early next year. Is that what you said?
No, so right now they're making it a proposal.
Okay.
Early next year, Q1, which in their language I think means March. They want to like, come on, same. Same.
I'm not saying we're on the same page.
Same. So Q1 next year, they want to like propose it for voting, and that's a whole process in Brussels. That's like too long for the show to explain.
Nice.
Do they use words like, it's always like look into, propose? Like it's never like definite, like finite, like will be done.
So number one thing I learned when doing this whole policy thing. Number one, never again. Number two is you don't think about it like deterministically. It's not like, hey, there's a problem, let's get together, let's solve it. It's much more memes, signal versus noise, like which idea like becomes popular. It's much more frequencies where everybody says stuff, and at some point everybody says the same thing. You know, it's or like you convince like 2-3 key people, and then you build the like momentum around your idea, your meme. It's much more like that. So even politicians couldn't tell you we do that definitely. The president, von der Leyen, announced she wants to propose something Q1 next year. So that means like you cannot put more political capital behind this. So like if this doesn't happen, like that's a bad sign.
Yeah. That's interesting. So a lot of it is from your, very a perspective that you've earned by doing all the hard work. It's a lot about narrative building, storytelling, waiting for that to
I see your gear spinning.
I like it.
You're becoming a politician.
I'm going
it's already happening. I'm already. Hey, this could be me.
I'm off, man. I'm done.
Yeah, exactly. Prime Minister.
No, I find it interesting though, because I think that like, you look at the way the elections work in the US, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's hundreds of millions going into the campaign.
It's a completely different game. That's it. Yeah,
but it's a marketing game, right? It's a marketing run. So I find that fascinating. We're getting sidetracked a little bit. Maybe we like prototype. What's that?
You kind of like help me quickly plan my campaign.
I'm like, we'll meet up after this. Like,
I need some consultation right now.
Yeah. You're gonna walk we have 2 more minutes. Like, how do I do my campaign?
There's a picture and signs. Is like. I just come with a catchy phrase.
So regarding your question, so I actually am not a policy person. I'm actually an investor. Technically, I'm an engineer, but somehow I became an investor, and I invest in very engineering-heavy stuff. So robotics, automation, machines, like Voltrack, the guys before, like the tractor.
Was that the video you dropped recently, right?
Yeah.
Dude, it was so cool.
So I basically focus on that. I used to be very global, like did space tech in India, a lot of stuff in the Bay Area, and then since 2 years I basically only do Europe. So my new fund I'm launching like a few weeks is like only Europe, and I'm right now here actually to finish fundraising. Like I got like the amount I wanted, and now I like extended a bit more because there was more people who wanted to talk. So I'm like, it will be hopefully somewhere between 15 to 20 million. Early stage, first round, first check. I invest in absurdly crazy stuff. Proudly. I tell all of my LPs I cannot promise you returns. I can promise you it's insane. But
good or bad.
Hey guys, some advice how to raise a fund.
But so far most of my funds are like already fully returned. So like I'm surprisingly good as an investor for having no freaking idea about anything.
I love you. There's no DD. There's no DD. You just got to do something absolutely nuts.
But
no. I do. So if any LPs of mine listen, I do the D. Ignore this guy. He has no idea. You're not supposed to say this publicly. No, I focus very much on engineering stuff. So you have to do, unfortunately.
Well,
Unfortunately,
you have to be crazy as well, right? You got to be finding those crazy people building.
I want to get to the point, like my ex-boss Naval Ravikant at AngelList. He's at the point where I don't introduce him crap. I only introduce him like stuff where I'm 100% sure I don't lose face.
If you're passing Naval or something, you probably
so
already been fanboying.
So I want to be on that level so that I just get stuff and I just do vibe-based investing. Because my network is already so good. It's another 10 years, 20 years at least.
Nice.
Right now I still have to do like DD and like this kind of annoying stuff.
But when you're doing that, you're doing hardcore DD as well, and you're also filming a lot of like like did Harvey Dodd at
Harvey's awesome. Shout out to Harvey.
He's come on the show, or he's came on the previous show. He'll come on.
He also came on. You have to go to his new space. It's insane. Insane.
In London?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
I don't know if it's public.
I
cut that.
Forget what you heard.
That wasn't us. I was just.
I remember when he came on, you knew he was cracked because you can always tell by like. Obviously, I mean, that's fun. Everyone is super cracked.
He's won in.
He joined. The background was like a whiteboard full of like equations. And it was just like into that.
And he used to play like professional football.
In his office, it says every day is survival. Like big, massive letters on the wall.
You know he's going to win if he does that.
Hell yeah.
He's epic.
He's a beast.
No, you definitely have. Like, so for context, I do a YouTube channel. My wife calls it my midlife crisis. I call it my effort not to be known as the policy guy. The idea.
Very fair
it's same. The idea is to show hyper ambitious companies in Europe that build insane stuff, but like show them behind the scenes. Like I love Slush, but on the stage, like you get asked questions you've done millions of times. It's very intellectualized. Like what do you recommend early stage founders, blah, blah, blah. I want to go into the office. I want to film like people working. I want to film the actual machines, the robots. I tell everybody don't do any staging. Like if it's messy, it's messy. You know, like make sure you don't embarrass yourself, but like otherwise, you know, like hide stuff you don't want your competitors to see. But otherwise, like let's go.
Normal day.
Yes.
Yeah, normal day.
And
No, I think there's a place for that,
Yes.
right? And I guess this is why this format works, right? Is because we can literally just like give you the mic and you go and you talk to us, right?
Well,
and
there's
that's
no
like
press. It's hard to shut me up, dude.
yeah, but it's great, right? It's like you get things off your chest that is important to talk about, which is awesome.
And you create the medium for that.
Trying to, yeah. I'm saying that we're fresh out of time. We've got Zeynep from General Catalyst up next.
Yes.
We need
we're gonna have to love you and leave you, mate.
Dude,
always a pleasure.
It's an honor every time.
So good.
Keep rocking, guys.
Do you have
Keep
a cap
rocking.
or no?
Yes. It's fair.
one?
I gave you one. You gave me one. It's just fair. It's just fair.
Trade deal complete.
Cool. I'm watching. Don't remove the pins.
We'll keep them on. We'll keep them on. You don't
See you guys.
Go well, buddy.
Have fun, mate.
So awesome. Love to do it. Up next we have Zeynep from General Catalyst, and we cannot wait for this conversation where... hello. Are we mic'd up? Are we good to go?
We need to do a mic.
Do you want to just come over to Orla here? She can help out.
There we go. Quick word from the sponsor.
While we're waiting, let me just tell you about our friends over there at Airwallex. They're leaving outdated business banking behind. It's the all-in-one financial platform built for the pace of modern businesses, multi-currency accounts, high-speed international transfers, corporate cards, expense management, and online payments. Where is it, Luke? It's all in one platform. It's all in one platform. Welcome to the technology network of yours.
How's it going? Lovely to meet you, Luke.
Good to see you guys. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for joining us. The pleasure is all ours. Can we get a cap up top, please?
Oh, I love it.
You don't have to wear it now. We always say no pressure.
I do love it.
If you would like to, you're more than welcome.
Thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for coming on the show. Do you want to maybe walk us through who you are? What do you do? Where do you work?
Yes.
For the viewers at home.
Of course. So I'm a partner at General Catalyst. We are an investment firm and a transformation company. And I've been with the firm for about 4 years. I'm responsible for a lot of our growth investing in Europe, as well as what we do with AI roll-ups. I heard that one of you is an AI roll-up nerd.
Yeah, he's kind of geeking out about it recently.
Okay, great. So I can't wait to dive into that.
Tell me all. Let's go.
Let's
Yeah?
I mean, let's just do that now. Should we just go straight
let's
in?
just do it. Yeah. So I guess give us a starting. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, where are you focusing on?
Yes. Why
what's
don't
the
we start with
opportunity,
what is AI roll-ups and
Yeah.
maybe the history of how this happened?
Let's do that. How new is it as well? Has this been around for a bit or?
So here's the thing, I'll give you the history because actually as a strategy it's not new. So GC has been around for over 20 years and one of our flagship funds is the Creation Fund. So last year we raised 8 billion, of which 1.5 billion was creation. Creation is when we partner with founders to build companies together and incubate companies together. So we've been doing this for 20 years and it's always been in the DNA of GC and all of us as investors, I've got a background also in operating prior to investing, so a lot of us have this DNA. When AI happened, we all kind of got together and we're trying to figure out where is going to be the biggest impact. And I think it was quite obvious that it was going to be services, right? It was going to be white-collar services where there's a lot of workflows that are text-based and voice-based. So we said, we want to be incubating effectively the next generation services businesses that will be running with AI. Effectively, these tech services firms that are a lot more technology than manual labor. And then we said, let's go study these markets, right? Let's find markets where we think there are a lot of text-based and voice-based workflows that can be automated. So property management is one of them. Real estate is another one. And call centers, right? So obvious. And then while we were looking at these markets and studying them, we also realized how fragmented they were. And that's when a lot of us around the table who also have a background in private equity like myself, kind of our eyes lit up because we were like, okay, well, we can do AI, we can buy one of these companies.
That's a classic thing you get for it. Private equity, by the way.
The fragmented market.
Exactly. So we found these markets and then we said, you know what, we can drive value through AI transformation. That is our North Star. But we can also drive value through consolidating this market.
100%, yeah.
So this is how AI Rollup Story was born. It really actually is a strategy that we've been doing for many years. And the roll-up thing is really secondary. It's first AI transformation.
So AI transformation of one of those businesses that you then make the platform business and then you kind of roll up a load of other smaller players? Is that right?
We start small actually. It kind of depends a little bit on the market structure. We're totally fine to just start small. So find a team, who's AI native, has domain expertise. I can talk a little bit about what kind of teams we like to partner with to do these strategies as well.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And then we'll typically go buy one small business and start building the tech with them. Because when we build this tech, it's not like a platform that we could sell to someone. This is effectively changing everything in that services business. We rip out every technology, we put in our platform, but we train people also on how they should be working with AI.
Yeah. So you upskill them as well, right? Which is like
Absolutely.
value add for them. You're not just because I think PE gets obviously a pretty bad rep in terms of you buy a business and you rip a load of stuff out and you fire a load of people or whatever you have to do to kind of make that business more profitable. But the fact that you're upskilling and at the same time making it more profitable by integrating AI is like value add and solution of that huge problem that makes PE such a big scary thing.
And it is so different. I cannot find that many commonalities with PE because I've done private equity before, and I will tell you why it's so different. One, when we invest in these businesses, we're not cutting costs.
Yeah.
Right? We're actually cost in because we want to put in equity there so that there's technology investment, there's a lot of technology built. That is the first thing that matters. Then when we start doing our roll-ups, we still don't use debt in the beginning because we don't want to put stress in these businesses. We're planning for the long term, right? We don't have this 3 to 5 year horizon where we need to, deliver the returns and create value through paying down the debt. That's not what we do.
Yeah.
But once we do the costing, we build the tech, we can see that we're having the automation, and I can give specific examples from our portfolio. At that point, we say, now we can take on leverage. And guess what? Our EBITDA margins were 15, now they're at 40, and we can raise that at much better terms.
Yeah, I bet you can.
So then the game changes, right?
That's a gangster line. Right?
I want to. I want to.
clip that.
I want to know what founders of these businesses that you're rolling up are saying. Are they not because they'll have PE firms coming to them and saying we can do this, that, and the other, and probably leveraging the business a lot more than you would.
Yeah.
Are they oh my god, I'm getting the best of both worlds here. This is amazing. This is great, right? They get a bit of liquidity, but also their businesses, which is their that's their baby, right? They've built that up from the ground up, and they don't want to give it to a big bad scary PE firm to just mess with it.
No.
So it's really interesting. Founders are they not oh my god, this is the best thing ever, right?
This is why it's so special to do this in. It's so special to do this in Europe precisely for this reason. First, because we're rolling up the long tail of the market initially, actually, those are the companies that PE-backed players or PE don't buy. They're smaller. And if you look at Europe's part of Europe's economy is the Mittelstand. It's these mid-sized small companies, and a lot of them are going through these succession issues. Yeah. And so we kind of come to them with a solution, saying, one, your reputation really matters. You're having a succession issue. We can come in here, we're going to make you part of something much greater. And we're going to empower your people because they're going to, now with AI, they can avoid doing the stuff they hated doing. So they effectively, they will be more proud.
Does it give them more time? Because a lot of founders will leave the business and they will liquidate, they'll take their cash out, and they'll and some founders will follow on and keep their equity. Do you find a lot of founders actually switch and go, oh no, I was going to leave and cash out, but now I want to stay in the business because I believe in the growth journey?
We have both of them, and when the founders stay, we love it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give you a specific example from one of our portfolio companies. I don't know if you know Dwelly. We're doing real estate agency roll-up in the UK. What's really unique about them actually is that this is their second business, and they had already built a business in real estate agency space, and they had the insight that they should be effectively driving value through roll-ups even before we had the AI roll-up strategy and the playbook, which is fascinating to me. They came to the UK, studied the market, and did their first acquisition in Hull, and they moved to Hull. Okay? These guys are not from the UK. By the way, that was my first signal. I was
sunny Hull. They're in Hull.
I know. I'm this is my first special signals with this team. They
don't care about being in Hull. They just care about the business.
Hull, exactly. And they were in Hull for a year, so I'm well, that's commitments, right?
I know we're in Hull, but they're probably more in Hull.
And why Hull? Specifically, they bought an agency there. And the agency that they bought and the people in that agency were people who had so much agency themselves. And it was people who wanted to be a part of this and would become kind of part of the change that Dueli was going to be driving. So now the person who was leading Line, the property agency that they bought, is one of the most key people in Dueli. Even though Dueli has now acquired, more than 10 businesses, that person who was running the agency that they acquired is one of the most central people to the organization.
That's so cool.
Okay.
That's like, those are the stories we like to hear about. Those champion stories. We've done a lot on AI rollouts. Maybe let's talk a bit more about GC.
Yeah.
A bit more about your world.
all right.
If you'll allow me. We had Jeanette on earlier,
Yes.
which is an amazing treat for us. The GC household name in Europe, doing amazing things. What can we look forward to right now with you guys? Have you got anything interesting coming up? Anything interesting that you've been working on that you can share with everyone? What's new in General Catalyst as well?
So what I love about General Catalyst and what we bring to Europe kind of goes back to our conversation a little bit to private equity and AI roll-ups, actually.
I'm just gonna. It seems to be.
The reason being, I'm just so proud to be part of an organization that really focuses on the long term and not the short term gains, and is patient about building for that long term. And this is why another reason when I say it's so different, like in private equity, you have a short time period where you have to prove things out in 3 to 5 years. And you kind of even if you drive value, you'll do a roll up of businesses, for example, you won't fully integrate them. You're like, I want to leave some for the next guy who's going to come buy it. It's not about building an enduring business. And there are not that many platforms in Europe who think like that, saying, I'm going to be building businesses for the very long term that are going to endure. And for example, with the AI roll-ups, if the idea was to kind of drive value in 3 years, we could do that, right? We could put leverage, we could buy a lot of companies, but we actually don't care about the revenue KPI. We care about automation. So we want to know, how many properties is an agent handling? Is that going up through AI? If you give me that KPI, we're going to give you more money. So we can, that mindset of revenue, growth, profitability, these are not our KPIs initially. We think about building for the long term, is not something that many funds say. So I think with GC, the strategy I'm most excited about is what we're doing with AI rollups and how we're transforming services with AI. So not just with rollups, but also investments like Legora, So, and there's going to be more to come.
I want to know how because you work on both sides.
Yeah.
How do you have any time in the day? What does that look like? How do you and also it's a different brain, right? It's a different way of thinking. It's a different way of operating the businesses purely because they're at different stages. And it takes a very, very good investor to win at either, and then both
at the same time.
At the same time is mental. So give us your kind of advice, I guess.
Yeah.
Tell me how.
The thing is, they're so connected. There are so many learnings that you take from a Legora in legal AI that is applicable to what Dueli is doing in automating real estate agency workflows, as well as what Integral is doing in accounting. So in a way, it is all linked that it makes sense for us to be doing all of this together, and we have a very collaborative team. And everyone in the team has superpowers.
So it's not separate.
It's not
you
separate.
Are fully integrated.
We're
together.
fully integrated. We're not. GC is this crazy place that's super entrepreneurial, and scrappy.
Right.
And we each other. We see ourselves as builders. Everything. The decisions are always in WhatsApp and small group conversations. It's too communicative, if anything. And I think that allows us to move at the speed of light.
Definitely.
And also not be laser focused on things and be creative. Because there can be different ways of driving value using different fund strategies. And we want to make sure that if we have people focus on just one strategy, it's harder to create those synergies.
Definitely.
So it's a bit of brain gymnastics, I guess. But when you have an amazing team, then it works.
For sure.
I have a question about growth stage in Europe in general. We've had a couple of people on the show that have said it has been incredibly hard for European venture teams that maybe don't have as large a fund to compete at this stage. Maybe we can do really well at pre-seed, seed A, maybe that's where it is. and then we see like the density of European funds drop off past A, where we get to B, C, D, and the growth stages and beyond, kind of dominated by US capital. What are you seeing any trends in that? Right? Are you seeing more European players pop up in the growth stages? Are you seeing less? Like, what does that area look like right now in Europe?
I would say that it's still very much, we are seeing a lot more US funds in the rounds that we compete in, the companies that we want to partner with.
Which I don't think is a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing because, you know, we're building,
I'm not saying that.
these are building global businesses.
Yeah.
We also have our US counterparts that we work very closely with, and we are one fund. And we invest in global winners, effectively. So I don't know if it's a bad thing, but I will say yes. I'm mostly seeing US funds in the deals that we compete in. And for us, you know, that's actually a good thing because we're the only US fund that truly has European presence and has a Europe first mindset. So it makes my job a bit easier.
Yeah, 100%.
That's always happy days.
I think we're out of time.
We are. We're getting hit by this.
Yes, we're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. That
really, really nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you.
And when you're having all your meetings, your alpha meetings, make sure you wear the cap, and then we can
Absolutely.
to our direction.
We were told that it actually wins deals, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's not a rumor. We just heard it somewhere.
All right, nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, really
Bye.
nice to
See you later. Cheers.
Yeah, run.
Let's go.
Are you mic'd up? Have you got a mic on?
I don't think I do.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Cool. Maybe Orla can do the mic. Up next, we got the co-founder of Slush in the house. Before we get into that, let me tell you about our friends over there at ICI.dev. It's the open source middleware to control, govern, and observe AI access to your tools.
How's it going?
Data.
Lovely to meet you.
Good. Welcome to Slush.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you here.
This in your house, I guess.
Well, not quite mine, but thank you nevertheless.
Cap that.
ETN cap for
I've been
you.
waiting for this.
That's good to hear. Well, I normally ask, we start these conversations off by like first time at Slush.
What are you working on? All of this kind of stuff. But I guess it's this, right? Like,
I mean, this Slush started 2008, so it's been 17 years, and maybe the secret to Slush is that they don't have old hacks like me, anymore around here. So every couple of years, the team renews, and it's for young people to show what they have. And of course, every year, the kind of new team wants to do better than the kind of pour their heart and soul into it. And I think that's why Slush is what Slush is. So it's really for them it's like a platform. It's it looks like an event, but it's almost like human young people, accelerating young people.
amazing. Did you, when you first had the idea and started it those years ago, where do you think it would have been, and now, let me rephrase. What was your vision, and do you think that you've hit that? And now looking at Slush and where it's got to, do you feel like it's got to where you wanted it to be? The vision?
No, good question. I think, of course not. I mean, in short, but when I studied abroad, came to Finland, 2008, and then I didn't know anybody. I was, where all the cool people were, and that was kind of the rise of the consumer internet back then. iPhone had just come out, and in Finland was fairly stale to decline. Nokia was just starting to decline. That was like a massive thing for Finnish economy since 90s. So there was not a lot happening, and I just thought that startups are, that startups will save the world. I still do. And then, at the time in Finland, when you said a startup, you had to explain what is a startup. But it was this belief in that this is what we need, this is really important, even though not understanding quite what it was or where it was going. So absolutely not. It just felt that there was a group of us, and it felt that it's important to do something, and startup and technology, that's what we kind of believed in, or we just had learned that. So that's how it got started.
Yeah. I want to dive into what you said about the changing of teams every few years. Obviously, there's a vision there that's underlying, And I think a lot of businesses struggle when they do get to kind of a few years down the line and maybe decisions change and visions change and you're iterating, but there's always that one kind of line and that one gold star that you're always aiming for. How do you keep that grounded within the teams, but then also change the teams? Because I think it's important to do the same, to bring more ideas in, to bring to iterate that mission, right? How do you navigate those two sides of running something like this, I guess?
Right. I think it's the same thing as many times with startups, that the kind of the vision or the mission is a really big one.
Yeah.
Is supporting entrepreneurs and supporting founders, believing in startups, and then the tactics change. So it's not about one product or the other, but it attracts people who believe in the mission. So you don't need to tell them what to do. They're like, this is important, I want to be a part of this, and they subscribe to it. So it kind of comes naturally, and then but they have the freedom to take it whichever direction they want to, but they choose to find this mission important, and find like, we need more founders, we need more ambition, and we need more startups. So I think it's not top down directed. It's just kind of that kind of people come to the fore, and then they take it where they want to take it. So it is somewhat organic, and there's a big emphasis and trust in young people. That's the underlying core theme, that it's not old people telling what to do. We won't give responsibility, and for them to show and kind of like what they want to build in this world and where they want to take things.
Definitely.
I want to jump in and just ask, you kind of touched on it on an earlier question, but Slush has turned into this amazing, huge thing, just full of incredible people doing incredible things. Student-led as well, for anyone that doesn't know that. But looking at the event today now, it's so big. There's so many amazing people here. It's incredible. But what did the first one look like in comparison to now? And I'd love to know the growth story, right?
No, it was. I mean, when we started, it was one of those things when you just do stuff. You don't really know what you're doing. So but that's how maybe this is what you have in a few years. So but we just we knew a few people. We knew try to find introduction and meet them, and we got the idea kind of late in the fall, and then when we started to talk people, one of the, I think it was Risto Siilasmaa, the founder of F-Secure, which was a famous entrepreneur, still is in Finland. He gave us one date, and he was like, yeah, okay, I'll give you a shot. Sounds good. Come to speak in this event of yours, and that's why this happens to be in November and not in beautiful Finnish summer. So it again, you just do one thing after another, and so there was not necessarily massive grand plan. We kind of knew what we wanted to see, and at the time, web was a thing in Europe, and that's the only thing that the world knew about European tech, and we thought that we can do better, and wanted to show that all the great startups coming from Finland, Nordics, wider Europe. So that's kind of how the process got started. But it was 300 people in a quite small venue, and at the time it's kind of the whole crowd was fits into one photo, and there was maybe 4 or 5 organizers. I remember when people started to come in the doors, they saw that the name tags or kind of the badges were not really gonna. So the participants started to help out. So I mean, you just kind of what you do. You just make up as you go, and do what you think is important.
Yeah, definitely.
That's so cool. Yeah, it's really cool to hear. I know that the community model has become a huge thing and especially in London, where we're from, recently. But it's like you do, and we talk about this a lot on the show. This sense of optimism, this sense of like changing, not the narrative, but you kind of speak it into existence. I think with like this sort of like optimistic shift, and like we're seeing even on like the Nordics in particular, even on our show. Like, I mean, what Sigdisia founders, I think Victor and his co-founder are Danish, which I wasn't actually aware of at first. And like Max from Legora, like obviously Anton from Liverpool, and a lot of these guys are about to like the inspiration, but a lot of them are now like, they seem to be kind of poster child
Yeah,
for
it's almost like
European
thought leader type.
Yeah, for tech innovation.
Amazing,
like,
right?
like we're seeing so many young people now that are getting into the space because of like Anton.
Yeah.
Because he's saying, I'm not going to just build like $1 billion company, I'm going to build $1 trillion company. Like that's I think something that maybe Europe historically hasn't been that good at. Like it's kind of marketing themselves, marketing like their achievements, and marketing what maybe the US do a little bit better at. But yeah, it's nice to see, and it's definitely present here. Like you can feel it in the side events, like here in the main event as well.
It is. It's important, and you know, getting people on board, and I think another thing that really applies when you start something new, whether it's Slush or you guys are doing, or any startup, is that kind of the momentum, the movement creates new information, and you know, like you can't just sit around and just think everything true. So just get going, and you know, you learn a lot along the way. And you know, shift direction as you go, and you do something new and important, and good things happen.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd love to ask, like, what are you excited about right now? You know, what things can we look out for?
Well, I care a lot. I'm at the same time, I'm super concerned about, you know, where things are going in Europe and kind of the Western developed countries. We haven't seen growth, you know, maybe real growth, maybe after 1970s, if you know, take away globalization and financial deregulation. So we're gonna, you know, we're still surfing the post-World War II wave, and the wave is getting smaller, and it's a long tail, but it is thinning. So I think you start to see the social contract unraveling. We saw what happened in New York, Mamdani, like, you know, just young people are not, you know, they're just not accepting the deal they're getting. And you know, every generation feels like is worse off than the one before. And you know, if there's kind of one underlying theme, it is the lack of growth. You know, generally in the Western democracies, but especially in Europe. And that's something that you know, there's a lot of people, not just me, who want to do something about it. But I think we really need to take that seriously. And you know, tech has grown out of a tech bubble. You know, it impacts every artery of society. And you know, that's, you know, probably our only tool to get this thing going again and build a future for ourselves, our kids, and future generations. And Slush is part of it, but I think, and you guys are part of it, and we're doing a lot. And you can see, you know, your interviews, you can see a lot of great companies, but I think we need to do a lot more. And again, like
Is that just more starting more companies? Or is
well,
that,
that's
like,
one,
investing in more companies.
but also like you know, like a lot of this, you know, we moved to, you know, from this globalization, you know, free markets into this kind of like big power play between you know, superpowers. You know, China, US, hopefully Europe has a place in that. But you know, if understanding that, you know, that's how a lot of decisions are made, industrial policy matters. We need to be in those tables. We not only need to take startups and technology seriously, but, you know, like if we can't get rid of European Union, we need to take European Union really seriously, as well as kind of the national, who run our countries, politicians. So I think we need to step up and accept that we need to also be present in politics, understand it, and, you know, play the game, whether we like it or not. So that's what I right now. That's where a lot of my focus is.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Do you,
We had
do you
a-
know Andreas?
Yeah, we had.
I do.
Yes.
We had a great meetup yesterday, and
Awesome
he was
guy.
presenting, and I think I think he's one of our heroes at the moment, and I think we need more people like that, and we need to support EU Inc. and what he's doing.
Yeah.
I think you need to start somewhere.
That's
there we
great.
go.
Yeah, we got the.
I'm a fan as well.
We got the badges, but he's doing incredible work. We're a massive fan of his. He's been incredibly helpful for us.
Yeah.
Just with the, like first time we met him, it was a WhatsApp created straight away, and he's just giving us ideas, which is like super helpful. On that sort of topic in that area, you've spoken before about how we've mentioned it earlier on the show as well. Europe might need their own JD Vance.
Sorry?
Europe and like JD Vance in that relationship, like who?
Right. Yeah. Yes.
What, like, can we go into that and just specifically understand?
Absolutely. And whatever you think of JD Vance, I think it has had somebody who was in technology. He was a venture capitalist. Maybe he was Thiel's creation, but nevertheless, he now is second most powerful man in the world, and you can see his impact in policy, in people who the Trump administration brings into the government. So I think and regardless of where they take it, I think they understand that technology really matters. We need to understand what happens in technology, and we need to understand how to drive it. And I think that's what we also need in Europe. So, and there's a lot happening. In Finland already, people have kind of organized and influencing and having a dialogue with the politicians, with ministries, but I think we need to step up in every country and also collectively in Brussels on the EU level. So not only lobbying and influencing, although doing a lot more of that, and again taking seriously, supporting the right candidates, right? But also having our own candidates. So grooming those people, helping them out, those who want to go in there. And I think what Slush has done so well is that, this is with young people, is that, they take them in and, they spend few years at Slush. So it's like through osmosis, they kind of marinate on the tech waters. And I think that's how you start to understand how this world works and why this is important. And I think we need same kind of a cocktail with future politicians and people, who make decisions in those tables. So again, like taking this thing really seriously. And I think, JD Vance is maybe it's just example that helps people understand that it's different routes to it, and just again like find our way in Europe and not only mimic or copy what US is doing, but do it a lot better. Go beyond that. Like we can do so much here, but we need to get involved.
Yeah, definitely. I want to touch a bit more on Slush. What do you most look forward to when on the roll up to Slush? Like, what's the thing that you're always really looking forward to every year?
I think it's the team. It's really gonna every year what they gonna bring to the table, and every year that they put up a great show, but then they try to outdo the year before and make it better and kind of improve it and show what the young generation thinks. So I think that's the kind of the most exciting part for me, and talking to those people and understanding how they see the world. And maybe this is a manifestation of how they see the world and where we're going. But I really enjoy that, and as well as seeing kind of where those people go. So for example, Volt, massive success, European and global level. It's Slush alumni. So, Mickey and the team used to run Slush for a number of years, and then, they just kind of stepped up, and then they built, Vault into what it is, and I can't wait to see what else they cook up. But this applies to every generation, every kind of cohort. If you think, if you guys have YC, I think we have Slush, and to be honest, I think we can outdo that.
Yeah. We'd love to hear that. We're getting hit for fresh out of time.
We're getting hit with more people coming in. So look, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks,
Really
guys, and great to have you at Slush. Enjoy the show.
Thank you very much. Have a good one. Ciao. Thank you. That was just awesome. That was a great interview. It's funny, we're in the presence of greatness, like Fora wanted us to be. Rubbing shoulders with the greats.
Oh, I thought you were going to do a quick ad read for the.
No.
for
Well,
the
I kind of did. I kind of just did just then. Is that from Guillermo?
Yeah, Guillermo.
Oh, let's go. That's awesome. Look, we have. How long do we have? We have 10 minutes before Lucy over at Airwallex is joining us. We're going to take maybe a very quick 3-minute break.
Yeah, 3-minute break.
And we will be back live with Lucy from Airwallex joining the show. Ciao, see you in a sec.
Bye. We are live.
Welcome back. Very short break. We actually been joined by a new surprise mystery guest, Eileen. Welcome to the show. Do you want to introduce yourself to the stream and then maybe tell us a bit about what you do, what you focus on?
Yeah, sure. Should I talk to the camera? Or
Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Just forget the cameras there.
Forget it's there.
I forget it, so I will focus on you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. So my name is Eileen, and we are developing a mobility app for especially women and marginalized people to come home safe more. It's more a mobility safety platform, so we have like 3 features. The one is like we can match people, and it's depending, so you can choose if you want to ride with a woman or with a man or a diverse person. So it's for free for you. And you can choose by carpooling or by public transport how you want to travel. So that's the one thing. Then the second is like alarming people around you if you don't feel safe. Like we experience a lot of sexual harassment, of course, as women, and so we need a solution for this. And our idea was, we need a community platform. So, and especially in London, UK, you maybe face all these issues too, like in Berlin.
Yeah.
So I'm from Berlin, by the way, Germany, Berlin, and then we have the third option, like an interactive map where you can write reports. Where is it safe and unsafe, and the app is only for community members who are verified with ID verification, so that it's more safe and not misused from I don't know, predators,
Yeah.
for example.
Is it live at the moment?
Not actually. So we have our beta version right now, and we are funded from the Federal Ministry of Germany. So our goal was to finish our product at the end of the year, and next year we will go live. So we will start in German cities first, but we are really open because we are, you can imagine, it's like Google Maps, but with more functionalities, and it's free for everyone, everywhere.
What's like the plan long term? Is it to be in every single city? Is it like a certain like goal? Like, what's the North Star?
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. So we are right now open for every city, every country. So it's not limited at all. So you can use it everywhere, also in villages, and I don't know, wherever you are in this world, you can use our app. So.
And is it just you on the team? Is it a big team?
So right now it's me and my IT team. So I have a CTO and I have 2 developers, female developers. So right now we are on a mission.
And did you guys raise money? Is it? You said it's like the main.
Yeah,
investors.
we have the federal ministry right now in the back who's funding us, and so we have right now the money and we have our product. So almost ready to go to the market. So that's the next step.
Next step. So what do you have a launch date?
Not actually, but it will be the first 3 months of next year.
Okay.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah,
so that's the
like
plan.
trialing that, like I assume, like I know to roll that out. It's a consumer app, right? Essentially, right? When you're rolling that out, are you deploying it to like people you know, like friends, network first, and then like you kind of iterate off that, and then you build out the platform.
Yeah,
and then
I mean,
launch,
we have to grow like with the community. Like we have right now, we had like 500 people who use our app, and we had a survey, and we made our app by the community. So from the community for the community, we build it together. Yeah, and right now you can invite everyone you want. So, but the app is for free for everyone. But first of all, you have to do the ID verification. That's the key. You know, so that not everyone can use it. So your family members, you can also set like a family member inside of our app and call them immediately if you are in danger, or like I said, we have this SOS alarming, sending signals to people who are around you who are also using our app, like 500 meters, and then you can drive together to whatever direction you have. And that's the kind of the idea, to have like a community solidarity app. Supporting people, bringing more safety in urban spaces. So maybe in UK, in London, you faced some experience too as men. May I ask you?
It's
super dangerous.
Yeah, it's a dangerous city. It's a big city, and I think there's always a place for things like this that allow there to be a safety net, I guess. That's the kind of main function.
Like a safer alternative.
Yeah, a safer alternative, and that's it's great. I want to ask like how developed is the product? Is it is it in? Obviously, you mentioned it's in beta, but have you got an app that's like ready to go-ish that you can use and stuff? Amazing.
Yeah, I could show you. To be honest, right now, because I have my test flight already.
Amazing. So the team are working pretty hard to get it shipped.
Can I ask about Slush? What are you trying to get out of the event? Is it your first time here? Is it your first time in Helsinki? It's our first time at Slush, which is why I asked.
First and for me too. So it's,
awesome.
It's still the first time. I'm more here for the networking, to see how it works. I guess the next year I will be more prepared for.
You'll learn
right
the
now,
ropes.
I'm so overwhelmed.
There's a lot, right?
A lot, and so huge, and I really love it. So how do you like it here?
We're having a good time.
Yeah, we're having a good time. Yeah, it's been a busy day today, but we're having a good time.
Yeah, we're trying to. I think tonight we'll probably have some fun.
Oh yeah.
We're streaming today. It was like what 10 till 4 we're doing.
And then we're going to events, we're meeting people. It's good fun, and it's just a great event. I think like people have said how great it is in terms of the fact that it's global. You meet so many amazing people, not just in Europe or Finland or whatever. There's people who have flown from everywhere to be here, which is really cool. It's a great event.
Totally, for
really,
me
really
too.
good.
I agree, 200%.
I think we're out of time.
Now for our next guest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know it was quick. I know it was sporadic. We've just met Eileen, by the way, and it's awesome to have her on. Thank you for coming on. And can you give a shout? Like maybe where can we send people? It's to the name of the app. Join the vlog.
Join the vlog, please.
You heard it here first, guys.
Join the vlog. Good
Thank
stuff.
you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate it.
Cheers.
Have a good one.
So
Okay.
one of our delegates asked for a cap, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
A cap.
we have these reserved.
She's
for
sitting
other
right there and
guests.
she organized
Give it. Take that one.
Yeah,
Take
we
that
can
one.
do this.
Because
We
I'll
have
hold.
enough?
I can use mine. I'll give mine
Okay,
away.
amazing.
I'll give
Okay.
mine
Thank you
away.
so
That's
much.
No,
so good.
quite all right. All good.
And,
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
can
cheers.
we watch the results somewhere?
Yes, on X and YouTube it's live streamed, and then we can create clips and all that sort of stuff, and we'll get it over to you guys.
You're on LinkedIn, right?
Yeah, LinkedIn and
we're on
Twitter.
LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. Appreciate
No,
it.
thank you. Cheers. All the best.
Next on the show.
Up next, we have Lucy, the co-founder of Airwallex. We've got to leave outdated business banking behind.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to do it with Lucy.
This is what Lucy allows us to
we'll be
do,
bringing
leave
her
outdated
in
business banking behind.
as we speak. This is something that I've been really excited for. We've got some amazing questions to ask Lucy. And I think we're lucky enough to get it. She might have just been speaking or is about to go and speak. We have Lucy in the house. Luke, how are you? I think maybe here would be best, but it's so good to have you on the
Good to
stream.
see you.
Yeah, you too.
Almost didn't recognize you without the sunglasses, but
I have them in my pocket somewhere, but I thought, not.
Yeah,
for the
we
stream.
thought it is quite bright here, to be fair.
Yeah,
but
yeah. How
It's
have
so
you
funny.
been?
good. I'm jet lagged, so
Yeah.
this is approaching my
we'll try and
bedtime.
bring some,
Oh, no.
we'll try and bring
We'll
some,
try and
some
hype you
energy
up a
to
bit.
it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, when did you get in?
Yesterday.
Okay.
I've got this for you. A
Love it.
European Technology Network
the
hat.
ETN cap.
Yes.
We are so delighted to have you on the stream. We have been doing some Airwallex ad reads as well because it's our favourite thing to do now.
I saw on LinkedIn. Yeah.
Fergus has been an absolute legend helping us sort everything out. He's
an amazing
He's
guy.
been above and beyond. So shout out to Fergus over at Airwallex. You are a king. But this is not about Fergus. It's about you. I would love to get into some questions and hear more about you, your journey with Airwallex, where Airwallex is today. I mean, there's so many crazy stuff that we're seeing recently, like post 1 billion ARR in particular, and the amazing graph that we saw. Before we do that, can you maybe introduce yourself for the stream and maybe Airwallex as well? And then we can get into some more specific questions.
Obviously, the stream know who Airwallex are because
I mean, most of them will,
Androids.
just for,
Elevator pitch.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you
Why
the
not?
elevator pitch.
Yes, I'm Lucy. I'm the co-founder and president of Airwallex. We are a global fintech company that is building the future of global banking. So the
Nice.
tagline you guys would be very familiar with by now. So what that means is basically we're building a tech-driven, global-first financial infrastructure and platform so that businesses of all sizes, startups, scale-ups, enterprises can operate without borders and can scale and grow their businesses in every part of the world.
Amazing. We love it. I think we should dive deep into the founding story.
Yeah.
This is my favourite.
Yeah,
Well,
this is a
you
cool
ask
story.
it. You ask
This
it.
is a cool
This
story.
is a really
No,
cool.
go on. I'll leave the floor to you.
Okay, well, we've heard there was early days when you first met Jack, what that premise was like in terms of there was an approach of an offer, and then maybe a rejection of an offer, but then like a counter offer, and then it went through. Can you maybe tell that early story?
Yeah,
about when
very
you
early days when you first met.
So, believe it or not, like Jack can say right now that it only took me hours to make that decision, but he did complain about how long it took me to make that decision. So basically what happened was I quit my previous job. I was traveling, I was taking a break. I don't know why at 25, but a career break at 25 is, pretty amazing. And I was in Melbourne catching up with Max, who at that time was opening up the cafe with Jack. And he said, Jack had this great idea of a fintech company that's, associated with payments, cross-borders, and FX. So I was like, oh, that's great, right? Like, what do you guys need help with? Or, where are you going? What are you doing? And so I met up with Jack that afternoon in the cafe. And he talked to me about the first, prototype of Airwallex, what idea he had. So let's talk over dinner and meet up at the library tomorrow to discuss the details, because at that time I was actually thinking about becoming a VC. So I was thinking of going to investing. And what I think drew me, what was more interesting then investing at that time was like being able to build something myself.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, this is a great idea. Like they need money and they also need people. So I threw myself in as well as the money, and we started Airwallex probably about 1 or 2 weeks after that. So as soon as I said yes, let's do it, Jack quit his job at the bank. We got Keylog to quit. We waited downstairs at Korean barbecue over beer, forcing him to talk to his manager and quit and join us. I don't even know whatever happened to notice periods and it
was just like, yeah, that's it, 2 weeks.
Employment contracts, yeah. So Jack called Xijing, our CTO. So I have this brilliant idea. He's been trying to get Xijing to join and do a startup with him for 10 years, ever since university. And every single time Xijing said no. And by that time, Xijing already had probably 4 or 5 failed startups. So he's like, okay, sure, this time let's do something together. So that's how the founding team got together.
Amazing. What a story.
I know, it's so cool.
And now over $1 billion in ARR, like an unbelievable success story. Tell us what the journey's been like. Obviously an incredible journey, I'm sure. But going from that kind of first check and then 2 weeks, like how does that look like? Well, that journey is insane. Right?
It's also the rate of scale, like the curve is very hockey stick-esque, which is like the dream for most most founders, most ventures, like anyone who's connected to that company, they dream of the hockey stick.
The textbook curve, right? That you show investors.
You guys have got it.
It is like the cleanest one I've seen in a while, where it's like, I don't know how much revenue, it was like not zero, but like a lot smaller amounts for like 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, right? And then it was the increments of improvement and the scale were like insane. Can you maybe talk, I mean, this is part of the growth story as well, like what were those first 5-6 years like?
So I think there are a few stages of Airwallex. So we were talking about 1 billion ARR, right? But the first 500 million took us 9 years.
Yeah.
And the other 500 million took us 1 year. So I think it just shows that investment into the infrastructure and building what seemed very heavy lifting in the very beginning, because we had to get so many licenses and so many different like the foundational work itself was huge. We didn't make any money. We didn't have any revenue for about 3 years. We got questions from investors on what the hell we're doing. We were at the same time still raising money and telling the story of Airwallex, what we're building, and doing the education at the same time to our customers as well as our investors, our banking partners who we pitched to give them volume, but we haven't really developed that for a while. So I think definitely the first 3 years was all about survival, and that was the hardest because we didn't have anything to grow ourselves, only concepts, and only the cash burn itself was raising questions, and team didn't have enough confidence because we're just not we're not bringing any dollars into the business. But the fact that we're able to grow so quickly and execute and diversify not only in single markets but also different segments and different verticals show that spreading ourselves a little bit thin sometimes is a good thing if you're able to actually scale. So I think that was the second stage of Airwallex where we really started to find the perfect product market fit, where it allowed us to gain that curve, right? And then from there onwards, it was replicating that and doubling down our investment in local markets where we saw a lot of growth, like Europe being one of them. We doubled in Europe last year, and US, right? We grew about 200%. Maybe the base number is slightly smaller, but we grew 200% in US last year. So, and I think the product itself is very complex, but also because it's unified in the sense that realistically, customers really only need us as their only financial partner if they want to scale globally. They don't need 20 odd banks in different regions. They don't need 30 different gateways, and they just need us, right? So I think we really solved a problem, and we're really able to deliver, and that's how we gained that like massive growth in the past, and consistently being able to grow at that like triple-digit percentage in the past few years.
Man, I think if there's an ad read that's going to convert anyone, that's a pretty good ad read. I want to ask like some advice that you would have for like founders in those early years where like, you know, you're searching for product market fit, and you know you have to kind of really go down the rabbit hole to find you know, things that are working, things that won't work. You know, I think it's equally valuable when you find things that don't work, because then you know not to go down that path, right? What do you, in terms of like day-to-day working, what advice would you have for a founder kind of building a company that they want maybe to get to that scale one day?
So I would say that like in the early days we were constantly afraid that we were making the wrong decision, because you know we were really just up against like the competition was with time, right? Like we need to launch, we need to scale, we need to like see the growth. But at the end of the day, I feel like it doesn't really matter if you made a mistake. Like we threw away our first product, but we revisited, and this product is back on the platform now. So maybe the timing is not right, even if you have the right product. And you know, like, because we talk about everything in a global sense, that you know, one size realistically should fit all, but it doesn't. So there's that balance between, you know, sticking to what you actually do and being distracted by what your customers tell you.
Yeah.
So you might have like one big client who's trying to dictate your product roadmap. Maybe like 50% of it's true, and 50%, you know, you really have to stick to what you do.
Yeah.
So I think it does take some trial and error to really find that, you know, perfect balance between growth and what you believe in, what others tell you. And there are so many things happening in the market right now, and a lot of your, like, for example, your valuation is not really determined by your own business, because a lot of it is determined by the market. You could be getting 30 times your like PS multiples in a very good market, but only 10 this year. It doesn't really mean your company is like a third the size of what it used to be, right?
Yeah.
So I think sticking to what you really believe, but also I think in order for startups to really succeed and scale, you really have to think very big. So I always say there's no customer that's too small. Like we work with sole founders, single founders, you know, like one-person companies, but there's also no business that's too big. So we also work with airlines, you know, like Qantas and multi-billion-dollar companies. So whatever you do, you have to find a way that is ambitious enough so that it serves a big enough market. And also, I think just because we're a global business, I also think whatever you do has to be global as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's so obvious that what you're doing is working, and that is a kind of a segue into the Stripe offer. I offered to buy you guys out, and then it was rejected, and now you're further down the line, it's worth a lot more than the original offer. Can you, walk us through like what that feels like to get offered that, and like then to reject it as well, right? Like that's to get. It's a rare thing to happen, so it's a very unique experience, right? Like, what's going on there?
So I would say like we got offered only 3 years into the business. So we were founded in 2015, we got offered in 2018. So we were still like in the like, oh, you know, this is my baby mode with this business. And I think often being acquired means you basically lose the identity as the founder. And you know, I absolutely admire what Stripe do, and I think, you know, Patrick and John has really built a very amazing company, but I think Stripe is Stripe. We are us, so Airwallex is Airwallex. We're different companies. So if we get acquired, and I think that's the basic logic behind it, that there will be no more Airwallex. We'll become the, I don't know, APAC department of Stripe. So I think, and at that time, I think our strategy as well as the direction that we were heading towards was still quite different. I mean, now like everyone's becoming more unified, consolidated. You know, we're all doing like similar things, but at least at that point in time, like they're more in the payment acceptance, we're more in the payouts. So it seems very complementary to each other, but it also means that we had different vision for our respective business. So I think, looking back right now, we've built ourselves a very amazing business itself. But you never know, right? Like whether it's going to be a different story if we became the APAC of Stripe, right? So
well, that's the thing. It's like, are you going to fulfill the mission, or are you going to kind of not give up early, but like quit early and kind of take that? And it's commendable to be like, no, we're going to we want to stick on the mission. We want Airwallex to be, to be that company and to own its space, and that's the thing. I want to dive deep on your on the kind of focus on Europe. I think APAC, you are huge there, and it's really cool. And we talk to Fergus, who we deal with at Airwallex a lot, and he's saying that the trajectory of Europe is just going absolutely wild.
Yes,
it's really exciting. I want to dive deep on that. Like, why is it exciting? Why do you think it's growing so quickly? Where do you think the opportunity is, and everything really about Europe?
So we often talk about APAC as a region, but if you look at it, there's so many different countries within APAC, and that's the same thing with Europe, right? Yeah. So we see Europe as one region. We call it EU, we call it our European team, but you're really looking at founders from Germany, founders from the Netherlands, from Finland. They all have different, unique ambitions, and I think European market inherently is quite global. It's cross-regional. So even if you're going outside your domestic country, you're sort of crossing borders already.
Yeah.
And our capability is basically allowing very lean small teams to operate in multiple countries without actually having to build local finance functions. And a lot of people basically treat us as their banks because they can just open a bank account very easily online. So I think there are several complexities when you're running an international business. So first of all is having a local entity. The second is having a local bank account. Being able to collect local currency, but then also pay out in different international currencies, and compliance, right? So we solve all of that and make it very simple. So that's why we're able to quickly have that traction with the European founders and startups that we work with. But also we're looking at the non-digital side of the business as well, like companies who are slightly more traditional, who have been around for decades, but then becoming more digital. And these companies also need our services because they're moving away from their, like I talked about, 20, 30 different banking partners to just us. And a lot of our product development is actually built on our own experience as well. So, for example, our card product, it was inspired by our painful experience of getting a corporate card with a particular banking partner. And while Jack was traveling, his whole backpack got stolen. We lost the card. We didn't actually remember how to immediately shut it down. It got stolen. And that would never happen with the Airwallex product that we have now because everything is on your phone, on your app. So I think everything we experience is real world problems, and as consistent and the same across other founders, and especially in Europe as well. So I think that's basically why we're sort of doubling down, and we're experiencing amazing growth here, as well as some amazing partnerships with companies like Bolt, Bird, that are really solving the complexity of the European market.
That's so fun. And the future for Airwallex, right? What does that look like? I mean, the next step would maybe be public, I guess, in the future. Is that ever something that you're thinking about, or that comes into your mind, or is it just let's just focus on the next 3 months, the next 3 months, the next 3 months?
So I often say IPO it has to be with a purpose, and as a lot of it is determined on the external and macro market as well. Right now the market is very volatile. So we do want to be IPO ready, but we do not want that to be an internal milestone or goal for our team. So for us, like we're continuing on our geographic expansion. So we've seen great paybacks on and growth in Europe. So we're doubling down in Europe, US, our emerging markets. So UAE, LATAM, we're really trying to set up, and be able to grow there. And product line. So most people know us for our payments products, but now we're also expanding into spend management, treasury management, AI, agentic finance. So I think that's also going to be the next step for us to really, expand our product offerings. And beyond that, we'll see, right? So we do have our 3 months, 6 months, as well as 3 year, 6 year plans. And so far it's looking good. It's looking like we're on track, and we don't know, right? There's so many things happening in the world, and we'll see.
Well, that's fascinating, and it's also super exciting. We're getting pinged for time.
For the next person on the show. Look, thank you so much for joining us. So nice to meet you as well.
Thank you for making time.
Great to meet you guys.
And what's your plans for Slush now?
What's my plan? I have a few more interviews, and I have a dinner tonight.
Nice.
Staying awake.
You said you were jet lagged, right?
Yes.
You must be so.
Yes, but it's all part of founders being on the plane. So everyone says, "Where is Jack?" I was like, most likely on the plane somewhere.
Sleeping.
He's pinging around the world doing his stuff.
Have you spoke already? I know you have a speaker tag.
I have spoke. On the Impact stage.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, look, thank you for making time on our tiny stage.
No, it's amazing. I really like it. It's I just started to doing more face-to-face. I hated doing Zooms.
Yeah, it's tough.
I was looking at the camera. I'm like,
it's nice to be in person.
It's nice to actually be in person.
So one of the COVID side effects is everyone started doing webinars.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, we went to your new London office the other day.
Oh, so nice.
You like it? Do you like the Lando sculpture?
Yeah, Fergus was showing it, and he actually
he was very excited.
Criminal him on screen, but he gave a little poke, and then it was running around him. But it was a beautiful office. The race car setup thing that you guys have as well. It's
maybe we can make that a business. So as soon as we started sponsoring McLaren, they're starting to do really well. This year Arsenal is doing really well as well.
Yeah.
So next
hopefully ETN does really well as well. Now you're sponsoring.
Touches going.
Yeah.
It's the Airwallex touch.
Yeah, the Airwallex touch. Well, hopefully we can carry on and build ETN and it be a success too.
More pressure on us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Really nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you, Lucy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get going.
Ciao.
Amazing.
I have really healthy food and drinks here. I've been trying to find some meat.
I kind of want a burger and chips.
There's a burger stand over there somewhere.
It says burger and it says
Sad times. Don't forget your mic.
Yes,
I'll take it.
Can grab it. You just grab it.
Amazing.
And we can check it over there.
Thank you so much.
We give you this as well. Hey man, how you doing? Peter, how you doing, mate? All right. Good to see you. Mate, say hi. Say hi.
I was walked past so many times now.
Elias, how are you?
I was this close to coming to say hi, and then I realised, fuck, they're filming.
No, all good, mate. All good.
We still are.
It's yeah. We're live now, so say hi to everyone. But we've got Elias.
We've got
Elias coming on right now. Is that Manny as well? Dude, what's going on?
All the way from King's Cross. No, but I'm gonna do it together.
This is how Latinos roll, bro.
Yeah, exactly. We roll in packs.
We roll in packs, bro.
Dude, how's it going? We need another chair.
We have the other mic, right?
We'll pull another chair. Déjame utilizar esa silla. Déjame utilizar la silla.
No, we're looking for a chair.
Someone
He's going.
Oh, you got one. Manny, you're a legend.
This is great.
Where do I go?
Surprise. Elias, it's great to meet you as Coffee as well.
Yeah, let's move this way.
Let's shuffle up here.
So we're just gonna crash the broadcast.
Manny in the house.
We love it. I saw you at the back there. I was like, no way. He's here. We love it.
Okay, what a treat. Well, look, why don't we start with Elias? Can you introduce yourself, what you do for the stream? Manny, they already know you, but maybe we can do you again.
Yeah,
Elias, do you want to start?
Hold on, wait. Just before we start, let's have you.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. An ETN cap.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, please, Elias, kick us off.
I'm Elias. I'm a founder, CEO of Agency. It's a brand new company. We are disrupting the CRM post-sales market. An agent like everybody else. My background is I'm out of Boston, US. I did companies like HubSpot. I did a company called Drift, sold it to private equity. It was a chatbot before LLMs, and fifth time building a company.
So good.
And I noticed on your LinkedIn, your title is Customer Success Manager.
Yeah.
And I remember I hadn't I think Luke was running comms together, and when I checked out the LinkedIn,
Like, why are you bringing a CSM?
No, I was just like, it's a different angle. And Luke, dude, is the founder.
Who's this Elliot guy?
No, really, really funny. But could we learn maybe a little bit more about agency specifically? Like, how are things going?
Yeah.
And you had some news recently. Yeah.
Yeah, we just raised. We're breaking it live here with you guys first. So the thing is, what the problem that I had at Drift, right? Every time I start a company, it's like. I love working with the customers. He's a customer, right? So he messages me, he texts me, this thing is not fucking working, fix it, I want this to do a better job. And I love that experience. I'm a relationship guy, right? And so, but the problem is that when you have success and you have like 100 customers, 500 customers, all of a sudden as a founder, you start being disconnected from it. And so we, like as CEOs, we're always like, what is going on with my customers? And when you have a lot of people taking care of the customer, first, it can't scale. It's extremely expensive. Second, you don't do a good job. You don't teach the customer the right things. You don't react fast enough to the customer. And so it's time that we have to use AI. There is no system out there. Every CRM, everything that is built out there is like really for you to input information. You don't get anything, and the customer gets even less, right? And so that's kind of what agency is doing, right? It's going to really help you manage the entire life cycle of the customer.
That's awesome. And you mentioned you're a customer? Or?
Yeah, we use it.
This is a paid now.
Paid. So like even when you're small, like you run out of cycles at 10 customers. You know what I mean? Like you don't need 100 customers. At 10 customers, like what happened to customer number one? How are they doing? Like haven't heard from them in a while. Like are they doing good? Are they using it? And like you don't want analytics. You want the truth. You know what I mean? You want the conversations.
Yeah, well, you want to be speaking to them, but you don't have the time of the day.
100%, 100%. Because you sold that deal, right? So you want to be able to go to the CEO and be like, hey, remember we had this conversation? Here it is. It's happening. How else can we help?
Yeah, and it's so interesting because you can see that in as you say, like even if you had 10 customers, like 10's a lot, right? Like for one person.
Yeah.
So and that's I guess a small list company, especially when you can get to hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of customers.
Right.
It's a small company, but it's still unimaginably hard to know what everyone's doing.
100%.
Like you want to treat every customer like if they were your only one. And so what happens is like, imagine you had 10 customers. Imagine being able to see every day in Slack a report that says, it's been 7 days since you spoke to customer number 3.
Yeah.
It's been 21 days. Time flies, right?
Right.
Easily you stop talking to a customer.
And everybody bought you for something different. You see what I mean? Like, even though you sell the same product, like people buy you for different pain. So you want to know like customer, the pain, the champion, the people who are using you. That's a lot of information, even at 10 customers.
And nobody's going to input that into the CRM.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, that stays in the head of the CSM.
I've rarely used CRM. It's always
You're like, what's a CRM?
And I was in GTM.
You don't strike me as a CRM type of guy.
I scream non-technical, but
I've never logged into a CRM in my life.
My boss at Pivot was always pretty pissed off with me when we get on the call, and he'd be like, "How's it going?" I'd be like, "Oh, Salesforce is just empty on my side."
So now,
always my
you know the advantages companies like Elias's have is there is a whole new generation of people that would just not put up with the shit of CRM anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they just look at this thing and be like, is this a phone book? Like, what are we doing? You see what I mean? Like, so it's like, there's things that, there is a huge gap in age gap of the new founders that are coming online that just won't tolerate software built 10 years ago.
Of your customers, are you trying to attack legacy customers? Because like, I feel like a lot of like, insurance, maybe finance firms, maybe like boutiques specifically, they'll have like a relationship team or like, you know, what ones that are dealing with like private customers, private clients, investors. They typically use like legacy platforms like a Salesforce. Are you tackling those guys, or are you like, or anyone, or are you focused on tech customers?
I happen to be building my customer base from relationships.
Yeah.
So right now it's a little bit of a mix.
Yeah.
I'm trying different companies. The thing that I'm finding in common is that if you're not really tech forward, if you're not AI first thinking, it's not going to be a good fit, right? Right now, what they see in agency, most people love at first sight.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They're just like, shit, I want this, right? And they're blown away. But the reality is that change management to companies, right, and to have wider adoption, the larger you are, the more slower it's going to be. And so I'm trying to figure out who the right person is. Sometimes I'm thinking of maybe I should just build for the next generation of companies like Paid, right? This is the future of companies. They're going to be small. They're going to be high revenue per employee. They're going to be willing to collapse a lot of the roles and the functions. You know, the future should just be one point of contact instead of having 6 or 7 point of contacts during the life cycle of a customer. So companies like Manny is going to want to like bring efficiency and say like, I just want to have one person. But ultimately, agency is going to be the main person. Because when you have 1,000, you're still not going to have 300 people. You want agency to be checking in on the customer.
Yeah.
We have Kai, and he's going to say like, hey, I noticed you stopped using the product, but you were using it for this, and I saw this person quit at your company. How can we help? We have this new feature you haven't used. Do you want to talk to Elias?
Yeah.
Top customer, right? So I want that first communication to go from agency directly to the customer.
If you buy any other like SaaS application, because we buy a bunch of stuff right now, and like every 4 months I get, hi, I'm your new CSM. I would love to get acquainted with you and your account. I'm like, I just talked to your last CSM. What happened to that person? Like, you know what I mean? Who the hell are you? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't want to name names, but
oh, it's getting spicy.
Hey, we're live. It's a big, but I paid this company, so you get an idea, about a couple $100,000 a month.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I have a Slack channel with this company, and the same thing happened. New CSM comes in, and it's like, "Hey, I'm your new CSM."
They always want to talk for an hour as well.
No. And they're like, I want to talk to you, and I'm like, I don't want to talk to you. Here's my booking link, right? And then I'm like, and it's like, I just want to learn your needs, and I'm like.
You could have talked to the last CSM.
But you should have looked and at least see what I'm like. And so what you can do with agency, right, is that before you make that ask, you go into agency and say, tell me what's happened with this customer. What do they use? Who have they been working with? And say, write me a summary and say, tell me what should I do this person. So imagine that person comes into my Slack and says, look, Elias, I know you've been working with Luke, your co-founder. I know you use this. I know you hit this limits before. I know you had requested these 3 things. I'm going to go continue working on those for you. Mm-hmm. And by the way, if you ever want to talk to me, here is my link.
Yeah. Is there anything else?
I'm not here to bother you. I'm not here to bother you. I'm not asking you to do anything. But if you drop that and you say, I have context. Context is everything. So if you do that, you're going to be such a much more higher value company,
100%,
and retention is going to increase.
100%.
And that's based on
one of the points that we had at Outreach is like, we're pushing out all this product, and like people didn't want to hear about the new product. They want their old problems fixed. You know what I mean? Before you like even talk about your product. So you can't show up at a meeting not knowing where the state of the account is on the old product and the old problems and like the change management that needs to happen internally before you talk about anything new. So you're now stuck, right? Even with your own company, you can't expand because you don't have a good insight into the relationship.
I was going to try and ask, like, you're founder of Outreach, like a wildly successful tool in the GTM space. One that I'm going to put a LinkedIn post when I first interviewed you because it was the first tool that I ever used when I started my career, which was like a really cool moment for me personally. But you are probably very well poised to give a point of view of that realm, right? That customer success realm and how important it is for companies and the market size. If you do crack it well, it could just be like an insane reward function there. But it sounds like that particular example that you gave, like this is all the context I have, like specific points from a previous conversation maybe. I'm going to continue working on this. By the way, if you need anything else, like here are 3 things that I think could help, blah, blah, blah. Like, how did you even because that essentially just takes care of the job in a way, right?
Yeah,
like,
100%.
I don't know how many customer success managers you had at Outreach, but that could just...
I wish I could replace all of that entire job automatically, but the reality is that, Karpathy said it, like we're in the decade of agents. We're not like agents are not going to be
Yeah,
all
it's
done.
not just like
I mean,
bang,
this
straight
whole
away.
year went fucking gone, right?
Yeah,
It's November, right? We're done. we did not solve the agents problem.
Like Europeans are taking a vacation. They're on vacation in like,
this
in
is
about 3 days. You know,
last
they're
half
gone.
of the year.
They're gone.
You guys, you're closing shop up.
Yeah, close the shop. We
saw
have
Christmas decorations going
It's a
on.
month-long Christmas.
Exactly.
Month-long Christmas.
And so what happened is like this is a long process. The way I see it is like, and I'm not trying to give some shitty excuse, kind of like Benioff about he flip flops every day about agents replaces people, doesn't replace people, right? It's full of shit, right? And so what happens is like, and he's getting called out finally for it, right? But the thing is like, there's so much more. When you're a CEO and you ask your CSMs, and you say, can you do these 3 things per customer? The more customers you have, the less chance you get those 3 things.
Yeah.
But what if with agency, you can ask them to do 100 things, and we will do, there's so much more to do per customer. Again, remember, if you only had 1 customer, every day you woke up, I did this for you, I checked on, I read the news,
It's like things that aren't even a thing right now.
A thing right now.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to worry about what could be done.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
there's no way we automate 100%.
The tip of the spear is when you're anticipating customer need.
Yeah.
Then you're living in the future, bro. Like at that point, you are adding value to the customer in every interaction. But to earn that right, you need to take care of the stuff that is in front of him. Right now, right there.
But I think the process, the way that people think people, even the people that are architecting the role models, the patterns that we have on customer management are terrible. That pattern of like, I'm here, let's talk. I'm here. There's a quarterly business review. Let's discuss your quarter.
I have this deck for you.
I have a deck. Nobody wants that. I only want you when I need you.
Solve problems.
Solve the problems I have. I don't want to talk
Anyone ever
to you.
wake up and be like, you know what I need today? A QBR right now. Like that will really make my day. I would be so much more productive if somebody did a QBR. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody said that.
Let me tell you, your health score is 72 today. Let's talk about your health score. And so the way that we understand, it's about relationships. It's about helping. And everybody's busy. You know, it's like, do my job. That's what people want. Do the work for me.
100%. And it's also interesting because when you are pushing product, like you were mentioning, it's like, don't push product to this customer because they're having this problem. It's like, that is probably the most infuriating thing where like you're having an integral problem that you can't, that is like a thing in your business, but then someone else is pushing product to you being like, oh yeah, you know, we've got this new thing. It's like, well, that's not going to work as well.
It's like, we just dropped dark mode.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, but my business is
And like, for
It's
example, like
it's so good.
personalization, right? I mean, like we send these shitty messages, not gonna name companies, right? But like maybe competitors, right? You want an announcement. So like in Slack, you can send some people can send you like a broadcast, right? But everybody gets the same message.
Yeah.
And sometimes we're in messages where we're not even a customer of theirs. We're like a partner. Or like we're, you know, something like that. And we get this random messages that don't apply to us.
Right.
It's like, why are you sending that to me? But if you can just tell agency, like, send this to the customers that are in a good state, announce this, don't bother them, you make the call.
100%.
Right? Because we have your full context. We know if you're pissed, we know if you're doing this, and so forth. So that's the way it works.
That's awesome.
Amazing.
You guys must be, you must be pumped about getting this rolled out. I mean, particularly, what are we excited about right now? I mean, what's like top of mind for you both? Obviously, we're at Slush. I assume we've both been speaking. What's that been like?
Shit,
Tell
I'm
us
carrying
more.
this thing like a fool.
Like a medallion.
Damn, fuck, let's start
It's
over.
good, like
Okay, we re-record.
Yeah. Cut that.
Damn it.
It looked like bling, man. Okay,
I look like a rapper.
big Run DMC thing.
Run
you know?
DMC, they don't know Flavor. So, no, it's no problem. Well,
how is Slush?
who's your favorite rapper?
You enjoying it?
How you too? I'm not sure.
I never been to Slush.
Same time, first time.
Like, you know, Helsinki is not a place you think about in November. So like,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
first
I'm
half.
gonna give it to them for
Well, we had the co-founder
making
on,
me
and,
come here.
There's a story behind why it is in November. You'll have to catch him.
Oh yeah,
and
what did he
ask.
say? He was like, for their first ever event, they were like, they didn't know what they were doing. They were just like building. And the speaker they really wanted was like, I can do it on like this day at this time in November. So they molded the whole
That's amazing.
Slush around
So,
that
yeah,
one guy.
so
you
like
can do it
beautiful Helsinki in September. Nah. In summer. No.
I jumped in the ocean yesterday. Did you?
Dude, yeah,
we did.
Yeah.
Have you done the sauna? Like,
Yeah, I did. The sauna. I
you got
literally
the whole
jumped.
experience.
I got the whole experience. I'm about to eat reindeer meat.
Oh, that's amazing.
And then
you're gonna turn him into a Viking. You know, he's gonna come
I
out
want to be
pumped.
the darkest hairless Viking you've ever seen. I'm gonna put a fake beard with the fucking medals here.
Yeah, he's gonna go back, retake America.
But this shit is crazy though, because it's like, I took it already. I'm gonna take it again.
You're gonna take it again.
But one more time. But the thing is like, it's so crazy here. I was talking
from the other side. You came from the south first. You're gonna come from.
I was talking to the cab driver. I'm taking the local cabs because all Uber was down yesterday, and so I took a cab, and the guy was like, "Tomorrow it's gonna be sunny," and I'm like, "Oh, that's great. It's gonna be warm." No, when it's sunny here, it's colder.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Is it the angle of the sun? Is it a different sun here? And they were like, no, because the clouds keep the heat into the city. The sun opens up. If the ocean is open, it's more humidity. I'm like, what do you mean the ocean is open? Oh, because the whole ocean freezes here. So I was like,
I got to get in the
thank God I'm from Boston now. I live in Boston for 20 years, so I can handle the cold. But this is hilarious.
There's a lot of shrinkage out here.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying.
Oh, yes. Love to hear that.
Oh yes.
They don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we do, but we're live. So.
We're live. Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming.
That's
on.
it. We're out.
That's it.
We're getting
Go strong.
Dude, so good. Thank you. Mate, absolute pleasure. It's good to meet you finally in person. We need to drop some more caps up to the team.
100%.
So good to see you. Yeah. Great to meet you.
I'll take my hat.
Enjoy the reindeer meat.
Don't forget your mics as well.
Oh yeah, the
mics.
mics. I can just grab them off your person to order. Cheers, man. You and then I just grab that from. Cheers, man. Cheers, guys. Go well, yeah. And we'll send the caps over.
Hey,
hello,
Dean, how's it
mate.
going?
So good to meet you. How you doing?
Steven.
Yeah,
What's
mate.
up?
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for joining us.
You just come round.
Come on over.
Come round to this.
Hello,
hey,
mate.
Luke,
How
good
you
to
doing?
see you.
Good to see you, mate.
Hey, Dean, how's it going?
In person. Good to have you.
We got him over.
Amazing. We've dragged him in.
He was saying that was his secret plan all along. It's like sabotage the merch. And then,
This guy.
Yeah, there's some burning T-shirts
We
outside.
need. Do we have this cap? That's our last cap, I think.
That's it. Dude, I will get you a cap.
We need to get you a proper cap.
This is the final cap.
Nice.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Stephen, thank you for making time for us.
No, it's a pleasure.
Really, really cool to meet you in person. The way we've been sort of doing this is maybe you introduce yourself, introduce Incident.io, and then we can get some questions.
Yeah, sounds great. What questions are you going to ask me? Roughly.
Everything Incident.io, I guess.
Yeah. We kind of freestyle.
Casual chat. Sounds great.
But we'd love to hear more about you for the viewers at home, and then more about Incident.io, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds great. I heard you know Sam Nicklin as well.
I do, yes.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sam Nicklin. Hopefully he's watching from New York. Do you know him?
I tried to hire him, and then he went off
hilarious.
He went to Stripes, I think.
Yeah. He's working at a VC now in New York.
Yes. So
having a great time.
But then he was like, I'll ping these McKinsey people for you, and then it was like.
Get the second best.
Yes, exactly.
What was the hire for? What was the role?
For founders associate BizOpsy stuff. And then I spoke to another VC this morning that was like, I also gave Zane an offer. I was like, right. It's a guy that gets around town.
Yeah, he does, clearly. Yeah.
You hired well.
Well, he was pretty gassed to be coming to Slush. He messaged me and was like, yo, I'm on the plane, let's go.
Yeah,
so good.
So this is the second time. By the way, are we live?
We're live, literally live.
Yeah. So this is the second time this has happened to the business. So we did KubeCon a few years ago, and we ran out of t-shirts on the first day, and then we had to ping Anna, our office manager, who got the next Ryanair flight out with 4 bags.
Is that why Zane's
That's why Zane's here. Zane is he's
a t-shirt guy.
He's many things, but his new job is bringing out t-shirts to.
That's hilarious. Well, maybe good job Sam didn't take it, because I'm sure he would have hated.
Mate, we need to do that. We should have
t-shirts out.
This is our last cap. There's yours.
We need a t-shirt person.
Yeah. We need someone to fly in with the rest of the caps. I've got 200 in my room. We just couldn't fit them in my bag because I can only bring a carry bag.
It's a high class problem.
Well, yeah, dude. Let's talk about Incident.io. Let's give an intro first, and then we can go from there. I think that's probably the easiest thing. We ask questions out of curiosity, essentially. So that's it. We're completely unscripted.
Sounds great. Hey, well, I'm Stephen. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders. My background has kind of been zigzagging between working at startups in London and then starting my own. So I worked at a company called Halo, which is a taxi app. I then started a credit card fraud detection company called Ravelin with some friends there. I ended up joining some old friends at Monzo, and then started Incident.io with Pete and Chris, my co-founders.
Amazing.
And the long and short of like what Incident.io does, we build an all-in-one incident response platform. So when, I don't know, some things like Cloudflare outages happen, AWS.
The booth is like right there as well.
I know, bless them. Honestly, they did such a good job in like how they responded. Comms was amazing, but like and I'm not pretending this is some massive hardship, but I couldn't get a taxi yesterday because like the thing that they use rely on Cloudflare. So as a result, like we help businesses, we like help notify people when things go wrong. We help them like communicate and coordinate, understand what's happened, sort of fix things faster, and then ultimately learn from them so they can stop happening again. And we work with companies like, the Linears of the world and the Granolas, all the way up to like the Netflixes and the Etsy's as well. So like a big sort of gap, in between.
Yeah, wide market.
Yes,
for sure.
That's so cool. I have questions already. You go.
I was just going to say, what's the focus now? Like, you've landed customers like a Netflix, and that's obviously great. Do they obviously get you in the door for other meetings that are equally as big, right? I presume. What's the kind of focus in terms of company specific and industry specific focus?
Yeah, so like the big thing on our plate right now is essentially scaling the business that we already have. That's not very interesting to the outside world, but it's like, it's working, do more of that.
Getting more t-shirts in the door.
Absolutely, hiring more Zanes to deliver them. Second big focus for us is then around our AI SRE product. So we've spent a bunch of time building essentially an agent that will help you debug, diagnose, understand what's caused an issue, and then like draft you pull requests and code fixes to actually fix it. We're in early access with a bunch of customers right now, and to us, we think this like totally changes the game. So as a result, a lot of energy and effort is going into, polish it, make it sort of as reliable as we want it to be. So that like the team is really, really hard at work doing that. And then I guess the other big focus for us is like we've spent a lot of our time selling to people that kind of look like me, not physically, but the sort of sense of technology-centric, cloud-native companies, and we're sort of fast becoming like the default there. But there's the Walmarts, the Nikes, the JP Morgans of the world, where it's like, great, we've now proved that we can go solve problems for some of the like most sophisticated and uptime-sensitive companies in the world in one sector. Let's go and take what we've learned and then go do it to a bit of more of a traditional enterprise sector. So
and that could be part of the pitch, right?
Yeah, exactly, right. Which is like, ultimately, when we started the company, we worked with like a lot of friends companies and just to like get off the ground. And they're awesome. I'm so thankful for them. But like, my mum has never heard of this sort of a random B2B's enterprise software company, but my mum has heard of Netflix. The same thing I think applies for like other companies, which is like, Netflix is at the cutting edge. They have a very high bar for software. They only make money when they're online. So like, if those people kind of gave this thing a kicking and thought it was great, like, we should probably take a look. I feel like honestly building the company has felt, you have the Lovables of the world that are like sort of vertical lines of traction. We're about 4 years in at this point, and it's felt more like a snowball slowly rolling down a hill and picking up more momentum. But we sort of try and take some of what's worked in other places and like use that to carry on and build more as we go.
Amazing. It doesn't, we just had the founder or co-founder of AirWallets on, one of our partners actually. And there's a graph that came out, they just hit $1 billion in ARR.
Yeah, I saw it on LinkedIn.
Saw the graph, right?
Yeah. It's like slowly then all at once.
Right? Yeah, literally. Yeah. And she said it took 9 years to hit 500 million ARR. To get to the next 500 million, it took a year.
Yes.
And so it's like, you kind of do it, you get momentum, more momentum, and then you just start hitting every market, and then it just blows up. And I think the job now, and what she was saying was like the foundations. You build the foundations, and you get the licenses and all of that kind of stuff. So then when that happens, you're like, you're ready and raring to go.
Yeah, 100%. I think, it's so you can also apply this to like internally in the company, right? Which is like if you just keep doubling things, so 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, etc. By definition, if you did that on like a sort of area basis, almost all of the area is being filled by like the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
And when it comes to like, hey, someone that joined us in year 1, it's like, I really want to go from being an IC to being a manager. It's like, cool, if we haven't sold enough, if we haven't got off the ground enough, like I literally can't give you a management job because there is no one to manage.
Yeah.
Like, you are the only person. But if you just hang on and you get to like year 3, year 4, year 5, it's like, great, you can be a manager. And then like, oh crap, the thing has grown so much that now you need to hire managers. And then like, you can then go from like IC to running entire parts of the business in a small number of years. And like Monzo was a really great example of that. So the person that ran marketing was just like a guy called Tristan, and he just sort of turned up at the company and was like, hey, what can I help with? I think he was the product manager for the Android app at some point, and then he just ended up.
We all need one of those guys in our lives. Like.
Yeah, and it's like he just ended up snowballing and sort of being able to ace more and more jobs that he just got given more responsibility, and then it's like, yeah, in a few years you've gone from, a much smaller scope to like both a business that's massive, but also your scope has like grown hugely as well. So
well, they just know every corner of the business, right? And
yes,
they've experienced the ups and the downs of being in the early days. So cool. How much is now you're growing, you're 4 years in? How much is like hiring in your role specifically? Like, is that a lot? We've had Nick at Atio on, and he was saying that's literally my whole job. We had a few people today saying that too. What is your like focus personally? What's your day-to-day like right now?
Yeah, I would say it's like 30 to 40% of the time that I spend, and like everyone in the company gets interviewed by founder, and you'll prize that from my cold dead hands. It's like, and that's not because I don't trust the team. It's more like a company is not a like random group of individuals. It's like it's much more like curating and editing and trying to think about strengths and weaknesses in the company. And I feel like it or hate it, we've been here since the first days. We'll be here until the last days, and as a result, I think we have a lot of good intuition. So sort of being involved in roles that I'm not the hiring manager for, but I can help hire great people. Other stuff, I think honestly, my days are like, it's a joke sometimes when you just look at like the amount of context switching. So it can go from like
tell me about it.
Well, it's like first thing, go look at a new London office and decide, do we want to do this place in this location, or this is a bit more expensive, and like, great, that's 1 hour. Second hour is then like, great, how's engineering hiring going? Are we on track? Are we off track? Like, do we need to bring in more people? What do we need to do? Third hour is, a customer that I haven't caught up with in a while that's coming to do an on-site, and I want to be there. I can't be there for the whole 4 hours, but I'll be there for a bit. So yeah, I mean, if there's sort of any founders or would-be founders watching, I would definitely do this job if you like doing random things for which you're probably not professionally qualified at the start. And if you get all of your energy by like learning things and being thrown into stuff, it's an incredibly like compelling and energizing job to do. If you like to put your headphones on and not talk to anyone or focus on one thing, it's very, very hard. So as a result, you end up with it's 30% of the time, and then the rest of it looks like this sort of layer cake of, making sure that important stuff is moving, making sure that we're hiring the people that we need to hire next year, so we're starting kicking things off. So
a whole host of stuff, basically.
A lot, basically. Yeah.
Well, that's why we love the job that we do, right? It's like context switching all the time, bouncing around.
But it makes it so much more fun, right? Because it's always
it's just how we are,
always
right?
like a new thing that you've got to like. Even if it's like a bad thing, it's still like a new thing to conquer in a way, right? I think it's it keeps you going, it keeps you on your toes. Can we learn more about like the founding story of you mentioned, was it 4 years in now? It's such a unique thing to try and do, and like when I think about like you've already described it, when I think about like the TAM, it's like anyone who operates on the cloud. So like,
yeah, I think I think like the way I would define it is sort of like, why would we start this company? It's like, one, if you believe that software will be a more important thing tomorrow than it is today, which is like, yeah, pretty safe bet. Look at this place. Two, that software will like always continue to fail. So yeah, I don't know if I can swear. Can I swear?
Yeah, you can swear. Yeah.
Shit happens, right? Like, you don't get to control if bad things happen to you. You get to control how well you want to respond. So I feel very comfortable that it's like the problem is big enough. The way that it all came about is we were all at Monzo before, and Monzo, you know, when a bank is having issues or like payments are not working, that's a really, really serious problem because people can't pay for their groceries. There's payments that like go out for people's rent. Like it's very serious, and as a result, you know, Monzo had to get great at this early on. They tried to go and buy like solutions from vendors in the market, but like honestly, nothing ticked the boxes. So my co-founder Chris was like, all right, I'm gonna like sneak away from my kids' swimming lessons, and he ended up building internal tooling for Monzo on the side. They then open sourced that and gave it to the world, and there was companies like Reddit that were starting to pick that up and use it, and it was like, okay, so this has always sucked at every business that we've been at as a problem. Monzo's thing is really, really good. They've given it to the world. Other companies seem to like it as well, yet I can't pay Chris or anyone else to go do this for me. And like, you know, I respect Chris, he's a great guy. The amount of effort he can put in on the side of a swimming pool is like, you know, probably not compared to like, you know, 50, 100, 1,000 people over the years. So we then went very early on, and like honestly, just like a big shout out and thank you to, I think like the Monzo founders and leadership team. They were one of the legacies that they wanted to leave at Monzo was like, we want to help create tons of founders, and as a result, they were very permissive about like, hey, you know, if you want to build stuff on the side using your own laptop outside of work hours, like, you know, we're going to let you do that.
That's awesome.
And not every company is like that.
Yeah.
That's really cool because like I think every company I've been at is definitely not like that. Right?
Yeah, and I feel like, and we've sort of like, we've internalized that as well. So, you know, if the Zanes of the world come to me and they say, hey, I want to build something on a Saturday, it's not going to be about incident response, like, can I do it? The answer would be like, yeah, 100%. So ultimately, we did it sort of as a thing on the side, and then we released it, you know, we tweeted it, put it on LinkedIn, and then we got like 500 signups on the first day. So I was like, all right, this thing might have legs.
Like, that's pretty nuts.
So we then, and all this, also this was in the middle of COVID. We had nothing else to do. You know, it's like so many times you can watch Game of Thrones. I was like, right, got to build some stuff. And as a result, we then ended up, I guess it felt like what good product market fit feels like, which is like some business like pulling you in and like, can you do a sales call at 2 a.m.? Like, you know, that style of the world versus kind of, does anyone care?
Please, someone
speaking into the abyss.
Yes, exactly. So that was like the early days.
That must be like an insane feeling. I want to get. I mean, that's probably like the fuel, right? That early, like that's probably just like instant fuel to be like, oh, this is obviously a thing that needs to be like pressed further and further and further. Right?
Yeah, I think everyone will try and sit up here and tell you an amazing story about like, you know, I was 8 years old and I told my teacher I wanted to run I was just, I really want to run an enterprise B2B software company. Like, how can I do it? I think the
give it up for B2B software.
One of them. So I think ultimately that's not really how it happens in practice. What we ended up building was something to solve our own problem, and I was like, oh, this person over here seems to be interested. Like, do you want to jump on a call? And every single part of the business felt like the next best decision at the time, if that makes sense, versus like, all right, we are step, 15.6 on the Stephen Whitworth, 5-year plan. It's like, no, you just take better decisions. For example, we ran out of swag, or our swag didn't get delivered for an event we were supposed to be at last night. It's like, cool, you just roll with the punches. You end up finding a way to like make things happen. So in like little ways, but also in large ways, it's like you build a product, it doesn't work out, or someone leaves the company. Like you end up just, plans are sort of useful, but they don't last very long. These sorts of companies.
He wasn't saying that earlier. Was it Ruben and Guillermo? It's like, I don't really bother planning
I was like,
5-6 months ahead because what's the point?
With ETM, we're like, things are busy, we feel the market pull. Maybe, I don't know if product market fit is a thing with us. I don't really know. But the thing is that we're moving super, super quickly, and so many people want our time. And so we're always very reactive.
Which we're very thankful for.
Which is awesome. Yeah, we love it. It's a good problem to have. But we were saying, sometimes we want to, it's good to like step back. And Guillermo, who writes a newsletter, he's like now an angel kind of VC guy. And he was saying, no, like, I don't think strategically, like, that's just not, like, I always just do the thing that just like pops into my head and I just do it.
It's very like reactive area to work in, I think, because it's like we're getting inbounded for like, it's like a new guest and then it's like a new like sponsor, it's a new like event to be at, and it's like we've spent the whole time so far just reacting basically to what's happening around us instead of like a proactive thought process, which we're now like starting to change a little bit.
100%. I think so really good example is like Cloudflare have an issue yesterday. I get like a random message from someone at the BBC, which is like, hey, do you want to come and speak on 5 Live about this tomorrow? I was like, I've never I've never done any sort of traditional media, anything like that. I did it this morning, and then off the back of that, they were like, hey, well, like whenever these sorts of things happen, like if there's any angles you want to pitch, and I'm like, interesting, like I would have never thought like traditional media talk to things, but then, you know, maybe that's a thing we should go invest in. And it wasn't like in year 4, Stephen will start to do blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, just, I think there's like, I used to read a lot of books by a guy called Nassim Taleb. So he wrote like a book called The Black Swan. And one of his pieces of advice was always go to cocktail parties, because it basically means you'll always meet someone interesting at one of these parties. And like, if I think about how we started this company, it was so luck-based. It's like Pete was my partner in crime from my area of the business, and I liked and knew Pete. And then Chris had built an internal thing that was super useful, and it was like, great, fuse these things together, and now we sort of have a company. That also influenced honestly how we did a lot of like early stage marketing stuff. So we are like obnoxiously loud on LinkedIn. So like if you follow us, I'm really sorry for that. It's just like, you know,
you're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, it's like so as a result, like we always viewed that as
posts
like
a day on in ETN actually.
Yeah, and I mean honestly, it's like, is there a downside of posting something on the internet? Like probably not. Is it going to get like forwarded, shared, connected in a bunch of different ways that might lead to something positive? It's like, yes, probably. So why not?
Exactly.
And it's like all these little things it's a bit like the world is a much more random place than you think it is, so just try and get out there.
Yeah, definitely.
I love the we've had a lot of Naval, like I look up to Naval.
Naval's come up
not Nicholas
4 times,
Taleb, who I think Naval actually loves as well. Like Naval looks up to Nicholas. His favorite quote,
I don't know.
I think his favorite one of mine is like, the 2 most dangerous things in the world are heroin and a base salary.
Yes.
Which I think is so good, because like you get comfortable, you adjust, like you have like lifestyle inflation, like kills your risk appetite.
Yeah, but then a lot of you have the founders like Monzo founders who are like, go and like build what you want to get and build
outside of the
job.
Then that's a very good.
I think that's super fun. And let's talk about Slush. Let's talk about like, why are you here for a specific reason? Did you speak today?
Yeah, so I spoke today.
Nice.
Basically,
How did it go?
Yeah, really, really good. So I actually talked about sort of how to like spin out, I guess would be the word of like, so I started 2 companies at this point, and they've both been based off of internal problems that we solved at the previous company, for which the previous company tried to give dollars, and like they're like, well, no one has built this thing, we're going to have to do it, but we don't really want to. So I spoke.
It's like the founder Tyler Denk at Beehive. Do you know that story?
I don't, but I've seen him like
same vibe, where he built the Beehive for Morning Brew, which is Beehive is like a newsletter tool, and then span it out, and now it's like a multi-million-pound business.
Yeah, so I think Slack, for example, was like a messaging platform. They were originally building a game, and they built a messaging platform to collaborate on it. It's like, turns out that's the much stronger business.
Yeah.
Slush, I guess. So we started the company in London. 3/4 of our customers very early on came from the US. So I moved out to New York for a few years. I then came back earlier this year, and like as a result, I feel this a bit of like patriotic pride of UK and European technology, because I have seen how the sausage gets made like in the US, and again half our company is in the US right now in terms of how we built it. I don't usually come to conferences because it always feels a bit like kind of cosplaying being a CEO. It's like I go to like nice dinners, and it's like but hire the people, build the product, sell the product, hire people that
what is actually moving the needle here.
But it's been really fun. I think it would be the like one conference. If you were going to go to a tech conference in Europe, I would like say that this is probably the one you should do.
So many people have said that today as well.
It's also you don't want to go to 5 conferences where 20% of the people attend it. You basically want there to be some kind of social contract where it's like, can we all just agree we're going to go to Slush? And it's like, if we do that, then
one
it's like great.
mega,
we can nail the whole thing in one. Enjoying it, seems really, really fun. And then like all the side events are super fun
they're
as well.
pretty cool.
You know, there's like 143 from Monday to Friday. That's our first time here. But,
I can believe that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But they're fun though. We were at the HV
Capital yesterday.
Yeah, Capital one, and we bumped into Gabriel, who founder of Dust. Who we had him booked on earlier today, but like we never met him. I think he like clocked the cap or something. And we were in the back of this bar or something, and
Yeah,
and that was just like a cool moment that like is very. I think kind of it was more like, hey, what's up? What are you drinking? And we had a few drinks. It was cool, but like, I think you don't really get that at like a traditional event. Like it's not very
100%.
A bit more loose. You know?
What are you doing this evening? Are you at any events? And we're at a Lake Star event.
Nice. So our first investors, or some of the first investors in the company, were Index Ventures. So they are hosting. They host a dinner every year. So I'm going to that dinner, which will be fun. And then I don't know where I'll end up after that, but like that'll be
somewhere.
That'll be good fun.
Luke's tweeting out that we're having an after party.
Yeah, if you want to come to the after party,
like, someone throws a house party and the roof gets stolen because the guys put it on all over Facebook.
Yes.
Yeah, he's done this with our Airbnb.
It's the first Slush. Wrong things have to happen.
Yeah, I mean it's like it's better to burn out than to fade away or something like that. Like maybe you can be the first and only Slush and never invited back. Yeah.
So if you want to come and steal our roof, then you're more than welcome to.
Yeah. Let me know.
We'll ping Zane later.
We are at time.
We're at time.
Dude, thank you so much. It's
been
really
happy
having
to
you on the show as well.
Congrats on all the successful stuff. I think this is like week 5 apparently.
Week 5.
Yeah.
It's moving super quick.
Shit. Well, see you at week 20.
But anyway, we'll see you soon. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's yours. Yeah.
Up next, we've got Max,
your
CEO, founder of Hades Mining. Just before we jump in, I just want to tell you about our friends over there at Air Wallets. You've got to leave the outdated business banking behind, leave it behind. Shout out to Lake Star for supporting us on this journey at Slush as we come up to our last guest of the day, Max.
Hello, are you mic'd up? He's mic'd up. Amazing.
We're mic'd
hey
up.
dude,
Let's go.
how's it going? Really nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for coming onto the stream, man. I'm so glad that we managed to get this in because I know that it was an error on my behalf. There was some Thursday confusion. That was just confusion on our end, I think. Earlier on, we weren't sure which day we were going to pick. We were going to do one. But
Well, we managed to get it. I don't know how many interviews we've got. You can see my calendar here, but it's like
that looks brutal.
It's been brutal. We've been live.
It's flown by.
It's flown by. 6 hours has gone pretty rapid.
That's like a full, it's been good. But look, enough about us. Max.
Tomorrow the same? Or?
Nah, no. Tomorrow we're gonna party tonight.
Yeah, we're partying.
We're gonna have some fun. I guess we can tell ourselves that we've earned it. But enough about us. Do you want to maybe introduce yourself for the show and Hades Mining as well, and maybe break down a little bit of what you guys are doing and focus on?
We are Hades Mining. I'm Max, the founder and CEO of Hades Mining, and our idea is to pretty much reignite the fires of mining in Europe ultimately. So our approach is that we want to develop a technology-enabled mining company that really takes technology at the very, very basic of its business idea and really acknowledges that modern mining is already 80% technology enabled, but a modern mining company is not a tech company. Like all the normal mining companies out there, they are pretty much like hedge funds. Yeah? They are managing risks, they are managing assets, and they are outsourcing all of that technology to hundreds and hundreds of vendors. Because of that, they are losing control of what it actually means to have the power of all of that technology. And we want to bring that back, pretty much be a mining company that develops its own technology, that takes more risk, and ultimately for the benefit of getting Europe's critical mineral production up a little bit higher. Because in reality, Europe has the lowest domestic production of critical mineral production of the world. It's actually really, really bad. We are now somewhere between 4 and 5%. The next lowest is India with 24%. Yeah? So like this is incredible gap out there, and even the European Union acknowledged that already, and in 2020 legislated the so-called Critical Mineral Act, which is meant to increase domestic production of critical minerals to over 10% by 2030. But the reality is that all those traditional mining companies, on average, they take 18 years to just open a single operation, operation. That's just because, again, they have stage gates, they do everything to minimize risk, and that's good. Like, it made sense for their business model, but that's not the geopolitical reality that we are in now.
Well, look, dude, it's super energizing to hear that, your risk up, I guess.
Yeah, that's a cool business.
Very cool business.
Well, we're big.
Also, your website is wicked, by the way.
Thank you.
I've not seen the website.
Hadesmining.com, is it?
Yes, that's right.
Wicked.
Is that rose quartz? I don't know what that is.
Yes, it is. It's actually our own fund as well. And I thought actually when we talk about heavy machines and heavy machinery,
here we go.
we thought actually it makes sense that you guys are properly protected as well.
No way, it's got my name
so
on it.
we actually got you a proper
Oh,
helmet
dude,
as
let's
well.
get these things on right now.
If we talk about industry, you know, like
I'm
just
gonna-
in case, safety first.
Dude,
Yeah,
thank you so
safety
much.
first.
Much appreciated.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
All right, there we go.
Perfect. Now
Who
we have
needs a
safety.
cap when you've got a?
Yes, screw caps. Caps are out. Hard hats are in.
Absolutely.
I'm pumped about this.
I can't
Thank
believe
you
they've
so
got
much,
like
Matt.
a. Oh
Perfect.
yeah.
This is
Actually, it looks amazing.
Oh my God.
Absolutely. And it fits so nicely.
I mean,
they're good.
I'm going to keep mine on for the whole interview now. But
Brilliant.
seriously, we're obviously a huge fan of like software companies. We have had a lot of great founders on today, but it's nice to I don't want to use the word like a physical company, you know, like doing like physical things. And what you mentioned is this is the first time I've heard those statistics. That's like obviously a bad thing. There's a lot of, I guess, dependency on the fact that we're probably importing a lot of them from other countries, and that's like, with that is a reliance. With that reliance is vulnerability, especially in this sort of area of like national sovereignty that Europe's kind of going through right now. So it's clearly like a big problem that should be tackled. But what you're saying is that the current institutions, not through any fault of their own, just through a fault of how they operate, like government run, it's like slightly slow to innovate. Maybe let's look at the risks and the mitigations first, and then look at the innovation side of things. What is Hades Mining like? How is that coming into this puzzle, and how is it kind of accelerating this?
Yeah,
is
it's
this
just
now
general
like
speed,
is it
right?
your mission now? It's your mission to get us to that 40%?
Ultimately, to 40 probably not, but like actually like the identified resources of Europe would get us up to 35. So we do have even already known resources. We could extract all the way up to 35 of our critical minerals. So it's a huge potential. And again, politics is already changing. Funding is there. There's a lot of like extraction funds now that with depth funds new mining operations. But the issue is actually the players are not there. Like Europe just doesn't have an active mining scene, and the international mining scene, again, if they take action, the action will take years and years and years. So there's really a free spot in the market for a European mining champion, and that's what we are humbly applying to become a part of, or get a chance of. And what we did as a first step, like now more than 2 years ago, is we analyzed the entire like cost factor of mining operations in Europe, and we found some very incredible evidence that the biggest cost factor in European mining actually is drilling. Drilling itself is 50 to 70% of the total capex of the entire mining operation. And that's the same for all of the resource extractions. It's for geothermal, it's for oil and gas, it is for mining operations. It's very deep projects that can be done. 50 to 70% is purely drilling costs.
Yeah.
And one of the main reasons for that is that the traditional drill, the mechanical drill that was invented 120 years ago, pretty much is the same principle that the drill that you are using at home. It's pretty much like with a hard material, carves away with force, and mechanic means pretty much the material that is softer out there. And now in Europe we have a geological challenge because actually we have a lot of so-called hard rock, which is a geological specialty. We have a very high concentration of this hard rock. And hard rock is nearly as hard as the diamond that is used on those drills. And when you put the diamond drill pretty much running through that hard material, it wears down incredibly fast. It also slows down. All of this leads to insanely long times for a drill to be completed and massively exploding costs, like exponentially.
Yeah. So is that obviously there's the mindset and the kind of bureaucracy and all that kind of stuff, but then also that physical side, it's kind of like a combination of the two. When you're going out solving a problem like this, you mentioned you started it 2 years ago.
The actual having a thought about the idea and the market, yes.
Okay.
More than 2 years ago, actually.
Okay, so when you go and solve these problems, it's a huge problem. Where do you start, first of all?
And this is what we say, right? Like we analyzed, we said, what is the biggest impact factor that we can bring down to a single technology?
Yeah.
And that is the drill. Ultimately, a single drill, the mechanical drill that exists already, if you could change that and make it faster, more cost effective and different physical principles, then that would have a huge impact on the entire resource extraction operations all over Europe.
Yeah.
So we actually said there's so much we could start. We could start about AI exploration and all of that stuff, all good ideas. But the single biggest impact factor on the cost is the drilling. So we start in inventing a new type of drilling system. that pretty much is using not the mechanical means anymore, but like an alternative physical principle that we are using to be incredibly fast, much faster than a traditional. And in our lab tests, we have been like it's not like a little upgrade, like it's dramatically faster. It's not only faster, it also has no vibration, it makes no noise, so you can actually operate it 24/7, which normal drills cannot be because they have vibration, they're very loud, and because of this, in Europe, you can only operate them during the day pretty much. And so there's so much of this new technology that really has the means to change European mining. And this is why this single piece of technology is where we go all in and say, this is really where we need to put our stuff together, and this is where a lot of our investors agree. This is where we need to put the money and the work in and get stuff done, as they say.
Yeah, 100%. And if you were to be successful and you're able to do that, and you've created this drill that is inherently more, stronger than the one that's already in market.
Yep.
Does that not mean that you can then go and outsource and sell to the rest of the world?
We could, but ultimately what we believe a little bit is that it's still a very complicated piece of technology that has been developed, and we kind of want to use this to develop these sites by ourselves. So pretty much be vertically integrated. We are not selling the technology, we're also not servicing it. We are literally keeping it in order to give us an unfair advantage in the market to get licenses to actually operate the mines. This is our
interesting
strategy.
strategy.
And the end product in the end is tons of the respective critical mineral or electricity generated. That's our product.
Okay,
that's
amazing.
that you trend towards that 40%, right? It sounds like you kind of just have to like rewire the whole system with this what's faster.
It really needs to be rethought from this technology angle. There's so much that needs to be
it's like if you think about it, even the people we spoke to today, we're all again great founders that are all excelling in their fields. A lot of it is like let's say like GTM functions as a whole or sales tools. It's traditionally like a saturated space. Most AI stuff we see, AI is a generally saturated space, but like with that saturation does come a level of like if you look at the most recent legacy incumbent, it is pretty up to date. But I guess like maybe mining and that, I mean, there are obviously competitors that you guys will have, but it probably isn't getting attacked as much as as a SaaS tool, for example, right? Which I guess probably
this
just
is more niche, I guess, in a harder, not
well,
harder
you need to be more
problem,
specialised, right? Like maybe a background in geology or a background in like that sort of area
as well. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I did geology at uni for 6 months and I dropped out.
Fair enough.
But I probably couldn't spar with you about geology.
I mean, it's not my background either, so but some of my colleagues.
Okay, maybe them too. But I'd love to say, you mentioned your investors. I think I'm trying to remember, was it Project A that connected us?
Yeah, plus Visionaries Club.
Okay, who's on the cap table at the moment? It's Project A.
The main lead investors is Project A and Visionaries Club, but we also have Interface Capital from Christian Weber and a lot of some of the bigger, like at least South German founders, like with Florian Seibel from Quantum Systems and like Moritz von der Linden from Marvel Fusion, who all have invested as angels as well. And there's like a long list of pretty much German or European like founders who build deep tech companies already, who know the issue of actually getting the supply chain under control is really important. And they all understand that if we are building these big companies, and they will, no doubt, then ultimately there will be a point where they need to get a look at their supply chain. And that also means critical mineral supply and electricity at a certain power level. And that's really what we want to do here.
And in terms of the future, what is the main focus for 2026? Obviously, general mission focus, but I assume it's like many missions to get there. What's the thing that you're like fully focused on right now and for 2026?
Drilling the first proper hole, actually, like the proper deep hole with the industry dimensions.
That will be a success for 2026 if you can drill the first.
And is this like, are we talking about this is like
a proper one, 21 centimeter in diameter? That's like the industry standard, so probably like this, and like multiple meters deep that we can prove all of the everything that we've seen in the lab, that it also upscales in the real size. And if those numbers still look the same at that size, then we will very quickly grow with some additional funding.
For sure. Is there what in terms of like when you think that will happen within 2026? Like, is that later stage in the year? Is that
for the whole? Actually, we will do multiple.
When will you test? test that?
The big one, always reiteration. So it's not one specific date, like we will do it all over the year, and at some point we will get to that depth or to that KPI.
Okay.
And once you hit that, then it's like you raise large scale, then you start going nuts.
That's exactly the plan.
Okay, that's it. What's keeping you up like at night? What stresses out?
The mission.
I mean, I think the timing is really important, right? Like I think politically, geopolitically, like I'm not passionate about the way back that we are currently doing into pretty much being more separated again. That's not something I'm passionate about, but I also acknowledge the reality of it. And because of this, I think this is really something that needs to be fixed immediately. Right? It cannot even wait 18 years, but it also can't wait 7 years, right? Like we need to get this done immediately. And this is why we are currently looking into pretty much a way of partnering with existing small miners, so like smaller mining operators all over Europe, how we can pretty much work with them in some sort of partnership, that we can pretty much bring our technology to them without selling or upselling to them, so that we are still in control and we can still make sure that the resources are extracted fast, and with this new kind of mindset of the mine is the product, right? Not the mine is an asset that needs to be managed. And that's really what we are currently planning to do. And that's probably another part of 2026 that will keep me quite active to make sure that all those mines and licenses are already there, because we don't want to wait. An average license takes like 5 to 7 years. We don't want to wait that long. So we partner with companies who have that license and pretty much see how we can pretty much make that work.
Amazing. Well, we love the speed.
From the mine or something. Like from the hole that you drill in, if you could call into the show, we could have you on and show everyone the.
That would be pretty cool.
That'd be so cool.
That'd be cool. Dude, we're out of time. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for your time.
I really appreciate it. It's really good to meet you.
Thank you.
We unfortunately we've run out of hats.
We've run out of hats.
We will send you a hat.
But can you please, address? We'll sort it and we'll get one over to you.
That would be amazing.
All good.
But
So
yeah,
sad,
I know when we have our
one hat that we.
That's fine. Maybe we can, I can ask, like maybe we can get 3 for my other 2 co-founders. That would be.
We'll send you a bunch for the whole team.
That's amazing. And if you're ever in Munich, just give me a round and come around.
Yeah,
you have your.
And you can ping me the address, and let's get you. The whole team. We'll get out the whole team.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Thanks
you
so much,
man.
Jan.
Cheers. Enjoy yourself. Have a good one.
Amazing. Just a quick word from Airwallex, our partner, leave our dated business banking behind. The all-in-one financial platform built for the pace of modern business, multi-currency accounts, high-speed international transfers, corporate cards, expense management, and online payments, all in one platform. It has been an unbelievable slush. We've very much enjoyed it. Thank you very much for Lakestar for getting us out here and supporting the show. Slush is amazing. We're going to go have a good time around here. And thanks for tuning in.